All right, we're going straight into the second part of this read through. We are going to finish Lord of the Mysteries, Volume 4. 23 left. Man, how long was that quiz? That quiz was like an hour, 30 minutes. It's okay. All right, we're gonna finish Lord of the Mysteries. That's okay. We don't need to do intros because we already know the intros. 60 people still here. 60 people here saw me fail at LOTM 101. Bro, I did not get that reference. I did not get that reference. The moment his tower of confidence crumbled was priceless. What do you mean, dude? It's still up. It never crumbled when we were taking that quiz. But chapter 923 is called After Effects. All right, chapter 923 is called After Effects. Seolf didn't notice a change in Alger's eyes. He pointed at one of the cremated primordial moon believers and said, I have the wrong music playing. I'm so sorry. Let's do this while we're live. Start the playlist again from the beginning. Seolf didn't notice a change in Alger's eyes. He pointed at one of the cremated primordial moon believers, and I'm going to raise the volume again. Let's adjust this. I was playing the Jeopardy music. I have to adjust it again. The primordial moon believer said that cane was taken from me. It's called the World of the Sea. It can release lightning at a target. Waving it and striking at it will cause the augmented with wind blades. Apart from that, it can also create large water spheres and corrosive rainwater. It can also allow the wielder to not be afraid of the deep sea pressure. They can freely extract oxygen from the water. At the same time, it can also be used as a wand to provide flight. There are 3 negative side effects. First is to enjoy the singing. Every 6 hours, it has to be belt out of a song. The resulting effects don't discriminate between friend or foe due to the different choices of the songs themselves. It can make one's mind go adrift or have one's mind and soul shocked, and the other times cause them to be irresistible and be in a state of lowered reason. Of course, even without waiting 6 hours, it will also be very willing to sing if you so desire. Second, you can probably tell that it's equipped with living characteristics. Furthermore, it's one that is rather testy. It enjoys tripping, beating, or pulling the wielder down the stairs when they aren't paying attention. Third, it will cause the wielder to easily be struck by lightning. Therefore, on stormy days, either don't go out or don't bring it along. This is a sealed artifact that was made for Gearman Sparrow's ocean songster beyond a characteristic. If he were to know that you had already made it and had allowed the primordial moon believers to take it away, you will definitely be sold to someone who is in need of you. In the form of a beyond characteristic, Alger looked towards the dining table and saw the black-silver inlet cane. From what he knew, regardless of whether the other negative effects were severe mythical items with living characteristics were considered sealed artifacts. This is because there were unpredictable dangers associated with them. With Katlia and her companion not telling him that he was gone, Seolf could only continue taking out mystical items with a glum face. This short knife is called a blade of poison. The effects are obvious. There's no need for me to give you any additional information, right? No, tell me. Every time it's dealing damage, it will add on a random poison. As for what it is, it's all luck. Its negative effects aren't too serious. It will only cause medical treatments to fail and the feeding of being drunk to accumulate within the wielder. Seolf continued introducing a few mystical items and finally heard Katlia say, excellent, the rest are yours. Phew, she still left me with 3. Not only did Seolf not bear a grudge, he felt deep down how nice a person Admiral of Stars was. It was also as though he had suffered from psychological ailments. Katlia then turned to look at the Hanged Man. You pick first. She knew that the world Gearman Sparrow had commissioned a mystical item to be the artisan. Therefore, the Hanged Man had first selected the crazy adventurer item first. Alger nodded and took the word of the sea and the gargoyle glasses. Then he indicated that the rest were spoils of war. Katlia thought for a moment and said, pick one another, the rest will be mine. She wasn't too interested in the remaining mystical items because she had 2 rather powerful items that suited her. She had also obtained the Scales of Luck and the Judge button later. Covering all her brasses, under such a situation, the stacking of negative effects was something to be considered. Unless it was something extremely special, it wasn't something she would take a second to look or choose to exchange. Of course, as a powdered animal, she never found mystical items too extensive. After all, she had to hang over some of them the Moses ascetic order and leave the rest to reward her crew. Alger fell silent for a moment, staring from the items in the beyond her powers he chose the blade of poison. Following that, Kalia instructed bloodless Heathdoyle to move to the mystical items that Seolf had placed on the grounds, and the remnant items left by the primordial moon believers out of room. Then she looked at the artisan with her dark purple-hued eyes. Why do the primordial moon believers want to control you? Seolf's eyes flickered. Isn't that simple and obvious? To get me to make the mystical items for them, just as he said that his heart skipped a beat as a result of the purple eyes that were coldly looking at him. He hurriedly added, they also seem to have some plan that needs to help as an artisan. As for what it is, I have no idea because it hasn't started. Katlia retracted her gaze, seemingly in thought, exchanging a silent look with the Hanged Man. They nodded simultaneously. They decided to take away the artisan today and leave him there to monitor the subsequent developments. In other words, they wanted to figure out the primordial moon believers' plans for monitoring him. Actually, for the hermit and the hangman, whatever the primordial moon believers were plotting wasn't something they cared about. They just each had matters that we're concerned about. The former used to communicate with the Queen Mystic to provide her reference materials for her strategies in the supernatural world. The latter could use this matter to earn contribution points for the church. Therefore, they had instantly come to a tacit agreement to investigate deeper. Of course, Alger always believed in principle. The more information he wielded, the more benefits he could attain from various matters. After a brief silence, Katlia said to Ardis and Sylph in the same tone, since you're already a primordial moon believer, taking you with me provides me with no benefit. Sylph nodded immediately, agreed with what he said. Katlia paused for a moment before she said, however, I wish to establish a long-term working relationship with you. Therefore, I need a few drops of your blood. This will aid me in finding you at any time. Sylph wore a miserable look as his lips quivered, but he was unable to object to it. He suddenly exhaled and said, okay. With that said, he picked up a paper cutter beside him and sliced his forearm, letting a few drops of blood drip out. Katlia immediately raised her right arm and gently flicked her wrist, causing a few drops of blood to float and fly towards her. After observing the blood in her palm, the pirate admiral suddenly asked, what's your last name? June Sylph replied instinctively. Katlia didn't say a word as she turned around and walked out the door. Alger followed closely behind. The room quickly turned silent as Sylph sat on the sofa. He sat there motionless for quite a while, as though he was deep in thought over the encounter, being unable to extract himself from it. 10 minutes later, he suddenly stood up and took out a small human-shaped figure from his inside pocket. The figurine was brass-colored and its face was empty. Blood slowly seeped out from it and remained on the surface. Sylph hurriedly wiped the figurine's face with a handkerchief before heaving a sigh of relief. He curled the corners of his lips and silently muttered, thankfully, I have this fate puppet. I don't remember the fate puppet. Huh? Let's see how you can find me with those drops of blood. Don't even think of cursing me. In the poverty-stricken district of Bayam, on a street without any lamps, the masked and hooded Alger looked at the hermit beside him. With a deep voice, he said, after Sylph escaped from the Church of the Steam, he had been living safe and sound to this day. This means that he's not a fool. For him, he's not a real fool. This means for him to so easily give you the blood in such a relaxed manner without putting up any resistance means that he has a means to avoid your tracking. Besides, he didn't mention an explanation of how the primordial moon believers found him. Logically speaking, the believers definitely would have asked him for the origins of the werewolf beyond a characteristic, but the Sylph hadn't mentioned Alger at all. As Katlia took out the pair of the heavy glasses and wore it, he said without a change in tone, it isn't used for tracking. Alger nodded and thought before bidding her farewell, turning into a dark alley. He made several detours and found a chance to remove his disguise before leaving Bayam. After returning to the Resistance private harbor, he boarded the Blue Avenger. His sailors had pretty much spent most of their energy and money over the past few days, so at that moment they were all in the ship, waiting to see off the seas again. Upon seeing him return, one of the sailors stood up immediately and asked with a smile, Captain, have you had dinner? Not yet. Make something simple for me. For the operation, Alger hadn't had a chance to fill his stomach. The sailor, who also did some cooking on the side, immediately replied, Alger, we got some fresh mushrooms in the forest today. How about I pan-fry it with some butter? Alger's face twitched as he shook his head with a normal expression. Searing a steak would do, medium's rare. Medium done. That's some good food. Bro, general's down bad. What happened? East Balam, by the periphery of the forest. Did we start a civil war with the best boy and best girl part? I apologize. Sorry if I triggered anybody in the Discord. With his two marionettes, Klang wasn't in a rush to leave. He entered the city and planned on getting some dice to disguise Admiral Hell's and Ludwell's mask. And before that, he had other things to do. It was to seek out a helper for his exploration of the periphery of the cauldron. Katlia was never a lone wolf and wasn't even more so the case when faced with danger. Therefore, unless he had no options, he would always invite powerhouses to provide him with help by sharing the coordinates and paying the corresponding price. He wasn't one to rashly enter. To him, being able to obtain the desired ingredients while alive was most important. If it wasn't because I know it's impossible, I'd even wish to wait 1 to 2 weeks before I carry a baby or push a prom and head for the cauldron. Klein sighed silently and he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Renette Tankers with her 4 heads in hand walked out the void. Klein deliberated over his words and said, I planned on exploring Cauldron City soon. Well, I've already obtained its coordinates in the spirit world. I'm wondering if I can hire you for help. What will the price be? Shit. The forehead in Renette Tanker's hand spoke one after another. Won't do. I can't. She can't enter? The only people that weren't able to enter were the 7 pure lights. But now, not only can the 7 pure lights not enter, Renette can't enter. She can't be a pure light. Because they only have a human form when they're in the real world. Oh, but Sharon, she was Sharon's teacher, which means she was probably in the human world at one point, and she's in a weird state, no different than Palatzarost. So maybe she is a 7 pure light? Won't do, I can't enter? No, that doesn't make... Is she a pure... No, she's not a pure light. Who is she? When we first saw her, she was a giant entity, and there's like a giant castle behind her. Was that Cauldron City? No, that was just like a random castle in the background, right? Oh, hold up. Next chapter. 924, first key factor carrying out risky operations. That's not good. 924 is called first key factor at carrying out risky operations. Can't enter. The 7 pure lights can't enter for some special reason. Is this a restriction of the Cauldron City? Is this a restriction of the Cauldron City has on higher level creatures in the spirit world? However, how does Miss Messenger know of its limitations? Has she been there before? If that were the case, I didn't even need to ask. Red light or the magic mirror? Perhaps her spiritual intuition told her that. As his mind world climbed slowly and silently exhaled, he then took out a gold coin and handed it to Renette Tanker. I understand. Thank you for your information. After one of the Miss Messengers had bit on the gold coin and retreated into the spirit world, Klein allowed his thoughts to roam as he considered how he could find other helpers. Mr. Zick had entered a state of slumber. It's unknown when he will wake up. There's no way to wait for him. Will Osutet is about to be born, but is only a baby. He is still at a nadir, and even if Mam Hermit had a way to temporarily restore his powers while he is weak, it's impossible for him to do something as trivial as being my bodyguard. Besides, Renette does not have her visa in order to enter Cauldron. Besides, when he leaves, the Backlander showcases his corresponding level. There's a high chance that he might once again be locked onto by the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. Oh my god, we still haven't even resolved that whole part. Get the help of a demigod from the life school of thought through this snake of fate, such as a counselor Ricciardo. That will be difficult. The life school of thought is suffering an internal divide. The counselors have too many things to do, besides running all over the world with a dire probability to leave traces of to divert the Angel of Fate's intention. Queen Mystic Bernadette, I'm not too familiar with her. Besides, the fool has a demigod and angels under him. A blessed like Gurmit Sparrow can always find other help, even if I claim that it's a cooperative effort, will also expose the quite significant problems. On the surface, the fool has angels and demigods under him, but the actual situation is that of an angel and demigod side to the fool who's just photobombing them. Photobombing them? That's a funny way to put it. The chief from the city of Silver, this is indeed something that can be used as a price when he makes a request. But the problem is that he's unable to leave the Forsaken Lands of Gods. I think I should leave this opportunity for the Bizarre Bane. Those geezers of the Sanguine, they're not suitable for reason. It's very easy for me to expose Lilith. Who knows who the dead ancient goddess who hasn't truly perished is? Sorry, I had to burp. Who knows who that dead ancient goddess who hasn't truly perished is? If she is actually the primordial moon in disguise, I can forget about resurrection. Klein thought of one candidate after another, but one by one he struck them off the list. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. When in need, friends are always in short supply. He couldn't help but think of setting up a ritual to attempt to pray to the Evernight, the Crimson for strength to seek out the blessing of the goddess, hoping that she could directly bestow him with the true soul body and power of his spiritual world plunderer, or have some archbishop high-ranking deck on her secret ascetic to provide him with help. Unfortunately, all he could do was muse over the idea without actually carrying it out. Although Klein was rather accepting of the Evernight goddess and wasn't against the identity of being an Evernight blessed, he still felt extremely wary. He didn't wish to rely on a deity's bestowment. Almost unplugged my power. On a deity's bestowment with... I'm trying to fix my sandals. For everything. Besides, he suspected that the similar rituals wouldn't have any effect. This was because he was a present level in strength. He had no right to raise the conditions with a sequence 0. If the deity was willing to give, then she would naturally give it to him. If she didn't, praying was useless. If I have the shamelessness of old now, I might really try it. Back then, the goddess was willing to respond to his debt payment and resolve the constipation. She dotes on her believers pretty well. Of course, there must be a certain side effect. Klein recalled the passage. I'm sorry, are we going to pray to her? Is he outweighing the good or bad? He decided to change his strain of thought. Since he couldn't get the help from his friends, he considered making use of his enemies. Perhaps I can bring the Black Emperor card, Tyrant card, and Raider Transceiver. I could wait at the entrance of the Cauldron City As long as the king of the five seas Nas, high sequence beyonders of the Church of Storms, or the leaders of the Rose School of Thought, like Sua and the other demigods and the angels reached over, I will immediately enter that city of the dead. I'm sorry, are we going to get like another crazy-ass demigod battle royale, like at the end of Volume 3? No, that's too explicit. Okay, nope. King of the five seas Nas and the high sequence beyonders of the Church of Storms are highly unlikely to follow me into Cauldron City. Instead, they will stay outside and wait for me to come out. Okay, they waited out. Abomination Sua, it was Abomination Sua. I think I got that one wrong. Abomination Sua might chase after me, but he is an angel. He wouldn't. I know I messed that one up on our LOTM 101 quiz. Abomination Sua might chase after me, but he's an angel. He wouldn't be impeded by anything in the periphery of the Cauldron City. I'll only be inviting trouble to myself. After repeatedly thought, Klein finally gave up the idea of creating chaos for his benefit. He believed that it was difficult to replicate the same situation outside Bayam City from back then. It was even more so when he was in a high sequence beyonder. A person who threads the edge of the abyss would fall into it sooner or later. Who else can provide me with help? Klein's gaze swept past his two marionettes as friend after friend flashed past his mind, including the members of the Terror Club. Suddenly, he recalled something. Miss Sharon once told me that the Tutansi II mummy is one of the keys to her advancement ritual and is very important to her. This also means that she's about to become a demigod, Sequence 4 puppet of the mutant pathway. Oh, we get her help. If she succeeds, I can get her to help. We have a good partnership. Thankfully, I chose to help her. Stop. She doesn't die, does she? Thankfully, I chose to help her, otherwise I wouldn't have any hope today. As Klein reeled in poignancy, he took out paper and a fountain pen. Placing the paper on Enzo's back, he scribbled, "It's been a while since we last met. I wonder how you've been recently." As he wrote, Klein suddenly stopped. He felt the opening was too off and hypercritical. Miss Sharon is a person who restrains herself when she... Miss Sharon is a person who restrains herself. When she writes letters, she goes straight to the point without saying anything unnecessary. I have to consider her personality and be more frank. Klein thought for a few seconds before raising the previous slip of paper. Shaking it, he made it become engulfing in scarlet flames. After a few seconds, he deliberated. Klein wrote on a new slip of paper, "We won't confirm nor deny." He's like, this is too nice. Let me rephrase it. I've already credited the Spirit World coordinates of Cauldron City. If you've already become a demigod, I wish to cooperate again to receive some help. If not, there's no need to force it. I can still find other friends, Sherlock Moriarty. All right. After folding the slip of paper and addressing it to Maryam, Klein took out the advancement harmonica again and blew it. Renette Tanker, in her dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void as though she had never left the vicinity, appearing right in front of him. Klein handed her the folded slip of paper as a gold coin before seriously exhorting her. Send it to Backlund, Hillston 126 Gardy Street. Throw it directly into the mailbox. All right. One of Renette Tanker's head said, while another head but on the letter and gold coin. Another head but on the letter and the gold coin. Upon seeing this, Klein pressed, somewhat worried. You have lost the previous map, right? Do you know which borough Hillston Borough is? Do you know where Gardy Street is? The three other heads and Renette Tinkers replied, "No, I know. It's very easy to find." So she does know. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he pointedly sent off Miss Messenger. He temporarily threw the matter of Cauldron City to the back of his mind and began disguising his marionette Ludwell. The next morning, a man with a brownish skin, lightly curled hair, and was reserved in a formal low attire and a silk top hat, entered the Tinix city that borrowed a forest with the two servants. This was a city that mainly produced timber, rubber, and special products from the forest. There was talk in town that a few high-grown research centers and the contemplating factories were established here. Having disguised himself as a local wealthy man, Klein quickly found a notebook, stayed in it. Sitting on a reclining chair made of rattan, he observed his handiwork once again. Winter Enzo's skin was not only bronze, but it was now almost completely black. Together with his thin and soft hair, bushy browns, and dark shadowy facial outline, matched with bottom-styled baggy, crisp pants and a black and white top, he looked like a typical example of a local servant that hailed from a particular plantation manor. Admiral Hell Ludwell, rather resplendent clothes had become the same styles as Enzo's. His exposed skin had clear burn marks, and his silver mask was now dyed with uniform iron black color. This made it look as though he had been dignified due to a fire accident, and that he wasn't wearing a mask to hide his face. Lest he scared any passerby, after having his lunch, which was severed to his room, Klein heard stacked illusionary prayers. Male, Mr. Hangman. It's also possible that it's Emlyn and Little Sun. The transaction of sequence 5 beyond our characteristic of the vampire pathway is about to begin. Klein was just about to head for the bathroom to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog when his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly activated his spirit vision and saw that the headless Renette tanker appeared out of the spirit world, which overlapped with the real world, with a letter in her hand's mouth. Miss Sharon has replied. Klein first thanked her before receiving the letter, tearing it open. Sorry, I will likely still... Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God she doesn't go. Sorry, I will likely still need another 1 or 2 months of preparation. If you still need my help by then, I'll be fine with Sharon. 1 to 2 months. It's not like I can't wait. It's not like I've digested my Marionettas potion yet. Klein nodded and screamed as he got a pen and some paper to reply simply. Take your own time. There's no rush. My matter isn't urgent. I can wait. Sherlock Moriarty. Okay, good. After handing the letter and the gold coin to Renette Tanker and getting her to send it to Backlund, Hilson Bar 126, Gardy Street, Klein suddenly thought of a problem. During war, scouting is necessary. How can I be so rash and be so careless about exploring a dangerous place like Cauldron? When Miss Sharon advances, I can head there to do some scouting and gather some intelligence without the need to take risks. For example, I can figure out exactly what restrictions there are, what kind of anomalies will happen towards deaf domain powers, or I can figure out whether I'm only able to enter by fixated entrance or if I have any way of directly returning above the gray fog from inside. After confirming all this, I can formulate a plan and make preparations, of course, before scouting the divination if necessary. Klein soon made up his mind and walked to the attached bathroom. Next chapter, 929, is called Choosing Clothes. All right, I got my monster. I know we are sponsored, not sponsored by our beautiful, glorious, giant G Fuel sign that we got at Anime Expo last year. But I need a little pick-me-up. Next week, bro, we'll lock into Liza P. Yeah, next week we're going to lock into Liza P. Because we've been hearing so much music from Liza P, I feel like we owe it to ourselves to finally play it. But here's my little pick-me-up. For 925, Choosing Clothes. I might fall asleep. No, we got to power through. We got to power through username. Power! Power! Perseverance! We're almost there, brother. Ooh! Oh, that is so good. All the neurons just activated right now. Oh, that is so good. Oh, I haven't had a monster in so long. Oh, man. Woo! 20 more chapters. 925. Choosing Clothes. Above the endless grayish-white fog in a magnificent ancient hall, Klein didn't rush to do a divination. He first entered the Hangman Augur sacrificial ritual and got the cane made from the ocean songster beyond a characteristic to appear in front of him. Word of the Sea, this name, when transliterated to Chinese, does bring back memories. I'll just leave it at that. It's basically a weaker version of the Sea God Scepter. It doesn't have demigod level powers and like lightning storm or the tsunami either. There are quite a number of negative effects. As Klein recalled the Hanged Man descriptions, he stroked the silver inland black cane. Perhaps the mysterious space above the gray fog had naturally suppressed it, causing this beyond a cane to not express the living characteristics. It silently lay there like it was the most common and ordinary piece of wood. Klein nodded slightly and muttered silently to himself, mystical items with living characteristics are really rather troublesome. But from a different angle, it means that they can be communicated with. The die probability back then was quite a nasty fellow, but didn't it also become obedient after getting sealed? Besides, I can always have my servants hold it most of the time. Yes, Winter Enzo will be most suitable. Oh, he can hold the die and he'd be fine. Winter Enzo will be most suitable. Although he already has 0 passive luck, he is still accumulating luck constantly to make the preparations for the critical moment. Releasing a little bit of it wouldn't affect anything. This way, be it being tripped down or beaten, he would be able to smoothly avoid it and not garner attention of others. On careful thought, the Cane's pranks aren't completely useless. If I were to meet other Marionettas, Spurward Plunders, or Bizarre's Bane and lose my initiative and end up being innately controlled, my thoughts and actions would be turned sluggish. It will be quite difficult to extract myself from this state by myself. At this moment, if uncontrollable Cane were to suddenly hit me or trip me to the ground, wouldn't I be successfully escaping from my predicament? Sigh, if a mystical item negative effects are used well, they can be quite a boon. 22 be exact, until 925. Of course, in normal combat, such pranks can bring about unnecessary dangers. How it should be balanced or avoided will need repeated trial and error. As for the negative effects of easily being struck by lightning on a stormy day, Klein didn't mind. Firstly, unless he was in a special region, stormy weather wasn't common to begin with. It wasn't something that needed to be taken into consideration most of the time. Secondly, as a seer, divining the day's weather before heading out to a common act. Finally, if he could avoid these sudden flash storms, Klein could always give the cane to Enzo. This way, even if the lightning were to strike the winner, it would end up being attracted by a nearby lightning rod just because he's so lucky. Let's just hope that I'm not the lightning rod. Klein gave a self-craving laugh as he considered the most worrisome negative effects. It wouldn't belt out beyond her sinking. Even 6 hours? This was an indiscriminate, and it was basically a huge AoE attack. As for some thought, Klein decided to communicate with the world of sea Kane to reduce the frequency at which it sang, or give a prior warning before it sang. I had breakfast earlier today. It's almost time for Creeping Hunger to start its howling. Oh yeah, because you can pray 3 times a day. In thought, Klein removed the human skin glove from his left palm and threw it into the emptying spot in front of the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, he lifted the silver inland black cane and threw it over. Then he stirred some of the powers of the mysterious space above the great fog, creating a barrier that isolated all sound and images. He made Creeping Hunger the world of the sea spend time alone. After doing all this, Klein rubbed his palms and conjured a pen and paper. He wrote down a divination statement. My scouting of Cauldron City Perfect today is dangerous. After putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist. He left the topaz hung down over the paper crane in close proximity within it. After chanting 7 times in his mind, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz standing still and not spinning. 4 hours to complete volume 4. I'll be alive in 4 hours. Yeah, we got it. This meant it's definitely going to be nighttime in 4 hours, but I think we'll be good. I think will be nighttime. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we'll see. This meant that divination had failed. Cauldron City's actual situation is a secret to the entire spirit world, and divination lacks a starting point. Besides, that was once a divine kingdom and of an ancient goddess. There's a mutated resurrection setup left over here. It's similar in interfere with the divination. Klein rolled up his spirit pendulum and deliberated and thought, I can only trust what red light said. His danger on Cauldron City periphery isn't that great. Besides, I still have the marionettes. I can't let them go first and confirm that if this place screens the Grey Fog. If it can, I'll give up. If it doesn't, I'll enter myself. Klein quickly came to a decision without any hesitation. I lost my fucking place. He waved his hands to remove the barrier he had previously created. Then he saw Creeping Hunger, which had retreated to the side of the junk pile. It was propping itself up with 3 fingers, while its thumb and pinky were pressed backwards on Grizel's travels. It looked weak and can hardly stand. At the same time, there was a monster in the middle of the palm. It revealed 2 illusioning white and eerie teeth that kept gasping for air. On the other side of the barrier, the silver inland black cane was on the ground. It twitched from time to time, and its tip kept oozing with blue, transparent, watery bubbles. Yes, chapter by chapter, we appreciate the peek. Very good silence at last. Upon seeing the scene, Klein muttered in gratification. Just as he said that, the word of the sea suddenly stood up as though it was being held. It hopped towards Klein, circling about the full setback and dodged elsewhere. Creeping Hunger used all of its 5 fingers and legs as it chased away the cane with great difficulty. Midway, it collapsed to the ground. Klein watched speechless before letting out a sigh. After fusing with Mr. A, Creeping Hunger seemed to have a living characteristic, but this level of intelligence is way too low. It clearly grazed the wind blast and is capable of short-distance flight, yet it still uses its fingers as legs to chase. Yeah, can it just fly? After saying that, he turned his head towards the world of the sea cane, which was hiding beside him. Aren't you a sequence 5 of the Spectator Pathway? What kind of mystical item are you if you can only hop on 1 leg? I find it fun that he's talking to these items that have living characteristics. Seriously, are such low-level living characteristics equivalent to babies? No, a particular baby is way smarter than all of you. He's talking about Will. Klein reprimanded each of them and said as he said in the amusement, it's not like I am a devil. Just as he said that, the glove and cane, who were still staring, froze at the same moment. They didn't dare make a sound. Klein's subsequent words were left in his throat. All I could do was reach out to pick up the word of the sea and kindly and sincerely speak to it. After a friendly and frank negotiation, the silver inland black cane used high-frequency swing to gesture that it would reduce its singing to a minimum. If it really couldn't hold back, it would inform its owner. The exact manner included, but was not limited to, trembling slightly or automatically moving up a few centimeters. At the same time, it raised a request via singing. Never use the hand wearing Creeping Hunger to hold it. He's like, I don't want him touching me. Of course, if its master insisted on doing so it didn't object to it and was happy to accept. Better than Creeping Hunger, it's not too stubborn. Klein beckoned for Creeping Hunger and wore it on his left palm. Taking a glance at the door of something which was being produced by the ritual, Klein began considering items and bringing it on the scouting of Cauldron City. Needless to say, the 2 marionettes were gone. They could be used as bait to scout the path ahead, be used as test subjects, and verify any traps. They allowed the marionettes to not need to undergo many dangerous actions, so they were definitely going. They would be wearing Ansel's flowers of blood ring and Lidwell's Harris' sword. They were all standard equipment. In addition, Klein decided to get Ansel to carry the word of the sword, the word of the sea. As for him, Klein planned on heading there as a spirit body. Once again was a mess, but he would immediately end up summoning the ritual above the Great Fog. This was what clothes had matched with someone was worth considering. Ah, title drop. The artifacts are petrified. A Zig's copper whistle. No, this is related to death in Cauldron City belonging to the ancient death. There's a small possibility that this might create a terrifying anomaly, causing the danger in the core region to automatically come out. Black Emperor card of the Tyrant card. I'll be moving about the spirit world. The two marionettes are basically dead. I'm not afraid that they have their blood extracted. Lidwell is a half-human, half-dead entity. He doesn't have blood to speak of. The value of Ansel's blood only makes him appear human most of the time, and this could be recovered via using Flower of the Blood. It also means that I can also bring the Sea God Scepter to Cauldron City. It's a place that's deep in the spirit world. It's far from the roasted archipelago, so I don't have to worry about being affected by the believer's prayers. The only problem is that I'll become irresistible and short-tempered. It will be easy for me to become hot-headed. This is that taboo when it comes to exploring. However, this is easily resolving. I'll leave it with Ansel and Lidwell. Besides, the Tyrant card's level is very high. It can produce a suppression effect to a certain degree of the Sea God Scepter, preventing me from easily flaring up. With a combination of the Tyrant card and the Sea God Scepter, it's equivalent to a half sequence 4. This can be the most effectively reduce the risk I face in the future. Even if I were to enter with Miss Sharon, I can also equip myself in such a manner. I'll get her to maintain her state as a wraith. No, an evil spirit state to circumvent all problems. I don't have to worry about the law of convergence. If Cauldron City can screen the gray fog, I'll return after taking a look from the outside. No one will lock onto me or pursue me. After all, the spirit world isn't the home ground of the Sailor Pathway. If Cauldron City can't screen the gray fog and the high sequence beyond or the Church of the Storms really does get drawn there, I can end up using him. Using the Beyonder from the Church of Storms. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly reached out his hand and attracted the Tyrant card to fall into his palm. Immediately after that, he fused with Card of Blasphemy into his soul body. Oh, shit. Here we go. Suddenly, extreme might and terrifying auras emitted from the fool's location. A heavy papal tiara suddenly appeared from Klein's head, and its clothes turned into a religious robe. Oh, shit. He's using the Tyrant card for the first time. The latter was similar in dressing as a pope from the Saint Seiya Knights of the Zodiac, which had seen in his previous life. However, the colors were dark blue that was almost black. As howling wind sounded, the pontiff robe flared up suddenly as Klein raised his right hand and suspended himself in midair before catching the white bone scepter that flew towards him. Oh, shit. At the tip of the scepter, at what tip? Inappropriate joke. At the tip of the scepter, the gems emitted either blinding silver or blue light like bolts of lightning that circled around the Tyrant. With a thud, the word of the sea cane prostrated to the ground right beside Klein, who was wielding the scepter and dressed like a pontiff. Next chapter. This guy just keeps fucking leveling up, dude. Bro got his protagonist aura? Definitely, man. Now he has his Tyrant aura. Here we go, dude. Chapter 926. We have gambling for Rose now? Oh. Damn, we turned our Discord server into a gambling den? I apologize. We will look into it later. After we finish Volume 4. Chapter 926 is called Spiraling City. I really do feel a little irresistible, but I'm not that quick-tempered. Wearing the papal tiara and the dark blue robes while wielding the Sea God Scepter, Klein seriously observed his new state. This meant that the Tyrant card could suppress the negative effects of the Sea God Scepter to a certain extent, but it wasn't able to completely eliminate it. Using cognition, Klein composed himself and turned to look at the junk pile in the corner. Roselle's travels. This is my strongest defensive item to this day. Besides, it also has some magical uses, but the problem is that it was made by another ancient god. Dragon of Imagination, Ankelwelt. Based on what Little Sun said, this Dragon King was once allies for the owner of the Cauldron City, Ancient Death, Phoenix, Ancestor Gregrans. Who knows if this book would trigger any unnecessary developments? To be safe, it's best if I don't bring it. Okay. And just like, wow, the monster's making me burp. And just like a Zig's copper whistle, the mutated paper figurine can be included. It has the remnant or the artificial death. This might have a shock and awe effect when exploring Cauldron City, but it also contains plenty of latent risks. The Priest of Light, beyond a characteristic, this can be effectively strange dead spirits, a natural nemesis of the City of the Dead. but it's only an ingredient that hasn't been made into a mystical item. The effects it has is rather limited. The negative effects are extremely bad. It won't be painful to my soul state. In addition, lightning can also purify the dead. With the sea god scepter in the world of the sea, there's no need for me to bring the priest of the light beyond her characteristics. Thoughts flash across the client's mind as he eliminated the remaining items in the junk pile. He wore the human skin glove on his left hand, wielded the sea god scepter, and raised his right hand slightly. He made the world of the sea fly up and land in his palm. Following that, the papal-dressed Klein changed the appearance of his soul. He hid his facial features within the shadows of the papal tiara. He slowly stood up, and the dark blue robes fluttered in the wind, and the white-boned scepter dazzling. With just one step, the Tyrant Klein passed through the door of summoning and walked into the candlelight, arriving in the real world. He found himself in a rather spacious bathroom, and after the Lord of the Bathrooms, and after adding the Fate Siphon Charm, let me lower the volume down just a smidge. And after adding the Fate Siphon Charm of the Death Knell into his body, he opened the door and returned to the living room. He got Enzo to come over to receive the word of the sea. After some thought, Klein took out Death Knell and handed it to Admiral of Hell Luduel. After doing all this, he brought his two marionettes and relied on traveling to head for the coordinates in the spirit world that was previously provided by Magician. Vanita soon, the walls closing in. So I assume once we go to the spirit world, I'll put the Vanita song. The tip happened rather smoothly. The Tyrant aura made all kinds of strange spirit world creatures not dare to approach him while en route. They didn't even dare to look at him directly. Yeah? Okay, awesome. They didn't even dare to look at him directly. Before long, Klein arrived at his destination. The scene in front of him looked different than nowhere else in the spirit world. The saturated colors were overlapped. Okay, we're here already. Music change. All right, I think we're good. I think the music is good right now. Suddenly, his field of vision widened with the help of his two marionettes. A grand city that was the legendary proportions appeared in his eyes. The city was abnormal. It didn't develop in the vertical manner, but instead spiraled deep into the ground. Oh, it's going down, not up. It spiraled deep into the ground, and it gave off the feeling of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had admirable styles, but they were equally strange. Some of them had towering pale white rocks columns with huge single house carved out at the top. Some were long and skirmish with the doors placed at the ceiling with no window in sight. Some were built in the ground, a tombstone erected at their entrance, and some were built with white bones, messy and scattered. The closer it was to the bottom of the pit, the more completely preserved the building were. The closer they were to the top, the more collapsed the areas they were, one filled with the dilapidation and rot that time brought. Klein made his two marionettes stop. Despite standing at the edge of the city and overlooking everything, he was unable to identify... We're recording? Yes. He was unable to identify what was at the bottom of the building. Deep darkness enveloped the area as though no light had been shown inside for thousands and thousands of years. After a brief observation, Enzo lowered his head and chanted using ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the great fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Just as he finished the statement, Klein, who was still situated outside Cauldron City, heard sacrilege pleas. He also recognized it from a man with a deliberately hoarse voice. It's the marionette's prayer from before. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he silently muttered, "This means the Cauldron City doesn't screen out the gray fog." So Cauldron City can't screen it out. At the very least, the outer periphery doesn't. I can enter. Although he said that to himself. So I feel like... So they would be able to detect the ancient aura, right? Although he said that to himself, he was in no way in a hurry. He subconsciously controlled Lidwa to raise his left palm and spread it open. Illusioning light suddenly emitted. Following that, with a point of its origin, the area imploded, forming a pair of double bronze doors. This door was slightly blurry and extremely incorporeal. The surface was covered with countless mysterious patterns that gave off the feeling of an indescribable heaviness and silence. With a creak, the mysterious bronze door shifted backwards and cracked open a little. Through this crack, Klein saw the deepest and heaviest darkness. Amidst the darkness, pale white color stirred, swirling up at times and descending at other times. It was like a river that was gushing through a night devoid of light. On its two sides, pale white stone columns appeared, looking extremely identical to Cauldron City interior, but in no more exaggerated manner. At this moment, pairs of transparent eyes and indescribable faces suddenly appeared. They filled the illusionary bronze door's cracks, eagerly trying to pass through. Klein's eyes felt a slight stabbing pain as he immediately made Lidwell clench his left palm. Thud. The illusionary door, covered in mysterious patterns, pushed open by invisible forces, closed, disappearing from Enzo's sight. The mysterious door had separated life from death. The mysterious door that separates life from death that leads to the underworld had apparently changed its course. It changed its course. And no longer the underworld behind the door, but it's the core region of the Cauldron City, the deepest point at the bottom of the pit, Wearing the papal tiara while wielding the sea god scepter, Klein nodded in thought. This was many of the powers of the death domain was remained in Cauldron City, causing an anomaly. Wait. This way, many of the powers of the death domain was remade and it was remade, not remained. It was remade in Cauldron City, causing an anomaly. With this knowledge in his mind, Klein once again got Lidwell to raise his left arm. The left part of his marionette's body rapidly turned illusionary as dark green specks appeared as though he had turned into a ray for a spectator. His arm began to stop abiding by the law of reality, and it suddenly extended into the distance. The center of its palm was abnormally wide, with an illusionary face protruding from it. The face had its mouth half open as a tongue with sharp like snake. It was covered in white fur. It's a completely surreal manner. The tongue flicked out far into the distance. It was as though it could drill directly into the human's body and absorb one's soul. Indeed, the deaf, unvoiced power Lidwell gets from the underworld created inside his body had mutated. Not only has it been enhanced, but it has also gone from remotely extracting spirit bodies to directly consuming them. Klein stood at the gate is supposed to be connected to the underworld, but yeah, no, I got that part, but it got connected to Cauldron instead. Yeah, that's why like the door changed, like the location changed. But why? Should I know why it changed? Now that's what should I know why it changed or no? Well, I feel like I should know, right? But this wouldn't be Lord of the Mysteries if I figured it out right away. Cauldron City entrance and made Admiral display all kinds of beyond powers of the death domain. Through that, he cleaned the differences that were from his usual outcome. The thing they had in common was that all of them had become more powerful. Then Klein experimented by making Enzo use the specialness of his body and the various powers from the flower of blood and world and the sea before coming up with a conclusion. Aspects in the fate domain aren't affected. Lightning strike is suppressed, making it much weaker, unable to fly too high. Powers like wind blades, singing, and illusionary scales, balance, and waters members undergo no changes. With the end of these experiments, Klein made Enzo and Lindwell walk down the pale white stairs, clinging closely to the periphery of the Cauldron City. The buildings that were already completely collapsed. As for the 200-meter threshold, 600 feet. As for 200-meter threshold approach, Klein raised his right hand and pressed down on his face that hid in the shadows of the paper tiara. Then he wielded the sea god scepter. Then he stepped into the thin fog. His mind instantly felt a little groggy at the scene before him changing. He had already entered the city of the dead, Cauldron City. Enduring the irresistible feeling within him, Klein made his left glove turn dark. His body turned illusion, and it was tainted with dark color, turning him into a shadow. Only the sea god scepter in his hand continued emitting silver or blue beams. Using the soul screening on the Tyrant's card, suppressing to hide the light, Klein floated diagonally ahead, slinking into the shadows that collapsed the building. He followed closely behind the two marionettes, beginning to perform the initial inspection of the Cauldron City's outer region. As he traversed the area, Klein gradually noticed something amiss. It was too quiet. Oh, it's not good. Definitely not good. It was so quiet that it was as though the entire city was dead. Even bugs had failed to survive. Based on what the roads and the red light are, Ayur Moria had said, I cannot pronounce the word. Ayur Moria had said, Phoenix answered Gregorians had uprooted Cauldron City and thrown it deep into the spirit world. Before doing that, the residents inside the city were allowed to leave. Occasionally, there would be other spirit world creatures entering, so they can come and go as they please. But now, not only were there no active creatures in the peripheral region, they weren't even skeleton zombies or even one or two non-bone-like buildings. Klein tensed up more and more. With Enzo's and Lidwell's vision, he carefully observed his surroundings. During this process, his gaze swept across a broken pale white column. The ancient but damaged building at the top of the disc burst with a gold from inside. The disc's smooth surface reflected a figure, but it wasn't Enzo, but Klein in his papal tiara and dark blue robe. This Klein had a gloomy demure. His face was pale and his eyes were listless, as though he had long been dead. Never mind this next chapter. Speaking of next chapter, chapter 927 is called Tyrant's Might. So are we going to see how strong he is? Next chapter, 927, is called Tyrant's Might. Hiding in the shadows, Klein's heart tightened. He then quickly calmed down without showing any signs of horror. This was because he was extremely certain that the reflection on the golden disc smooth surface wasn't him. At least, it wasn't the real him. If it really was him, Enzo would have seen the gray fog, seen magical scenes that resembled a mythical creature form. This would have caused Klein to faint immediately. So it's an illusion. Since I'm completely fine, it means that the reflection isn't of me. Klein activated spirit vision, spirit body threads vision, controlled Enzo to raise the word of the sea. He approached the pale white collapsed columns in the ancient building, which remained in shambles, while secretly releasing some of his luck. Let me lower the volume a bit. Let me lower the volume a bit. The swarthy marionette approached the golden disc one step at a time. Bending his back and raising the cane, he carefully observed the area. The disc had 2 layers, an inner and outer layer. The core region was as smooth as a mirror with very few patterns. The boundaries were engraved with bird-like creatures. Its entirety had an ancient magnificence to it. The figure it reflected remained the same. Despite reflecting Enzo, it reflected the gloomy pale client with listless eyes. Even the sea god scepter, the paper tiara, and the papal robe that came with the Tyrant card weren't missing. If it wasn't because of the lack of the gray fog, Klein definitely would have imagined the disc could influence himself through a marionette and a spirit body threads. Or perhaps it would be like what the Saint of the Darkness back of the ruins of the Battle of Gods had encountered, I don't remember this part. Or perhaps it would be like the Saint of Darkness back at the ruins of the Battle of Gods had encountered having himself disassociate without realizing it. This is from volume 3, right? What does this actually mean? Klein calmly grew out of the shadows, restoring his appearance back when he first stepped into the Cauldron City. Then, using his beyond powers as a clown, he produced his present state in his mind. Holding the white bone scepter with embedded blue gems, he wore a capped papal robe with a papal tiara with different gems dotting it. His face was hidden in the shadows, appearing somewhat blurry. His entire body exhibited a gloomy and cadaveric air, as though he was a zombie that was recently dug out. Can't find the official art, but there's a fan art. Oh, if there's fan art, that works too. Okay. This was alarmed. He never expected to really experience such changes. Dude, thank you, Cammy. Thank you, man. Apart from the grave, thank you guys for always sending me artwork, because I'm always too scared to look this shit up. I'm always scared I'm gonna get like some like final volume spoiler or some shit if I look up artwork. I'm too scared to even type Klein artwork, you know? I know I shouldn't type that, but still. Apart from the gray fogs mixing with reality, the reflection on the gold disc really was him. Something that it doesn't involve the gray fog. It isn't anything to worry too much about. He hurriedly consoled himself as he calmed his mental state. Normally, with Klein's rich experiences and good ability to adapt, there was nothing he needed to do at the moment. But on the first considering how he was holding the Sea God Scepter that easily made him rash, he needed to pay constant attention. Second, he knew that this was once Phoenix ancestor Gregorit's divine kingdom, which contained the setup required for her revival. There was bound to be all kinds of abnormalities, therefore he was more nervous than ever before. Oh shit, what if we get her? Getting Ludwell to return, he used his Beyond powers to do a thorough inspection of himself before gaining a preliminary understanding. When living creatures enter Cauldron City, they were naturally transformed into the seas. This is similar to the underworld, but there's a fundamental difference. Here, living creatures won't die an abrupt death before slowly turning into the mindless undead creatures. Instead, they were directly turned into dead spirits? It's not, wait. Mindless undead creatures and dead spirits are two different things? Oh, undead creatures. Okay, but technically they're not spirits. Okay. I didn't notice it before because Enzo and Ludwell are essentially dead, so there's no need for them to be converted. Our Rhodes and Red Light Arir Moria didn't mention this because the Traveler Spirit World creatures and angels automatically recovered after leaving alive. The kind of transformation is unable to affect the powers of the Grey Fog that can fuse with reality, and the disc reflects the dead me. So his reflection, the reflection he sees is not him, but it's a reflection of his dead self. Not all of me or the matter that he has some interaction with Cauldron. Klein was more inclined to believe in the latter, but he wasn't too sure. At that moment, he heard a sound coming from nearby. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was heavy but crisp, as though something was striking the metal heavenly. Klein wasn't in a hurry to react. He carefully listened for 2 seconds before letting Enzo put down the heavy golden disc and walk towards a nearby broken tombstone. The half tombstone corresponded to a building that developed further underground. On top of it were the words written with the language of the dead. A quick-tempered fellow, one who died as a result of the comparing which was harder, his head or someone else's hammer. Enzo circled around the damaged tombstone and arrived at the entrance of the tomb. He reached out his left hand and turned the knob, pulling open the door. Amidst the rough, grinding sounds of rust, the heavy door slowly opened. So. Music change? Oh shit, music change already? Alright, let's read from here. Su. Pale white beams of arrow like angels flew out. I'm going to raise the volume. Actually, the volume's going to get a little bit louder right now. Pale white beams of arrow light flew out. If it's too loud, let me know, and then we can adjust it. They brushed past Enzo's face at the top of his head, torsos, and inner thighs, and flew into the distance, stabbing into the ground before vanishing. However, Winter Enzo was completely unharmed. Guess he was just lucky. I have to say that such a marionette is excellent for dangerous explorations. Klein sighed inwardly as he made Enzo cast his gaze down the building. It was a blacksmith, a giant but bullish black skin with a head that looked like a ruptured watermelon held onto a hammer. What kind of description is this? Like a ruptured watermelon, he held onto the hammer as he kept striking an anvil, but there was nothing on it. As a giant with a cracked head had a normal spirit body, threads and wasn't the sole avatar of someone else, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to get Enzo to take more through the luck, his body suddenly turned numb as his thoughts turned sluggish. The feeling was something he had felt before, just like 2049, right? Back in Taken, he had been in a similar state when it's like when his thoughts get sluggish or like spirit control. He had been in a similar state when he first used sealed artifact 2049's influence. Klein didn't know better back then, but after becoming a marionettist, he knew that this also meant that his spirit body threads had been controlled by the sealed artifact. This also meant that someone was controlling his spirit body threads. Furthermore, the difference from before was that not only were his joints resting as though someone had infused glue into them, he also felt a strong numbness as if he had been struck by lightning and made his actions become harder. Not good. It's a spirit word plunder. I was guarded against. It's what? Its use of avatar, it's distracted me and secretly approached, but I never expected that only have a soul avatar, but it's... Wait, what the hell is going on over here? One sec. Furthermore, the difference from before was that not only were there hints resting as though someone had infused glue into it, but he also felt a strong numbness as if he had been struck by lightning and made his actions become harder. No good? Come on. No good. It's a spirit word plunder. I was guarded against. Its use of the soul avatar, it distracted me and secretly approached, but I never expected. Oh my god, I can't read. That it not only had a soul avatar, but it also had a partner. A partner? That giant blacksmith made me careless, and the marionette's existence made me ignore my own safety. Various thoughts emerged in Klein's mind involuntarily as it disrupted his normal thoughts of trying to save himself. At this moment, the giant blacksmith with a ruptured head raised his hammer and rushed over to Enzo, helping to smash him into a pulp. And by Klein's neck, there was a cold wind blowing at it, pricking his hair up one by one. The surroundings were abnormally silent before all kinds of strange creatures emerged from the pale white stone column. Oh, so now it's not so quiet. Rundown houses and tombstone tombs. Some of them only had half a body. Others were transparent and nearly invisible. Some were stretched and soft like noodles. Some had a ruptured chest with bloody innards. Some had dark green faces that resembled that of an evil spirit. Others had eyes growing everywhere around their body. There were also others who looked like jellyfish that lived in the air. Countless gazes were cast onto Klein from different areas. They were without any feeling, just indifferent. At this moment, Klein opened his mouth with great difficulty as he said with a word slowly, "Sing." Just as he said that, the glove on his left palm opened its mouth, revealing its white teeth. Praise you? Praise you. The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of the shadows, the degenerated nature of all living things. Fucking creeping hunger. Is he saying that? No. Amidst the jarring voice that resembled the blackboard screech sounds, Enzo, who had been thrown to the ground, successfully avoided the hammer strike as word of sea began spewing out water bubbles in excitement. Break, break, break. Klein suddenly felt his head ache as his ability to think was instantly recovered, no longer having been disconnected as though a brief moment. However, his body remained rusted as his body was filled with numbness. Following that, he relied on his spirituality while motionless, controlling Ludwell, who had returned to his side to punch him with his left fist. Bang. Klein staggered back, instantly extricating himself from the numb and sluggish state. Then, wearing the papal tiara, he became hot-headed as he spread his papal cape and raised Sea God Scepter. The blue gems lit up one after another as a bright silver bolt of lightning blasted down. The bolt of lightning spread into branches, blanketing Cauldron City's periphery for hundreds of meters with a lightning forest. The destructive aura and the sense of destruction were brought to the forefront. Damn, that's a big-ass blast, dude. Creeping yapper. That's funny. The strange creatures that had charged out from the various spots shattered, evaporating, and completely vanishing as a result of the swath of silver. Moments after the first silver storm quelled, the Tyrant's Klein Sea God Scepter emitted a blinding light once again. The rapturous bolts of lightning snaked and brawled the area, smiting down again and again like a huge wave. After 2 repeated casts of lightning, Storm Klein was exhausted as he found his calm again. His heart beat suddenly as he recalled something. Lightning Storm was indiscriminate when it struck. Apart from the Sea God Scepter wielding him and the partner who stood beside him, everything else suffered a decimating blast. This also means that Ludwell was still fine, but there's a high chance of Enzo being wiped out. Nah, he's so lucky. He'd be okay. Klein instinctively looked over and saw Enzo curled by the side of the half tombstone. Behind him was the huge metallic hammer, which still had the tiny bolts of lightning snaking around. Not far from it were 2 non-human charred legs. Ooh, him? The tomb corresponding to the tombstone had already collapsed. The iron black tiles that landed on the ground still had the remnant silver bolts of lightning sizzling away. As expected of Winter, he didn't even die despite such an onslaught. The amount of luck he accumulated has probably been passively expanded. Klein felt relief as he activated Spirit Vision Thread's vision to observe his surroundings. He was searching for the Spirit World Plunder. He believed that the range of the Spirit World Plungers controlling the Spirit Body threads couldn't match that of a Lightning Storm. So the Lightning Storm would outreach the Spirit World Plunder's reach. So by default, it'd get hit. They already depleted the buildings had nearly been leveled. The remaining stone pieces and bones were mostly charred black. Even the heavy golden disc was in shambles. Suddenly a figure emerged from the rubble, and that's it. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the rubble more than 100 meters away from Klein, so it got affected. It wasn't wearing a translucent white robe. It didn't have a head or limbs. It appeared like it was being propped up by an invisible person. At that moment, it looked like it was in a sorry state with wounds and black marks everywhere. This is the Spirit World Plunder, I suppose. Damn, he found it. I'm waiting for 932. We're almost there. My rash usage of 2 lightning storms seems to have restrained it. Upon seeing the scene, Klein had such thoughts flash through his mind. And we are done with the chapter. 928. Chapter 928 is called I thought it said One Direction. Misdirection. At his point, Klein had roughly understood the situation. Due to the law beyond characteristic convergence, he had been targeted by the Spirit World Plunder the moment he entered Cauldron City, which didn't even have an ordinary dead spirit. It first moved the golden disc of unknown origins to the predicted path, allowing his marionette to see it while he was walking past. As such, his attention was transferred to the transformation effect of Cauldron City had on the living. Following that, it used the giant blacksmith, which wasn't its sole avatar, to distract him further. Finally, it secretly arrived within controlled distance and achieved success in one try. If it wasn't because I had seen those deceased bodies that are hung up like the wind chimneys at the cathedral, thus having an instinctual fear of high sequence beyond the sheer pathway, and having prepared several autonomous means to disrupt any exertion of control over my body, I might have already been made a sole avatar by the Spirit World Plunder. That'd be a sad way to live, man. Seriously, I should have thought of the law beyond a characteristic convergence before I came in. After carrying the Sea God Scepter, even with the Tyrant card suppressing it, I'm still a little too rash. I nearly missed out on such a crucial detail. On the surface, I did seem as cautious as I usually am, but in fact, I had turned rash without realizing it. Yet, I didn't even believe that I was being rash. Klein's thoughts raced before he raised the bone scepter wielding arm and continued using Lightning Storm. If once wasn't enough, making it twice. If that still wasn't enough, to do it a third time. In short, he had to take this opportunity to prevent the Spirit World Plunder from escaping from the range of its attacks. This was the safest method, as it was also Klein's fighting style that he looked up the most. If it wasn't because of Lightning Strike, he had greatly weakened the Cauldron City. He even suspected that he could have gone to pick up the Beyond characteristic already. But he can't. And having already digested most of the Sequence 5 potion, his spirituality was sufficient enough for him to deal on such damage for a while. At this moment, the invisible figure wearing a translucent white robe burst into pale white flames. It appeared in mid-air several hundred meters away. The Spirit World Plunder had used Flaming Jump, which was many times stronger than Klein's version, instantly pulled away from him. At the same time, in the rubble, it was hiding in a 4-meter tall, bluish-black giant staggered to his feet. The giant's chest was open, but there weren't any innards. However, it stood like a castle, standing in between the Tyrant and the Spirit World Plunder, blocking Klein's line of sight. And in Klein's eyes, its spirit threads were gathered together, extending far towards the Spirit World Plunder. It was obvious that it was a soul avatar. At the tip of the Sea God Scepter, the blue-colored gems lit up. A few bolts of lightnings leapt out of thin air, mixing into the huge silver arrow. Instantly, it smote the bluish-black giant's head. All the invisible defenseless shattered, and like a paper machine, the giant's head cracked. Countless bits of charred flesh splattered as his head bodily evaporated. Amidst white gases that were tainted with dark green spots, all his vitality was robbed away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Klein in his palpable terror and popped head raised the bone scepter even higher. The blue light radiated in ripples as howling wind blew up in his cape. In a very large area of Cauldron City periphery, dark clouds quickly gathered. Under a suppressive layer, they made the area appear darker and more serene. And more repressed. Smack, smack, smack. I thought I said Ben. Bean-sized drops of water smashed to the ground, releasing dust that accumulated over time. Splash. The raindrops patterns at an increased pace, forming a catastrophic storm. The water extinguished the pale white flames and formed a steam that gushed downwards towards the lowest part of the city, right for the end of the deep pit. In such weather, Klein's flaming jump had made had been made ineffective, but it was likewise for the Spirit World Plunderer. However, so both can escape. However, to a Tyrant, his spirituality couldn't spread through the dark clouds, as though he had transformed into a deity that overlooked the land. Every dark cloud, every drop of water had to become Klein's eyes. They allowed him to easily find the Spirit World Plunderers in every area, and that had its weather changed. The invisible figure of the translucent white robe was hiding behind a broken pale white column. It hadn't left a periphery for a core region. Boom. A deafening boom sounded as bolts of lightning meshed to form a silver beam that shot out from the dark clouds right to the Spirit World Plunderer. Relying on its potent spiritual premonition, the visible figure burrowed into the ground half a second early. 3 thick silver beams smote the area one after another, melting the soul away as they sank downwards, producing charred craters. The Spirit World Plunderer emerged from... he couldn't get away. The Spirit World Plunderer... Dude, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. The Spirit World Plunderer emerged from one another spot as it hurriedly dodged, kept to the right at times, and left at other times, as though it was carrying out a snaking dodging maneuver. However... I'm choking on my saliva. However, regardless of where it fled to, the silver beams would chase up to it. They even blocked its path ahead of time, preventing it from attempting to leave the stormy region. Boom, boom, boom. The deity came to a Tyrant who looked down from the dark clouds of the Spirit World Plunderer, waved his scepter, and struck down again and again as his target was successfully barely eluding him several times. Klein turned more and more anxious, eager to immediately end the hunt. Hence, he unreservedly triggered the Sea God Scepter to increase the frequency at which bolts of lightning struck down. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion. This alarmed Klein for his realization that something was amiss. The Spirit World Plunderer had the chance of retreating deep down into Cauldron City at the beginning, so why is it staying around? The Spirit World Plunderer had the chance of retreating deeper into Cauldron City at the beginning, so why is it staying around? It's clearly a Spirit World creature without a physical body. It can burrow underground to avoid the lightning and Tyrant's notice, so why is it circling around from time to time? It's trying to make me attack. It had noticed that I'm not a demigod through my spirit body threads and my control over my marionettes. It wishes to drain me of my spirituality. Oh. He's trying to stall him out. Klein was alarmed. Combining in with his original encounter, he came to a realization of how intelligent the Spirit World Plunderer was. It was a rather crafty creature. At the same time, he also thought of a problem. Could lightning storm and the stormy rain attract the notice of dangerous existence in the core region of Cauldron City? Oh, besides that creature? I'm too rash. I keep neglecting the critical details. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein put away the Sea God Scepter. The heavy storm stopped as dark clouds quickly scattered, the weather restrained to normal. Didn't he also give him Death No? Kleinman Enza returned to his side with the world of the sea. He got Lidwell to protect him in the middle. Following that, he and his 2 marionettes walked out as though they were trying to leave Cauldron City while he still had some spirituality left. Oh, he's trying to bait him out. During this process, Klein had his Spirit Body Threads visions constantly activated to prevent the Spirit World Plunderer from approaching him. He's trying to bait him out. He noticed that this creature's Spirit Body Threads were somewhat special. A portion of them came out from its body and extended outwards normally. A number materialized externally and were bound together in a thick bundle. Right into the translucent white robe, Klein suspected that this was the state where a Spirit World Plunderers controlled a soul avatar, making it different from the marionettist. After he shifted his gaze, he suddenly saw the thin black illusionary threads come out from a collapsed house. A portion of them gathered into the thick bunch with its source in the distance. Klein didn't hesitate to raise his Sea God Scepter, creating a sonorous thunderclap. Boom. Amidst this sound, the struck awe into one's mind, and the spirit Lidwell suddenly raised his left hand. Half his body instantly turned illusionary as his arm extended out extensively. Heading straight for the collapsed house, midway his palm turned abnormally pale white. An illusionary face protruded out and stuck out with a snake-like tongue, which had white fur covering its surface. The tongue reached out far, penetrating the wall and stabbing at the spot where the spirit body threads were gathered. It immediately sucked on a distorted and blurry soul, a random soul, right? Around the soul, a number of spirit body threads suddenly disappeared as though they never existed, just evaporated. A portion of them was none other than the gathered bundle, the ones that came from afar. They were fake. The Spirit World Plunderer was able to create a fake illusionary Spirit World Plunderers or instantly swap locations between the soul avatar and itself. So they can just like switch places. Klein suddenly turned his head and looked elsewhere. Indeed, he saw a blob of spirit body threads swimming over the underground at a fast pace. He once again used Sea God Scepter, releasing a thunderclap close to the ground, one that could awe his spirit body. Meanwhile, Enzo extended some of his remaining luck, adding bad luck to the target. Then he shot out a silver bolt of lightning from his tip of the world scepter. The bolt of lightning was rather lucky, passing through the crack and entered the ground, striking the assailant's direction. It caused a portion of the spirit body threads to instantly vanish. It was also fake. Another fake? Yeah, what's up, dude? Just as Klein reacted, his thoughts... Oh my god, we're so close. We're almost done with the chapter. Just as Klein retracted his thoughts, he paused his body and turned numb. Just as he opened his mouth with great difficulty to instruct the mythical item, the invisible figure in the translucent robe descended from above, landing right before him. The Spirit World Plunderer had been hiding high in the sky, cloaking itself with the grayish-white clouds. That's a good hiding spot. The moment this invisible figure appeared, maggots began crawling out of its collar where its head should be. There were maggots with strange patterns covering them, just as one of them... That's gross. I'm calling in sick for the rest of the week. He's catching up too quickly. Hey, man, I'm calling out. Don't worry, me too, dude. Me too, Wiz. Just one little. I guess we're both going to be sick next week, huh? Just one look at them sent his mind reeling. Although he broke out of the control of his spirit body threads, he also lost his ability to think. Oh, shit. Okay, after this last chapter, I think I'm going to go check if my food is ready. And I'm going to pop it in the microwave for like 5 minutes. We're going to see if it's good. His face that was shattered by the papal terror began to grow metal tendrils. Each tendril was relatively transparent, like squirming worms. If it wasn't for the Tyrant card supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground while struggling in pain. The Spirit World Plunderer had a mythical creature form to a certain extent. At this moment, the invisible figure inside the white robe began to control Klein's spirit by the threads. Without any obstacles in the way, in a few seconds, it was already close to succeeding. Seeing that its prey was about to become its sole avatar, the Spirit World Plunderer suddenly saw its target open its mouth with great difficulty and say a word. It can speak? He had recovered from the state of nearly losing control faster than it had anticipated, and the... Oh, it's... Okay, never mind. I thought the Spirit World Plunderer is saying this. And the word was an ancient Hermes, fate. It was an incantation of the fate siphon charm. Got it. If Klein really wanted to leave, he would have grabbed his 2 marionettes and directly ended the summoning to return above the Grey Fog. He wouldn't have walked to the Cauldron City's entrance. He was planting a trap for the Spirit World Plunderer. The reason why he could recover so quickly from the injuries... Wait, why? Dealt to him by a mythical creature form, and why he was able to chant the reveling word was because he had experienced such situations too many times. Besides, although he wasn't sure what method his opponent was using, there was definitely a rather well-rounded way to deal with it. Make the target unlucky. Just as Klein entered a sluggish state as his face at his first reaction wasn't able to make the mythical item sing, but to let Enzo expand all his luck, making the Spirit World Plunderer have enough bad luck. So he expands it all, and then you give the Spirit World Plunderer extreme bad luck. Okay, I guess that's a good trap. Okay. All right, before we read 929, let me go see if my food is ready. And if not, we'll take a quick break. But for people watching the VOD, it's going to be instant. Oh, that's awkward. I didn't pause the recording. I almost stopped recording. That was awkward. Okay, let's try that again. Blah! Chapter 929. We're actually not going to take our lunch break just yet. We're going to wait a little bit more as our rice and chicken defrosts. Chapter 929 is called True Soul Body. Fate. As the dragged out and abstruse ancient Hermes term resounded. I need to take off my headphones, though. Ah, man. The spots where the Spirit World Plunderer and Klein stood suddenly darkened. It wasn't very obvious, as though a cold had drifted over in midair without stopping. But when the illusionary shadow dissipated... Oh, I'm trying to adjust myself. Hold up, give me a sec. Let me just drop this a little bit. But when the illusionary shadow dissipated and the visible figure that was donning a translucent white robe stood frozen on the spot, the surface of its clothes showed signs of worms crawling across. It was sluggish, slow, and in a dire state. Across the Klein's eyes had their lucidity returned. The meat tendrils on the shadow face beneath the papal tiara vanished. It appeared as though it was in the Spirit World Plunderer who had controlled Klein's spirit body threads. I nearly succeeded. Instead, it appeared to be as though Klein was the one who was controlling it and had nearly converted it into his marionette. It was the other way around? It appeared as though Klein was the one who was controlling it and had nearly converted it into his marionette. The Fate Siphon charm switched one's fate. This was high-level charm made from using a worm of time. It could siphon off the target's subsequent fate and a short period of time burden it with that of the target so as to complete an exchanging of fates. Therefore, Klein and the Spirit World Plunderers, the situation had switched. One went from death to survival, while the other went from victory to instant despair. After confirming the Spirit World Plunderer was intelligent and extremely difficult to deal with, making it difficult to hunt it, Klein began putting on an act of retreating. It appeared rash, and he deliberately walked into the Spirit World Plunderer's control. enticing its actions, ready to use a Fate Siphon Charm at critical moments. That way, what terrible acts of Spurward plunders did do? Oh my god, I can't read. That way, what terrible acts the Spurward plunderer did to its enemies, the charm would then allow it to experience some despair. Of course, if the Fate Siphon Charm didn't have the expected effect of its Spurward plunder's main soul didn't appear and had ended up using other means to control the situation, Klein still had his last trick up his sleeve to protect himself, which is what? Directly end the summoning to return above the Great Fog. He would sacrifice his 2 marionettes and a few mystical items in order to ensure his own safety. Without the time to marvel at how magical the Fate Siphon Charm was, or how terrifying the Angels of the Marauder Pathway were, Klein didn't hesitate to raise the Sea God Scepter high up before the swapping of the Fates ended. The dark blue papal robe flared up with the wind as the golden papal tiara emitted the meshes blue and silver beams of light. The tip of the white bone scepter, it shot out bolts of lightning that gathered into a ball before landing into the Spurward plunderer's body. Damn, dude. A swath of silver color brightened up immediately, illuminating the target, turning the surroundings white. Once, twice, thrice, Klein continually triggered the terrifying lightning balls, expending his spirituality without holding back. Now he's not holding back. Finally, he heard a roar that seemed to stem from the depths of one's soul as he instinctively sensed that his target had collapsed and dissipated. It's over. Only then did Klein lower the Sea God Scepter and watch the silver lightning sizzle away. At this moment, he entered the spirit body and had turned up rather illusory. Even with the Tyrant's augmentations, it didn't seem real. As the lightning dispersed, the invisible figure in the white translucent robe appeared once again in Klein's sight. Flickering light emerged from within the Spirit World plunderer's body cracks, turning into countless illusory bubbles that disintegrated bit by bit. The Tyrant had succeeded in the hunt. Don't change song until I tell you. Trust. I know. I figured. The fight still went on. Oh, this is getting good, dude. At this, wow, the stream has over 800 views already. That is crazy, man. Thank you, guys. At this moment, deep within the Cauldron City, there was a sudden quake. It was as though a massive creature had awoken as a result of the Spirit World plunderer's death, or that countless dangerous creatures were surging out. The indescribable feeling combined into a swath of illusory grayish white, and like a tidal wave rose up from the bottom. Other Spirit World plunderers know it appears to be a more terrifying and horrible creature. A being that the Spirit World plunderers attends to, also in Cauldron City's core region. At the end of the deep pit, it's still as silent as ever. There's no sound at all, making it more horrifying. Klein pumped himself up as he diverted some attention in order to monitor the situation inside Cauldron City, as he anxiously waited for the Spirit World plunderer's characteristic to appear to form the ingredients. He wasn't relishing in the delight of a successful hunt, but was pacing about anxiously at the edge of the abyss. During this process, Klein got Enzo and Ludwig to stay close to him. He threw the Sea God Scepter to the former so as to escape the state of irresistibility. He began to considering how to deal with the subsequent developments with a clear mind, as well as consider whether he had missed out on some other details. As for the thoughts flashing in his mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. Back when he made the mythical item scene, Creeping Hunger had praised the true creator and had used his complete honorific name. Although the human skin glove had to use Hermes instead of ancient Hermes or other languages. What do you think is coming? I don't know, man. But something's definitely coming. Although the human skin glove had used Hermes instead of ancient Hermes or other languages that could stir the powers of nature, the former was still usable when it came to sacrifices. We have to fight. We have some like high level spirit is gonna appear. Holy, it's happening. What is happening? This also meant that the true creator might very well hurt. Fuck you, the true creator. This also meant that the true creator might have very well heard Creeping Hunger's praises as it notices the commotion here. Apart from the rising grayish white tide and the terrifying creature deep down in the city, there are other dangers. Wait, I'm now a spirit body equivalent to a wraith. I'm not in my normal state. Just as Klein's mind thought of something, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively cast his gaze at the entrance of Cauldron City. The lights there flickered. A figure entered. The figure was wearing a simple and ordinary linen robe with a head of silver hair. Silver hair. Ouroboros? The true creator? He had silver hair in the mirror depictions, right? He was a He was a handsome man with a soft facial features. His eyes were gentle, with some hints of coldness. It's as though he was observing the fates of everyone in the world like a spectator. Behind him, there were beams forming illusory layers of pure wings. Oh, fuck you. They sprayed outwards, blocking the entire entrance. Klein nearly hissed through the gaps in his teeth as he sears the title's names flashed across his mind. Ouroboros, Tail Devourer, Angel of Fate, Kings of Angels. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, that's good. Oh, shit. He finally appeared. Oh, shit, dude. He didn't have the luxury of... Oh, my cheeks hurt. I'm smiling too much. He didn't have the luxury of time to consider the possibility of his previous thoughts. His body expanded as though it was incorporeal, enveloping his marionettes, Enzo and Ludwell. The yet-to-be characteristics and this spirit world plungers remained remnant bubbles within. At this moment, Ouroboros' silver eyes appeared, had the distant figures in his sights. It was a figure wearing a papal tiara and a dark blue robe, exuding extreme oppression and tyranny. There was a grayish-white fog that had been blurred by the tyrant's aura. A river of flickering light appeared in his eye, seeming to circle the tyrant's figure in periphery of Cauldron City. Silently, the square houses and the pale white columns stood up again, despite being destroyed by the lightning storms from before. The charred legs of the giant blacksmith once again possessed a body as he appeared inside the tomb. Striking at the anvil, all of this returned to what it was like shortly after the tyrant stepped in. However, Klein and his pontiff attire had vanished. His two marionettes, along with the remnant bubbles of the spirit world plunders, had vanished as well. The corresponding figure was able to return as the rebooted scene shattered. Turning back into the desolate state after the battle, Tail Devourer Ouroboros watched silently for a long while before making a move. The grayish-white swath that rose from the depths of the Cauldron City slowly receded back down. Above the gray fog, Klein slumped into the high-back chair of the fool. Oh, he left! He left there behind. So he left his marionettes and he left all the charms? Or he left his mystical items? So he just dipped. Above the great fog, Klein slept in the high back chair of the fool in exhaustion. He wasn't even able to get Enzo and Ludwell to massage him. What the fuck? He had already thrown the Sea God Scepter back. Okay, he threw it back into the junk pile. I thought he was talking about like he might lose them if he were to leave in the last ditch effort. He had already thrown the Sea God Scepter back to the junk pile. The Tyrant card had left his soul body and was placed facing down beside the Black Emperor card. The Spirit World Plunder bubbles were floating ahead with the Beyonder characteristics constantly seeping out before combing with points of light. After resting for a while, Klein saw the grayish-white powder fall onto the model table surface, flowing that was transparent into what seemed to be weightless. The item was the size of a palm, formed by a cold maggot. It was almost shaped like a human, and its interior was filled with colorless liquid. Bubbles often emerged, scattering black hints of light. Klein didn't dare to look at it carefully, as there was a more complicated structure in weightless, transparent objects. They formed indescribable patterns and symbols that seemed to fuse knowledge. Power transformed, secrets bizarres, and madness within, making them no longer abstract. This made Klein feel very dizzy. His mind was even on the verge of breaking down, with his soul almost losing control. This is likely the true soul of a Spirit World Plunderer. I have the corresponding powder as well. There's about 70... Oh, shit! So he can now make the potion. There's about 70 grams more than I need. It's more than I expected. Klein nodded indiscriminately and stored the powder into a box. Together with the true soul body, he threw them onto junk pile and converted them into the gray fog. Maggot, colorless liquid, woody description. Yeah, it's kind of gross. After completing this, he raised his hand to rub his temples and made a self-deprecating remark. If it wasn't for the Sea God Scepter, I probably wouldn't have to leave Cauldron City due to the assault of the Spirit World Plunder. I would then wait until I had helpers and could make the most solid of hunting plans so as to control the stirring of the area to not alarm the unknown entity at the core region. I was rash the entire time. Although the outcome was fine, it really doesn't suit my character. It's also completely at odds with the Seer Pathways acting. In the future, I should try to avoid using the Sea God Scepter in the outside world. The Spirit World Plunders has been successfully hunted. There's no need for me to get Miss Sharon's help. In a few days, I'll write to her and so that she won't be thinking over the matter. However, I have a premonition that I'll still be heading to Cauldron City in the future. When that happens, perhaps I might still need Miss Sharon's help. In addition, I have to seek out information on bizarre Banes. I can't pull all my hopes on the City of Silver. Amidst his thoughts, Klein directly returned to his body. Without bringing his marionettes, he ended the ritual and headed straight for bed, falling asleep the moment he hit the pillow. Yeah, he's tired, dude. Escaped, Soist looked at the man opposite him and asked Dali, who was carrying out a spiritual channeling. They had just finished their operation and had captured a few numinous Episcopate members. However, the key personnel, the intel pointed at the hand of Palink Tessibilis, wasn't at the secret gathering point. He was a sequence 4 demigod, therefore not only had the Red Glove team use a grade 1 sealed artifact, they had even requested the Goddess's Eyes Ilia's help. However, it was all futile. Dally Simon nodded yes. Can't swap back to music song now? Okay. Say no more. Say no more. I think I lost my place. We're Dally. Dally. If it wasn't for Sea God Scepter, I probably wouldn't have to leave Cauldron City due to assault. Where was Dally? Oh, escaped. Soist looked at the man opposite him and asked Dally Simon, who was carrying out a spirit channeling. The music is way too low. Let me raise it a bit. They had just finished their operations and had captured a few numerous Episcopate members. However, the key personnel on the intel pointed at Hand of Paleness, Palenic Tessibilis, wasn't at the secret gathering point. He was a sequence 4 demigod. Therefore, not only had the Red Gloves teams used a grade 1 sealed artifact, they even requested Goddess's Eyes Ilia's help. I don't remember who this is. Goddess's Eyes Ilia help. However, it was all futile. Dally Simon nodded yes. She then looked at the captain, suddenly speaking with an ethereal voice. Where did Palenic Tessibilis go? He said he was going to meet someone. The numinous Episcopal member answered slowly. Who is that person? Dally Simon pressed. Leonardo Mitchell and company also cast their gazes over the man who was being spirit channeled, answered with an unperturbed voice. Ince Zanguil. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. He's getting into the picture now. All right. Former organizer. Okay, so we're just going straight to ends. I think this is where I need to go eat my food. And I need to rest my voice for 30 minutes so we can power through the finale. Right? Yes? I think this is a good spot to eat. I just throw my food in the microwave and we just recap. Oh, man. I lied. We're going to read for 2 more chapters, and then in 2 chapters, we'll take our break. Chapter 930 is called Former Organist. You're not going to be here? Okay, yeah. If you guys want to watch, we're going to have a little ASMR section. Make sure you guys watch the live stream. You're going to watch an ASMR section. But yeah, I have to go to sleep. All right, chapter 930 is called Former Organization in Singwil. Upon hearing the name, all the Red Gloves present fell silent. Not a single one spoke for a moment. Ever since this former bishop betrayed and fled the Church of Evernight had never relaxed its pursuit of him. Archbishops and the high-ranking decans who took up high posts had taken turns being responsible for searching for him. They helped each other often bring up the Revelant sealed artifacts everywhere to search for clues about him. Did we update? Yes, everything's updated. He slipped away as a result of all kinds of coincidences. His shadows wasn't even noticed. Furthermore, he had caused several major events that killed many Nighthawks. To the Church of the Evernight, especially the Nighthawks, he was someone they hated that had also been insulted them. Without realizing it, Leonardo Mitchell had already clenched his hands fist as his breathing grew deeper. He soon forced himself to extract himself from the sudden emotions that emerged within. He turned his attention to something else. It was no wonder Dwayne Dantes was able to meet Insangwil on Waypoint Island of Berserk Sea. It was because the latter goals was also the southern continent, East Balm. Amidst everyone's silence, Dally Simon immediately used her spirit body to emit an ethereal voice without any obvious changes. With some coldness, she spoke in a quickened pace. Where are they meeting? Where are they meeting? The numinous Episcopal member shook his head blankly. I don't know. Bullshit. Of course he knows. Dally raised a few more questions, but she didn't get any ideal reply. Finally, she took a step back and cast her gaze at the Red Glove team captain Soist. Soist sighed and deliberated over his words before saying, first, we need to inform this piece of intel to Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes. We shall leave it to her to contact the Holy Cathedral Inns who has 008 with him. Isn't someone a Red Gloves team can handle? Second, we should continue investigating and following this clue pertaining to Palink Tessibilis. Let's hope that we can figure out Insangwil's motives. With the situation of us not being able to track him or lock onto him, grasping motives is more important than knowing where he is. Perhaps it can help us set up a trap that he has no choice but to step into. Finally, from now on, everyone is to take note of any coincidences, regardless of the reason. There are to be reported to me. Yes, Captain. Red Glove member replied in unison. Leonard maintained his silence as he turned his head to the glance of Dally Simon. He found this gatekeeper who addresses herself as a spirit maiden was similarly silent. Her gaze was dark. At the same time, she heard Palazzo's slightly aged voice resound in his mind. Hey, from the looks of it, I'll be witnessing a play of running and pursuing. What does old man mean? A play of running and pursuing. The Quill is probably going to figure it out. Or like, what is it? If you know, it knows. What does old man mean? Is he hinting at something? We just decided to start investigating on Insangwil's motives, and it's already known by 008. Yeah, once you know, they know. Or once you know, it knows. Leonard looked away and suddenly had an idea. If a person who is already dead was to secretly do the Revel investigations, would he be able to avoid 008's notice? After 2 hours of sleep, Klein rubbed his still throbbing head and slowly got out of bed. Following that, he pulled the bell by the side of the door and waited for an attentive to arrive. Before long, a native deliberately dressed in low attire, a white shirt and red vest, knocked on the door. Klein twisted the handle and opened a tiny gap in the door. He instructed with a hoarse voice, "Send another lunch to send the room. I had my meal too early." At that instant, he already looked like the tanned Enzo. As a gentleman living in a luxurious room with 2 servants, it was impossible for him to personally instruct the attendant at the door. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A lunch?" I just checked, and you could go up to 937 TBH. Chapters are pretty chill. Okay. A lunch set. Any special requests? The native attendants took out some paper and a pen and began recording as he asked with a rather strange Lowness accent. Klein used the equally odd Lowness accent. With braised meat as the main dish, match it with a cup of sparkling wine and ice and lemon. "Do I include 2 servant meals?" the native attendant asked, following the usual procedure. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying yes. After ending the conversation, he chose the door quickly, set up the ritual, bringing back Enzo and Ludwig from above the gray fog to the real world. As for keeping hunger, the world to see, he temporarily left them in a junk pile. One of them was starving and the other one could hardly resist the urge to sing. As Klein controlled the marionettes to clean up his room, a few attendants came to deliver lunch. Soon the entire room was filled with the sounds of cutlery hitting the plate and a soft chewing sound. After some time, Klein put down his cutlery, picked up his napkin, and wiped his mouth. In satisfaction, he leaned backwards and shook his head helplessly. If this continues, I'll really become fat. That'd be bad. Hold up, my thing. Fix this. Okay, I thought I skipped on too much, but we're good. The 2 marionettes had already lost the ability to eat, but to conceal that fact, Klein had no choice but to add servant meals. With him unwilling to see food go to waste, he could only try to eat as much as possible. Thankfully, I'm a faceless. Klein covered his mouth as he burped before drinking the last bit of sparkling wine. Only at this moment did he feel like he was recovered. He now had the energy to consider the various details of his trip to Cauldron City. The Marauder pathway is truly terrifying. Just a charm created from a worm in time is able to achieve such incredulous, I cannot read that word, incredulous effects. As a king of angels, it's obvious how terrifying Blasphemon is. Even an avatar isn't easy to deal with. Thankfully, I didn't put on a brave front. I knew to mimic those who experienced and directly fled to the southern continent. The true creator placed a great importance on me. He directly got Tail Devourer Ouroboros to rush over. The true creator places a great importance on me. He directly got Tail Devourer Ouroboros to rush over. So the true creator sent Tail Devourer Ouroboros. This does have a feeling of traveling across time. This does have a feeling of traveling across time. I wonder if there's going to be some crazy ass time thing that happens at the end. We did get a little taste of like time traveling and being in a loop. So I wonder if there's going to be like some... I wonder if we're going to be manipulating time towards the end of the series. The angels of the ancient mirrors are just walking out and standing before me. Thankfully, I was still able to directly end the subbing. Just as Klein thought of this, his expression sank as he discovered a serious problem. Ouroboros is the king of angels for the monster pathway. This also means that he could directly see the uniqueness about him. He could see the grayish-white fog and see the illusionary door formed of the spherical lights and the transparent and translucent maggots that formed the spherical lights. What does this actually imply? The angel of fate who has survived since the second epoch should know something, and the true creator probably knows more. Could they be able to tell that I am the master of the mysterious space above the gray fog? Regardless, the importance they place on me will rise. Klein clenched his right hand and put up to his mouth, considering the actions which the Aurora Order Rose Redemption might take. He felt lucky that, be it the Rose Redemption or the Aurora Order, they had yet to lock onto any of the Fool's believers. However, during the chaotic battle outside of Bayum, when he was still active as German Sparrow, he had thrown out the Tinder Glove, which had been corrupted by the true creator, to attempt to attract a saint from the Aurora Order. This might very well have led to the crazy adventure to enter the suspect list. From the clues of extending outwards from German Sparrow, there's Admiral of Stars, Vice Admiral Iceberg, the Nitz, and Anderson. All of them will be investigated by the Aurora Order. I have to warn them. Klein slowly exhaled and stood up, pretending to head above the gray fog. From his point of view, the pursuit of German Sparrow by the military Church of the Storms, Rose School of Thought, and Numinous Episcopate were all different. The true creator's beliefs were rather crazy and had a king of angels, a leader who was good at prying into the secrets of fate. active in the real world. This way, it didn't matter if Ketley and company were at sea, making it difficult to be locked on. There was still the risk of them being found. Among them, Vice Admiral Icebreak, Edwina, and the Vogue Sea's strongest hunter Anderson weren't people who Klein was worried too much about. They knew little, nothing that pointed towards the core problem. Nothing much would happen aside from the need to consider whether the bunch of lunatics of the Oral Order would employ extreme methods in the interrogation process. West Balam Northern State and the Kukawa city ruled by May Sanchez, the Nitz who was chewing on a roasted meat. Possibly, he heard Mr. Fool pass him the warning from German Sparrow. Let me raise the volume a bit. Raise the volume a bit more. Warning from German Sparrow. Be careful of the numinous episcopate. Be careful of the Oral Order, especially the latter. Pay special attention. Also warn Anderson, Hood, as well as Edwina Edwards. Be careful of the numinous episcopate. Be careful of the Oral Order. How many has it been? The military church of the storms, the church of the Evernight, the Rose Skill of Thought. What did German Sparrow do? Why has he offended so many factions? Dog shit. The Nit's expression froze before Grimm's. He's like, fuck, man, he pissed everybody off. Oh, I'm trying to keep my voice low. Oof. He had no idea that the strongest person, the 7-pirate admirals, had changed. Opposite him, Anderson put down the knife he used to slice meat, pricked up his brows, and curiously asked, have you recalled something? The Nit secretly took a deep breath and asked after some deliberation, have you heard of the Aurora Order? He wasn't sure if Anderson knew. After all, the Aurora Order was a rather secretive organization in the beginning. Its reputation was later built up in Lowen Kingdom. Anderson chuckled. I'm actually more surprised that you know of them. Did your captain tell you? Without waiting for Denit's answer, he combed his short hair with his finger and continued. They believe that the Creator is omnipresent. Everything has godhood. They believe that life is nothing but a spiritual journey. As long as one is willing to listen to their preachings, understand, discover, and gather the godhood, they will eventually become angels to transcend reality. Such an idea doesn't sound bad. Now the music is way too loud. One second. Let me lower it a bit. Such an idea doesn't sound bad, but that's not the main point. The main point is that they believe in a true creator. Upon hearing that, the Nits couldn't help but jeer. You know quite a bit, just slightly less than I know. Anderson immediately curled at the ends of his mouth and said with a beaming smile, of course. He knows less than I know. Does he know more than he's letting on? I once joined an organization into they hope to change society, the world, to make the supernatural no longer secret and to be out in the open for everyone to see so as to become true rulers. They called the Iron and the Blood Cross Order, and they all believed in the true creator. There's another group that believed in true creator. They're called the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Did we know about this? I can't remember. Wasn't this mentioned once? There was another organization that was revealed a while back ago. But it was only mentioned like once. In like passing. The Nit's expression froze as the cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He had no... Wait. Okay, we're still good. Oh, that was the end of the chapter. 931. It's called the new method to inquire intel. No. I read that part. So he was part of an organization, and that organization was called what? Something Iron the Blood? And they believed in the true creator? I once joined an organization Intis. Anderson became a brother in arms with Romero. Romero's like, Anderson is my brother in arms, dude. Right? Romero's like, we go way back, dude. We go way back. All right, chapter 931. It's called New Method to Acquiring Intel. Chapter 931 is called New Method to Acquire Intel. Glancing at the Nit's expression, Anderson continued as though he didn't notice a thing. However, their brains appeared to have been eaten by zombies. They were fervent to the point of stupidity. They didn't adhere to my sense of aesthetics, so after cheating them of their things, I quit. Why is your face a little pale? You're even sweating. Did you get heat stroke? As a hunter, you shouldn't adapting to the environments by an intrinsic ability. The Nitz lifted his right hand and wiped his sweat. Cursingly inwardly, he forced a smile and said, I've heard that once someone believes in an evil god, it's almost impossible to escape the fate. As he spoke, he raised his chin slightly, wearing a look as though he was musing over the circumstances of his future death. It didn't cross his mind that German Sparrow had just offended the Aurora Order and was being targeted by the true creator believers. He also didn't make the connection that he was believing in a suspected evil god, the Fool. Well said, Anderson replied with a smile that didn't have the slightest hint of gloom. It's not like I have any true faith. Back then, the incantations I said were lines I modified for the gods of knowledge and wisdom. Since they don't really enjoy using the their brains know they don't even have that. As long as you superficially appear devout, any random excuses can be used to fool them. Without waiting for the Nits to develop their discussions further, he asked, why are you suddenly asking about the Aurora Order? The Nits bent down to the roasted meat and slowly chewed and swallowed. After a deliberate pause of 20 to 30 seconds, he said, I just recalled something. For some reason, Gurman Sparrow had been identified by the Aurora Order, a high priority, eliminating targets. All right, there's also the Numinous Episcopate, and both of you and me are known to have relationships with him. You want me to be careful against the Royal Order and the Numinous Episcopate. Anderson nodded in enlightenment as he chuckled. You recently mentioned something similar. Royal School of Thought, Church of Storms, Lowen Military, man at times. I even feel that Gurman Sparrow is more suited to being a hunter than me. Now he's feeling jealous. All right, don't talk about future chapters. Oh, wait, I didn't read anything. If there's any hints at a future chapter. Anderson joined. No, okay. The Nits could hardly retort as he nodded heavily in agreement. Anderson thought for a moment when he suddenly changed the topic out of the blue. What do you plan on doing here in West Balham? Helping Gurman Sparrow with something. Upon hearing these questions, the Nits fell silent for a second. He put down this item in his hand and tidied his clothes in an unhurried manner. The investigation of the faith situation pertained to the different classes of the people in West Balham. This was determined after his discussion with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. In common parlance, it meant investigating the developments of the various secret organizations and factions of West Balham. Of course, this includes some preliminary contact with the local ruling forces, and to figure out if they had any desire to purchase firearms. The investigations of the faith situation pertaining to the different classes of people in West Balham. Anderson repeated the Nit's words as he reflectively raised his right hand to rub his temples as though he had a headache. After the end of the Terra Gathering and warning Admiral Stars to take note of the Aurora Order and Numinous Episcopate investigations, with the best choice being to seek the Moses Ascetic Order help, Klein busily finished the three-party transaction between the world, the moon, and the sun. He received 5,000 pounds in return. After dinner, was it gold pounds to finish paying off Renette? After dinner, he bid aught in an unlit disguised smoke pipe, and he read the papers. Then he saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void to deliver him a letter. While you're still alive? I told you we're going to finish. I told you. I wasn't lying, dude. Wait. Trying to keep my voice until after a lunch break. Leonard Klein reached out to receive it and noticed that Renette Tanker didn't stay at all. She had rapidly returned to the Sparrow World. This also made him determined that Leonard Mitchell had already paid the mailing fee. Hence, he took out the other hands and unfolded the letter. Insanguo had appeared in East Balham. He is suspected to have met with Palink Tesilius from the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. Some of these words are hard, man. I'm not going to lie. Ince Zanguil. Klein ruminated over the name as he slowly leaned back into his reclining chair. And the letter, Leonard wished that he could do some investigations, the secret figure out Ince Zanguil's motives. I'm gonna loop this song. This is a good song. Oh, that's my place. To figure out Ince Zanguil's motives. Found my place. But the problem is that 008 has the characteristic of any mention of it will be known. Just like the true Hermit Order. Or the Twilight Hermit Order. Knowing of it also means that being known by it. Besides, it's good that arranging coincidences makes people follow its directions without even realizing it. Under such circumstances, it's very difficult to avoid 008's notice while investigating Instanguil. Not only is there no chance of success, it's also easy to expose myself. As Klein thought, he made Enzo walk behind him and began massaging his shoulders. He read Leonard Mitchell's letter again, hoping to find more clues and incisive points for investigations from those few words. I wonder how we're supposed to, I wonder how we're gonna beat the Quill. Like, once you know, it knows. It's like, I don't know how we can beat it. Like, once you know, it knows you, right? The only thing I can think of is if we get some, Deus Ex Machina thing involved, where, the Quill, unless we get something that's stronger than the Quill, that can negate the Quill's effect, and then it can't perceive it. That's the only thing I can think of. We get something of the spectator pathway that's stronger than 008, and it negates its effects. I don't know, man. He read Leonard Mitchell's letter again. Oh, I skipped a line. It's very difficult to avoid 008's notice while investigating Insigwell. Not only is there no chance of success, it's also easy to expose myself. As Klein thought, he made Enzo walk behind him and began massaging his shoulders. He read Leonard Mitchell's letter again, hoping to find more clues and incisive points for investigation from those few words. East Balham, Numinous Episcopate, Artificial Death, Pelink Tesilibilis. Why is Insigwell looking for... Why is Ince Zingwil looking for them for? Trying to find allies in the future mastermind behind Great Smoker Backland, that royal family's faction. Artificial death, artificial death. As Klein thought, he suddenly recalled that there was a matter that no one knew other than himself and Mr. Zik. The Evernight goddess had preliminarily gained control of death's pathway uniqueness. In other words, artificial death, presently she was usurping, digesting, and wielding the corresponding authority. In other words, the numinous episcopate artificial death's faction targeted belief was, in a way, that the Evernight goddess, after the authority was fully transformed and seized, they were bound to suffer a purge before slowly merging with the Church of the Evernight. Merge? Or they might continue their work making contact with the other numinous episcopate factions and other secret factions while unnoticeably cooperating with the Nighthawks. To Klein, this wasn't anything of importance. What was important was that in an ancient text he found before it mentioned, to artificially create death, a number of numinous episcopate members had to pray to the uniqueness daily as though it was a true deity. It was an attempt to slowly awaken its sentence and allow it to come to life. It was an attempt to slowly awaken its sentence and allow it to come to life. Of course, there was one of the part of the overall plan which wasn't critical. Then could it be possible that when the Tessilibus prayed to the artificial death, he had mentioned Insequel's motives and had sought blessings, but he was probably never imagining that artificial death was already being controlled by the Evernight goddess. Fuck, man. Artificial death had already been controlled by the Evernight goddess. Now, I wonder what she's going to use it for. How, like, you know how she took, like, half of a Zik's soul or whatever? I wonder what she's going to do with it. Although it hasn't become part of her manifestation yet, it has already lost its freedom. Oh, America. It has already lost its freedom. From this, I thought it said eagle. No, I was like, truly America. From this angle, directly setting up a ritual to pray to the goddess might allow one to obtain instant Gwyl's motives. That's quite possible. The more Klein thought about it, the more certain he was that he seemingly ridiculed plan would succeed. And as for the reason why this could have become a reality, it was because the enemy's leader was their spy. After getting Enzo to stop massaging... Oh, he's actually massaging him? He did say that, like, I should have gotten him to massage me. After getting Enzo to stop massaging him, Klein slowly got up and paced down. That's pretty funny. He's getting his fucking marionette to massage his back. Klein slowly got up and paced about, considering if he should make the attempt, and if so, how. Instant Gwyl is a traitor of the church. He's an insult to all Nighthawks. Damn. Are we killing him this volume? If there's a chance to wipe him out, the goddesses should very well be willing to see it happen. She wouldn't mind providing some help. But the goddess is now in a critical stage of seizing artificial death's authority. So she has the moon's authority, and now she has the artificial death's authority. Or she has part of it. Potentially. She would not be able to provide answers for a long period of time, and she can only provide feedback to normal ritualistic magic. Besides, I can also lack the corresponding materials. Also, I have been constantly warning myself to be on guard. I must not fully trust and rely on the goddess. On the second thoughts, directly praying to her to obtain a revelation might not be too good. I hope to maintain a safe distance. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt a little hesitant. He began letting his thoughts wander in a bid to find a more acceptable plan. Suddenly, he had a more ridiculous idea. Directly pray to artificial death? And then she hears it? This actually posed no danger. This was because artificial death wasn't able to respond to prayers and rituals. So she can hear it but can't respond. If there was any feedback, it meant that it was essentially controlled by the Evernight goddess. And if there's no feedback, then it's not being controlled. On the other hand, Klein had the feather produced... Wait. On the other hand, Klein had the feather produced and left behind from the artificial death project. He also had a Zix copper whistle. He didn't need to spend too much time to gather ingredients before needing to set up a ritual for revelation. In addition, there's a layer in between us. I'm not directly contacting the goddess. Perhaps this might even help her further seize artificial death's authority. Klein consulted himself as he began busying himself. He first used a sacrificial ritual, bestowment ritual. He brought back the 2 remaining feathers and some full moon essential oils. Night vanilla powder and other items which he had not used in a while to the real world. Then he modified the sacrificial altar and completed the first part of the preparations. After all, he was essentially praying to the Evernight goddess. He couldn't be bothered to head out to buy ritualistic materials of the death domain. This was essentially the same as other normal ritualistic magic. With a great familiarity, Klein lit up the candles, stripped some essential oils, and drew the symbols for human and concealment on the artificial goat skin. Then in the thick fog, he pressed a Zix copper whistle over it. Immediately after that, he placed it with a white feather stained with pale yellow oil stains inside of the silver bowl. Then that had burning herbal powder. He then watched it curl out without any signs of it turning black. Last page. After exhaling silently, Klein took a step back and enchanted in Hermes. You are the essence of death. Oh shit, her 3 honorific name. Here we go. You are the essence of death. You are the Lord of the dead. You are the final home to all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray for you to tell me the motives for Insengul's contact with the numinous episcopate. Just as he said the words, the 3 candlelight burgeoned as though they brightened significantly but were tainted with a dark green. The surroundings turned cold and creepy. Oh shit, he's getting a response. Klein closed his eyes and entered cogitation for 30 seconds, feeling uneasy. He walked in front... Shit, I lost my place. He walked in front of the altar, picked up the full moon essence oil, and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. After doing this, he took away Zig's copper whistle, grabbed the artificial goat skin, and moved it close to the candlelight, representing himself. When it ignited, he threw it into the silver bowl. With a whoosh, the white feather, which didn't show any signs of damage, soared with the pale white feathers, covering the entire silver bowl with an obstructing Klein's vision. After about 3 seconds later, the fire subsided, leaving a mound of powder in the silver bowl. The powder moved without any help of any wind, forming one word after another. She responded? Possessed by an evil spirit requires exorcism. Klein about to ask to clear his 30-pound debt. Like, yo, man, can you clear... No, he was probably going to ask, can you clear my Renette debt? Okay. This is getting spicy. This is getting spicy. Let me do my timestamp. And with the power of magic, we're going to resume. Blah, blah. Just like that, we're back. We had our lunch. We watched some videos. I watched an NKB video on Formula 1, so I hope that's able to be uploaded. By the way, did you get your girlfriend to watch the dubbed episode? Yes, I did. And I'll be honest, guys, she was not vibing with it. Because we did not pause it, and there was no translations on that dub. Every minute, I look and she'd be like, what? Huh? Who? How? Who is he? Like, it was really confusing for her. But she's going to power through it. Because we made a deal, we made a promise. Damn, yeah, I know. But I think she'll like it towards the end. But after that second tangent, we shall continue with the finale. 932 thin-skinned. Okay? The goddess really... Oh, do I have all my stuff ready? Yes. Ooh, this music is starting to hit right now. I'm going to raise it a little bit more. The goddess really replied, upon seeing the world formed by the powder, Klein's first reaction had nothing to do with the content. Instead, he was shocked to see the seemingly ridiculous thing had happened. Although he was already mentally prepared and had to believe that the chance of success was rather high, he still felt conflicting emotions. It took him almost a minute to accept it. After a while, Klein exhaled slowly, raising his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. Praise the lady. He then ended the ritual, forcing himself to force his attention onto the revelation itself. Possessed by an evil spirit requires exorcism. Insengul actually got possessed by an evil spirit. Oh, the actual owner of the quill. The one controlling the quill. He has gone from sequence 9 to sequence 5 for the death pathway. The godhood he had obtained at the critical stage is also sequence 5, Night Watcher of the Evernight pathway, one that is good at dealing with the spirit body type creatures. Evil spirits and wraiths should be afraid of him, so why would he end up being possessed? That's unless the evil spirit level is extremely high or at its core it's very special. Unfortunately, I've already met one evil spirit, the truest sense of the word, and it's that ancient evil spirit sealed with the underground ruins of the Elisa Twitter. I can't believe I believed him. I know a little, or her, right? It was a female spirit. I know a little about such monsters, so it's difficult for me to grasp the details. I can write to ask Miss Sharon. I can also get Little Son to find out more. The shepherd elder Livia had grazed an evil spirit. It's no wonder Insengul is trying to meet a demigod of the numinous episcopate. When it comes to exorcising evil spirits, aside from the Church of the Evernight and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, music sounds really loud. I'm gonna lower it again for you guys. I can see it. And the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the best would probably be the Numinous Episcopate. There's probably the Church of the God of Combat as well. Neighboring pathways often have similar traits. They're also on point that can be gleaned from this side. Insengul doesn't wish for his possessed state to be known by the royal family factions and the demonist sect, who are in cahoots with him. Otherwise, there's no need for him to come all the way to the southern continent. The two factions existed before the fifth path pocket and they have a long legacy. It's quite unlike that they don't have a sealed artifact that can remove or exorcise evil spirits, even if they can't find. When getting the demonist sect to contact the numinous episcopate is definitely safer and more covert than getting Insengul to make the trip himself. As for his thoughts race, Klein unfolded a piece of paper and wrote, "The intel you have provided me made the connect certain clues for what I've previously gathered, and due to particular great existence, Klein's help this points to clear conclusion. Instant Goal is possessed by an evil spirit and he seeks the numinous Episcopate's help. Just based on this fact alone, we can make several useful judgments. Instant Goal will often manifest inconsistency in his words and actions. He will often deviate from his normal path, doing something we feel that is absolutely impossible for him to do so, and make mistakes we find incomprehensible. Before this problem is resolved, he will not stop having contact with the numinous Episcopate. It might even become more frequent. Making investigations based on them might allow us to catch Instant Goal by the trail. However, I believe we still wouldn't be able to lock onto him. The creation of the coincidences from Grade 00 artifact is insurmountable. Upon writing this, Klein couldn't help but recall his direct encounter with Instant Goal. His own investigations didn't directly point to him, but it caused the deploy to nearly fail. Hence, Instant Goal personally took action, sending a meteor falling from the sky in an attempt to kill Sherlock Moriarty so as to obliterate any clues. And he ultimately received Mr. Zick's help and escaped the dire situation. And he ain't gonna help him this time, forcing Instant Goal to step into the limelight and expose himself. Back then, if Mr. Zick had recovered from his former strength, Instant Goal might already be dead, but to replicate such a situation and force him to appear before me is extremely difficult. But no such thing as unplausible. After all, back then, not only was there Mr. Zick, a deaf console, and my use of the gray fog to foil the coincidences, there was also Trissy Cheek and the ring, which was suspected to be a grade 0 sealed artifact. Without her suddenly escaping, Instant Goal wouldn't have been forced to personally take action. Klein deliberated as he wrote, if we can figure out the origins of the primary goals of the evil spirit, there might be a chance of the situation having a favorable exchange. After writing the matters regarding Instant Goal, Klein's heart stirred. Just as he was about to mention something, he stopped his pen after writing the few letters. He raised his left hand and pinched his cheeks. It appeared to be in a serious dilemma and seemed a little embarrassed. After muttering silently a few times, Klein finally smoothly wrote the rest. Even without grade 0 sealed artifacts help. Instant Goal is an enemy you and I are unable to face head on. We need to make plenty of preparations. If you can provide me with some worms of time, I can use them to create high-level charms that can deal with demigods. It's called a Fate Siphon Charm. It can swap the fates of yourself and the target for a short period of time. Putting down, are we going to use this to take him out? Well, I mean, my bad. Like, I want to know, like... Hope, wait. It's the quill. The quill is literally alive. But wouldn't the living characteristics stem from someone? No, never mind. You're right. Sorry, I take that back. Sorry, that was engagement bait. He quickly rejected his attention and once again modified Enzo and Ludwig's appearance. After all, they had been seen by the Angel of Fate Ouroboros during their exploration of Cauldron City. During this process, Klein suddenly had an idea. He planned on sending them above the Great Fog and using the Spirit World Plunder's true soul body for disguise. The Spirit World Plunders could make its soul avatar take form of its true soul body, and it could also get them to disguise with themselves as other Spirit World creatures. The Beyonder ingredients it left behind must have had such abilities. However, it would be difficult to use it with the poor effects and the huge negative side effects. However, this wasn't a problem for Klein, who possessed a mysterious space above the Great Fog. After all, he didn't plan on using the Beyonder ingredients for actual combat. Doing some changes to his marionettes didn't require too many smooth operations and great effects. Furthermore, it could be slowed adjacent, and the negative effects that came from the godhood, it wasn't something to consider. Who wasn't obedient when he left the junk pile? After a series of tasks, Klein sat at the high back chair of the fool. In his hand was a palm-sized Spirit World Plunder's true soul body. Without looking down to look at it in detail, he extended his spirituality bit by bit into it. There wasn't much changes to the scene before him. It was still the illusionary and dense black spirit body threads. However, when he tried controlling them, he discovered that not only could he control the marionette spirit body threads, but he can also let his spirit body threads extend out and penetrate into the bodies. When both sides established such a two-way connection, Klein suddenly felt that he and his marionette was one. All Beyonder powers could be enacted and on the other party through the spirit body threads, including his trick for changing his appearance and body. Amidst a slow and difficult process, Klein felt rather groggy as he felt his emotions turn into a mess. He began showing signs of losing control. Klein is showing signs of losing control. Only info we have is that it writes without ink. This was an inevitable outcome from having his spirituality make direct contact with godhood. He hurriedly diverted some attention to stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the great fog as he restored his condition back to its normal state. After enduring the torment, Klein finished his attempt. Unzo had transformed into a southern continent native that looked like he came from a plantation. Lidwell had a mixed blood feel to him. His ghastly face was no longer more bone than flesh. Instead, there was a plumpness to it, as a silver mask that had the effects of placating the soul. There was no way of removing it from the time being. All Klein could do was let it stick to Lidwell's chest. So this is still a certain level of effect, but it was inferior to wearing it on his face. It could barely maintain the status quo. Unfortunately, there's no way to change this mask into the other types of accessories. Otherwise, it would have me quite a bit of trouble. As Klein rushed to throw the spirit world plunder's true soul body back onto the junk pile, he rubbed his temples and allowed his thoughts to wander. Right, I still have a soul azure beyond our characteristics here that can be made into a mythical item to replace the mask. No, I've always planned on returning to the church. I'll mail it to him, Leonardo replies. After the discomfort slowly subsided, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Following that, he summoned a paper figurine and stirred some of the powers of the mysterious space above the Grey Fog. He then threw both into a specialty labeled Point of Light. It was a point of light representing the full only believer at present, the Nits. From Klein's point of view, Admiral Stars Katlia had the most ascetic order backing her. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. Anderson Hood didn't know much about German Sparrow, and being good at identifying the situation he was in, he wasn't one to be put on the brave front. Therefore, when the Rural Order did an investigation, it was unlikely that he would be in grave danger. The Nits was the only exception, with him in West Ballam and not being able to return to Golden Dream anytime soon. His lacking strength and him often wearing the boxing glove that made him act rashly, and it was truly worrisome. Due to the fact that Mr. Fool had to work a little harder, he gave the Nits a paper angel embrace and every day at a fixed time so as to disrupt any divination or prophecies about him. Oh, okay. Leonard never expected Klein to reply that quickly. With some level of incredulity, he opened the envelope and read the corresponding content. Due to particular great existence's help, is he referring to the Fool? Indeed, Klein is investigating into Insengul. Indeed, Klein's investigations into Insengul has already reached a significant depth. He has already figured out the truth the moment I mentioned Numinous Episcopate, possessed by an evil spirit. How did he end up being possessed by an evil spirit? How did we make use of it? Worms of time. This Leonard quickly scanned through the last part of the letter as his expression suddenly became complicated. In his mind, Palatzaros maintained his silence without saying a word. He want the sugar money. Yeah, he wants that sugar mommy's money. Long story short, that is what we're scheming for at the end of the series. Chapter 933 is called The Evil Spirit's Common Trait. Chapter 933 is called Evil Spirits Common Traits. After all, Leonard cleared his throat and wore a smile without realizing it. He said with a surprised voice, "Old man Klein, this suggestion seems pretty good. It's very, very viable. The effect should be quite substantial. Why don't you consider it? Didn't you mention that you would do your best to help me exact revenge? Ha! I thought Worms and Type could only be used for avatars and act as support." He subconsciously droned on while Palatzaros remained silent the entire. He's not saying shit. Only after a while did he slightly and say, I can only give you a maximum of 2 worms of time. Without waiting for Lauren to say a word, he added, to exact revenge on the demigod who wields a great zero sealed artifact, the most important thing is still your own level and strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance of using it even if you have a high level charm. Leonard wiped away his smile and nodded seriously. I'll do my best digesting my potion. If you finish digesting it and fail to accumulate enough contribution points, I'll help you seek out the beyond ingredients needed for Spirit Warlock. Oh shit. As for only having 2 worms on time, he wasn't disappointed at all. It was already bonus. Just getting 1 was a great boon. Having 2 meant that he and Klein could split it, each of them having 1 Fate Siphon charm. After expressing his attitude, he asked in puzzlement, "Old man, do you think Klein has already used the previous worms at times to charm?" He remembered very clearly that back when they were figuring out who Emlyn White was supporting, Old Man had parasitized Tinder with a worm of time. Later lost contact and failed to be of any use. Now, on the retrospection, just Emlyn White and Sherlock Moriarty's close relationship made it easy for him to figure out the truth. The worm of time had been limited by the upper echelons of the secret organization or even the Fool himself. Furthermore, there was a high chance that it had been bestowed to Klein, otherwise his former colleague wouldn't have known of the existence of the Worm of Time. Palat's Ross immediately scoffed. If he wasn't already used to it and seen the effects, why would he raise the issue and ask for more? Alright, I need to separate the worm of time. This will make me fall asleep for at least 2 weeks. If you have any questions, find someone to answer them by yourself. With that said, not giving Leonard a chance to raise further questions, he scattered his spirituality and created a blob of light that hung high inside Leonard's mind as though he didn't wish to speak. You're too weak. Even if I give you stuff, you will die before being able to use it. It's fucked up. But it's true. He's not strong enough yet. He didn't wish to speak. He's like, what can you... He's like, what can you do at your current level, bro? Leonard's instinctive response was to chuckily dry. He focused his attention back on the letter from Climb Ready as he carefully read it again. Possessed by an evil spirit, the origins of the primary goals of that evil spirit. I don't know much about the evil spirits. Nothing comes to mind. After a few minutes of thought, Leonard took out a matchstick and burned the letter. Then he left the room which the local Nighthawks had assigned to him at the last minute. He came to the room diagonally opposite him and knocked on the door. Before long, Dally, who hadn't removed her blue eyeshadow and blush, opened the door and pricked up her eyebrows. When did a sleepless have the courage to knock on a lady's door at a time highly associated with a bed? I have some questions I'd like to consult you about. Leonard obviously didn't dare respond to Dally's comment as he merely expressed the reason why he was here. Like, damn, dude. Dally sized him up and chuckled. I'm not responsible for counseling minors. As she spoke, she made way and allowed Leonard to enter her room. Without daring to let his eyes wander, he casually pulled a round stool to sit on. He then went straight to the point. Ma'am, I'd like to know more about evil spirits. You're a sequence 5 of the death pathway. You have higher clearances than me. You should know quite a lot. Why are you asking me this? Stanley propped herself up with her hands on the edge of the table behind her. Without waiting for him to realize, she continued, most evil spirits are the result of the dead high sequence beyonders. A small number of them are wraiths who break through the various restrictions via using various opportunities. The first situation is more common. After high sequence beyonders consume a potion to tame godhood, their soul body would have experienced a mutation. It would be a mutation at their core. This allows their soul body to remain even in their death or when their powers are dispersed. There will be a certain level of divinity to it, making them rather terrifying. The second situation isn't different on a fundamental level. Normally speaking, evil spirits will weaken with their passage of time until they completely dissipate. However, they can also assimilate into the region when they were born, making the spirit world, even the underworld, fuse with it. Then extract the power from this to maintain their existence. Therefore, many evil spirits have their own territory and activity range. It's not that they do not wish to leave, but they cannot. The only exception is when they accumulate sufficient power, allowing their existence to experience the fundamental change. Leonard habitually crossed his right leg over his left and pressed in thought. Can evil spirits leave this territory by possessing a person? Yes, but ordinary humans and most beyonders aren't able to withstand the extraction effect the evil spirits have on their bodies. They would quickly lose their spirituality and body temperature and be unable to do last song. As Deadly spoke, she raised both her hands to point at herself. The best method is to rely on beyonders of the death pathway, her. Of course, it has to be at least a sequence 5 because from Gatekeeper, we will have our own dead spirit prisoner in our bodies. It can be called a miniature underworld. It can provide an evil spirit with an adequate environment for their existence, just like Admiral Ho. Once you become a spirit warlock, you will have similar powers. However, it will be more about sealing and sleeping than an internal underworld. These natural spirits or wraiths are truly troublesome when they come in and out. In Zingo, Sequence 5 is Gatekeeper. It's no wonder that evil spirit can possess him for long periods of time. Or could it be that he failed an attempt to enslave an evil spirit? Leonard's thoughts opened as he merely made connections. He deliberated for a few seconds before asking, what sort of needs does an evil spirit have? Needs: singing, dancing, poetry, man, woman, the sea of stars. Stanley returned with a question mused. Leonard realized that his usage of words was problematic as he awkwardly looked for desire. I mean, what desires will an evil spirit have? That depends on what it desired while it was still alive. Typically speaking, the remnant spirits will inherit the original obsessions without being able to balance it rationally. If it were you, the evil spirit might attempt to write poems, imprison a group of spectators, and seek acknowledgement, or it would do the things in an auspicious manner like the protagonist of a play. Dally joked. However, regardless of what it... So it's like whatever the former host was, or the body is. However, regardless of what it was while it was alive, as long as one becomes an evil spirit, they commonly desire two things. What are they? Leonard turned attentively. Dally shot a glance at him and said, first, it's to feed on the souls of the living creatures. This can please an innate pleasure that stems from the needs to maintain their existence. In addition, a large number of souls will allow them to escape the restrictions of their territory and activate range. It will replace the power provided by the spirit world and underworld. Second, it is to seek out beyond ingredients from their pathway while they were alive. Through this, they could create another foundation. At a certain stage, the evil spirit would no longer need to draw on the powers of the spirit world and underworld. They would no longer be restricted by their territories or active range. In a sense, they would have transformed into a special spirit world creature. Leonard seems to realize something as he thought. This also means that evil spirits can consume sequence potions. No, sequence potions are created for human consumption. They reduce the risk of losing control. Too many supernatural creatures, there is no need to do so. They can directly consume the ingredients raw. It's especially so for evil spirits. Their obsession, cruelty, ferociousness, and penchant for souls, making them half crazy to begin with. There's no need to regulate it from the source. Furthermore, they are the spirit bodies, so the method of consumption is direct accommodation and slow digestion. Dally corrected Lenard's point. This, to the evil spirit that possessed Insengwell, whenever it has the upper hand, it will control the body to seek out the beyond ingredients of its pathway while it was alive. Lenard was first surprised, so that's why he got Saint Selena's ashes at the end of Volume 1? No, he wouldn't have been possessed until after. Wait, let me keep reading. Leonardo was first surprised before he had an idea. He said with a pleasant surprise, "I understand. Thank you for your answering my question." With that said, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked after some deliberation, "Ma'am, I believe we shouldn't just figure out the motives behind I know he's not being possessed because it's the quill. No, wait, hold up. I know, bruh. I know. It's the quill. They don't know that the quill. I know. That's why I said, wait, let me stop. Because I was thinking in context of what they're saying, but yeah. He got the ashes. He could advance to a neighboring pathway. I know. I wonder what pathway the evil spirit is. Now, thank you. That's what I want to know. With that said, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked after some deliberation, "Ma'am, I believe we shouldn't just figure out the motives behind Insengwell meeting with the numinous episcopate demigod, but we also need to track his trajectory since Backland to East Balm. We need to know what he did midway, what items he found, and this might lead to the effective clues." Dally suddenly fell silent before she pricked up her brows and said, "Well said, but what does this have to do with the evil spirits?" "Nothing. I raised the question so as to make preparations because I believe that since we are investigating the numinous episcopate, we might encounter evil spirits. The latter half was a suggestion I wish to make after the break. I wish to talk to you about it beforehand." Leonard's mind raced as he slowed down his speech and fabricated an excuse on the spot. Dally listened in silence and chuckled. "If you actually work so hard to fabricate stories in front of other girls, you'll no longer be single with those looks of yours. Unfortunately, I'm not a clueless girl. All right, there's no need to explain further. Leave." She's onto something. She's like, "What are you hiding, dude?" Leonard stood up lamely without trying to emphasize his point. He then walked towards the door. Just as he gripped the handle, Dally's slightly ethereal voice sounded behind him. "I don't know what secret you're hiding, nor do I wish to know what you know. None of that matters. But when it comes to Insengwell, if you need any help or aid, you can find me." Leonard paused for 2 seconds as his mouth quivered. He then pulled open the door and walked out. And it's like he can't tell her because once she knows, then the quill knows her. Like if he were to tell Dally everything about Klein and the quill, then the quill would also know her. Derek Burke had received the order to join an expedition team leading to the Chief Colin Iliad. Their target was Noah City. It was a northern city ruins where the shapeshifter and the other terrifying creatures lived. Oh, okay. Now we're in the City of Silver. 1 + 2 is greater than 2. We've seen this chapter before, indeed. I remember this chapter. We've had a chapter called that before. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Okay. 934. Chapter 934 is called 1 + 1 is greater than 4. I'm updating this live. I hope. Hey guys, how are you all doing? Sorry I'm not joining so late. It's okay, Lee. We're so close. I know we're close. Chapter 934 is 1 + 2 is greater than 2. Ever since the information about the suspected bizarre being shapeshifter, we gave Mr. Old Derek constantly believing that the latter might one day entrust him with a mission for the corresponding ingredients. However, his strength was lacking even with his friends. It was impossible for him to complete the hunt. Furthermore, such expeditions needed to go through the 6-member council. Private teams were unable to wander too far from the City of Silver. Therefore, all he could do was temporarily suppress it deep down. From time to time, it was used to motivate him to advance quicker. To his surprise, it didn't take long before an expedition team headed for the Noah City was set up. Leading the team was Chief Colin Iliad. Combining his previous discussion with Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice's company at the recent Terra gathering, Derek quickly came up with a theory. During the exploration of the former Chief Mausoleum, Mr. Fool had provided a certain level of help to the present Chief, allowing him to follow the fallen creator's ploy of successfully resolving the problem. I'm going to loop this song. This song is good. I feel like this song hits. I'll loop it. During the explanation of the former chief mausoleum, Mr. Wu had provided a certain level of help to the present chief, allowing him to follow the fallen creator's ploy and successfully resolve certain matters. Hence, nothing his search for the information, the demon hunter had decided to hunt a shapeshifter to please the deity. This is a necessary way to curry favor and is also a kind of equivalent exchange. The hangman's words resounded in Derek's mind and made him no longer puzzled over the matter. So, taking the opportunity before he set out, he prayed to Mr. Fool and requested him to inform Mr. World of this expedition. He quickly received the response and heard Mr. World say, if the hunting of the bizarre bane is so difficult or dangerous, the requirements can be lowered. Attempt to extract the blood. As you obtain it, I'll trade it for the Priest of Light's Beyond characteristics. Priest of the Light Beyond characteristics. Mr. World already had the Priest of Light Beyond characteristic. It could it be that he has locked onto a target and will quickly be able to obtain it? With the chief strengths and the teamwork of the expedition team, there's a high chance of success. If it's just extracted the blood, Derek felt relieved that the thunder god's roar in his left his residence. Heading straight for the training field, just as he arrived at this destination, he saw Chief Colin Iliad. The latter carried 2 swords on his back. He was tall and staid, leaving anyone who saw him at ease. And beside this demon hunter was another person. She was wearing a black robe. I can't even speak. You're still in time for the ending. Elder Shepherd Lovia. She was wearing a black robe with purple patterns, and she had long, curly, gray hair. Shepherd Lovia. Lovia, who was apparently participating in the expedition, turned her head as the pale gray eyes reflected Derek Berg's figure. However, there was only one calm in her eyes. Derek felt a baffling sense of alarm as he involuntarily slowed down his pace. I'm back. Welcome back, dude. East, bottom above the Great Fog. Klein deeply approved the City of Silver chief organization of the expedition to Noise. He also informed Little Sun that there was no need to take risk. All he needed to do was some blood of the target for the completion of the mission. When the time came, he could smear the blood over Grizel's travels, bring in all the gear, and challenge Bizarro's Bane on his turf, thus obtaining the beyond ingredients he needed. Klein had also considered the possibility of whether Grizel's travels' abilities to swallow people into the book world was also screened by the uniqueness of the forsaken lands of the gods. He had also come up with a solution. It was to bestow Little Sun with Grizel's travels. After achieving the goal, he could get Little Sun to sacrifice it back. In addition, he wasn't worried about the Bizarro Bane lacking blood because of its nature as a spirit world creature. This was because the Bizarro Sorcerer's Potion formula clearly wrote, supplementary ingredient 200 milliliters of his Bizarro Bane's blood. So blood does exist. There are always more solutions than problems, Klein muttered in satisfaction before returning to the real world. Before sleeping, he received a reply from Leonardo Mitchell and mentioned that it would take another day for the Worm of Time, and he described the monsters known as the evil spirits in details. Another day before it can be provided, and there will be 2 of them. The Grandpa Leonard's body had quite a good attitude, unable to leave the territory, limited in activity range. Their common trait is to devour the souls of the living creatures and to desire beyond ingredients from their pathway from when they were still alive. This also means that the evil spirit will seek out the corresponding ingredients and the beyond characteristics when it wields control over Insungwell's body. This is indeed a direction for investigation. Klein held the letter as he read and thought. Suddenly he recalled something. Back when he encountered Insungwell on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea, the latter had pursued by a power demigod from the Hunter pathway. Could it be a result of that evil spirit? I previously imagined that Insungwell had received the commission by some faction in the royal family and did something that targeted Intis Republic, only to have a mistake happen, thus exposing himself and getting pursued by their powerhouses. From the looks of it, there might be another possibility. That evil spirit desires the beyond characteristics of the Hunter pathway, and when it can control that evil spirit desires beyond characteristics of the Hunter pathway. And when it can control Insungwell's body, it attempted to hunt beyonders of the same pathway. This might succeed or failed. In short, the result was that he was targeted by a powerful demigod from the Hunter pathway. He pursued him the entire journey with his intuition as a hunter. The more Klein thought about it, the more convinced he was that his theory was close to reality. That was the only way to explain why Insungwell, who wields 008, was discovered at this moment. Enzo and Ludwell were kneeled down, massaging Klein. The fact that he always has them massaging him now. It was kneeling down, massaging Klein's leg. I can guess that it was an evil spirit of the Hunter pathway for now. I'll later write back to Leonard and get him to steer the investigations in that direction. This fellow acting isn't that great, nor does he have the psychological experience. I wonder if he will end up exposing himself. Perhaps he will explain it away after some non-existent informant. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Klein's eyes suddenly widened as he suddenly sat up, leaving the 2 marionettes at a loss. There weren't many evil spirits he knew, and he only seen one. However, that one happened to be from the Hunter pathway. It was Red Angel Medici main body that had combined with the remnants psyches of the two sequence ones, angels from the Sauron and Einhorn family. When it came to the hunter pathway, there was no evil spirit that was of an even higher level. That was unless Blood Emperor Elisa Tudor still had his psyche remaining. Previously, Inzigwil was in Backland. The evil spirits, who I'm not sure of if I should call Medici, was also in Backland. Later, that evil spirit escaped the seal that his whereabouts are unknown. As for Inzigwil, he suffered from possession of an evil spirit. Both sides are evil spirits from the hunter pathway. Both sides are evil spirits from the hunter pathway. This could be the one possessing Inzigwil, be the... Wait. So, I'm sorry. He's suspecting that Inz is being possessed by Red Angel Medici? Inzigwil is being possessed by a king of angel? That's what he's suspecting? Could it be that the one possessing Inzigwil is a Red Angel evil... Oh, no, the evil spirit underground? Klein frowned bit by bit, almost finding his theory unbelievable. However, he found it very possible. As his thoughts raced, he found another indirect piece of evidence. What the fuck? The unique trait of 008 is that once you know it, it will also know you. And as a king of angels who survived from the second epoch, Red Angel Medici probably knows all kinds of details about 008. In other words, as long as the evil spirit attempted to recall anything related to 008, 008 would know of it and establish a connection. Right, there was that sentence. Pleasure working with you. No way. But the problem lies in the fact that I previously suspected the evil spirit to have one sequence 1 characteristic. There's no need for it to seek any more of it. Could it be that it hasn't digested it? Klein rubbed his temples as his head ached. My head is starting to ache. He stood up and countered the bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the Grey Fox. Sorta like how as soon as you mention me, I just show up. What's up, dude? Just as he sat down, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the following divination statement. The one possessing Inzigwil is the evil spirit back in the underground ruins of Elisa Tudor. He scrutinized each word for a few seconds before taking off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and planned to use spirit dowsing for the divination. This time, the scene he saw when he opened his eyes widened. The topaz pendant stood still. This meant the divination had failed. The level is too high and there's 008. Right, the evil spirit also carried, the red priest carried, that has anti-divination, anti-prophecy properties. It's no wonder I failed with the 3 combined. This is also an indirect confirmation. Klein analyzed the reason and considered what other ways he could make a verification. He tapped his finger on the edge of the long bronze table and silently muttered to himself, apart from getting Leonard to lead the Red Gloves to do an investigation, I should do something as well. Assuming that the one possessing Inzigwil is really the Red Angel evil spirit, where will it seek out beyond ingredients from the hunter pathway when it gains control of the body? Intus capital tier, Facet capital Saint Millum, or would it solely rely on the card of blasphemy activation? Wait. Or will it solely rely on the card of blasphemy's activation and seal it in order to use the law beyond our characteristics convergence to attract beyonders to fly to it like moths flying to a fire? Wait, it mentioned before that the descent... Oh my god, wait, I'm getting lost. Shit, it's been so long. We've been streaming for like 6 hours. Wait, but it's okay. We're going to keep going. Wait, it mentioned before that the descendants of the Medici family are in Bansi Harbor. Although it has already been destroyed, there might still be something buried there. Also, the evil spirit with the 3 angels' remnant spirits had very potent provocative traits. This matches Leonard's description of the evil spirits in the latter. It might deliberately have left something in Bansi. With this in mind, Klein immediately conjured the word German spirit to figure out and quest the hanged man to head to Bansi once more and do a more thorough investigation. After doing that, Klein began contemplating once he confirmed that Inzigwil had the Red Angel evil spirit in him. He wondered if he could use the law beyond our characteristics and convergence as a starting point, enticing Inzigwil into the trap he set up by using corresponding ingredients. Hunter pathway, hunter pathway. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly recalled 2 hunters who was loitering in West Balham. He frowned slightly and began analyzing. Along East Balham and West Balham are vast territories, and distance between the city that Inzigwil made his last appearance in the northern state is very great. It probably takes nearly half a month to travel, even if demigod, since he doesn't have teleport. And 3, Danitz and Anderson will not suddenly encounter Red Angel Evil Spirit because of the law of convergence. Also, their sequence are too low, but I can't be too sure. West Balham, northern state, Kokawa City. The Nitz shot a glance at Anderson and blurted out, I'm going to do some investigations. Why are you following me? Logically speaking, shouldn't you head back to the Fog Sea at Behren's Harbor? Bro's not sleeping today? Oh, man. We're going to keep going. 935. Wow. All right. Chapter 935 as we power through. Timestamp? Yes. But we have the Raws and MTL. Chapter 935 is called Meeting Up. Anderson, I'm not even sitting on my chair. I'm just like on my knees right now. I'm trying to like stretch my back. Anderson, who was enjoying a piece of cream cassava bread, looking up to the Nitz seemingly in thought, he said, I'm not sure why, but I don't wish to leave West Ballum. Since I'm here as a treasure hunter, how can I return empty-handed? In the extensive forest, there are all sorts of abandoned temples that have golden jewelry, antiques, and maybe mystical items. All of them are waiting for me to rescue them. The Nitz tipped his chin and guzzled down the remaining Gauder. This was a beverage made from a fruit native to West Ballum. It was orange. I need to put the volume down on my end. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I need that second win, man. I'm really tired, but I need that second win right now. Putting down the cup and picking up his napkin to wipe his mouth, the Nitz scoffed. I keep feeling as though you're up to something. I also hope that's the case, Anderson said with an unconcerned smile. He matched breakfast with coffee. In East and West Ballum, there were many excellent coffee-bearing lands. They were just slightly less famous than the Fane Potter's Highlander coffee, the Southern Continent's Highlander coffee, and the Star Highland of the nearby Pass Valley Fermo coffee. Without waiting for the Nitz's reply, Anderson said with a smile, Actually, isn't this good? I'm providing you with free protection, and you're my interpreter. Everything benefits out of arrangement. Recalling that was only sequence 7, and he wasn't of all kinds of action, the Nitz had a baffling feeling that Anderson words made sense. As I scroll down, I'm gonna just start the playlist all over. Raise the volume. I'm gonna raise the volume, and I'm gonna just take off my headphones. If things are too loud, you guys let me know in the comments. But I need to take off my headphones because my ears are starting to ache a little bit. He coughed slightly and said, but there will be certain times when Aunt gets you to stay away next time. If you say please, then there will be no problems, Anderson said in a relaxed manner. The Nitz merely hooded himself and walked towards the hotel's exit in preparation to begin today's investigations. Midway, he suddenly said, have you had such an experience, often dreaming of an angel's ascent, wrapping you in its layered wings? No, it's not only a dream. I occasionally will have the same hallucinations even when I'm awake. Anderson glanced at the boxing glove and the Nitz was wearing. After pondering for a few seconds, he said with a smile, Are you a believer of some secret existence, or have you made contact with some ancient item? The Nitz's expression froze as he forced a smile. If it were as simple as you said, I wouldn't have long guessed reason. As he spoke, he brushed shoulders with the 3 men who came in before walking out. Anderson habitually sized up the passerby to confirm his surroundings. Therefore, he glanced at the 3 men and realized that they were a master and 2 servants. The master was tall and his skin was brown. He had soft facial features as though he had parents from Ballum and Lowen. He wore attire in the style of the northern continent, a silk top hat, black formal suit, and a golden inlet cane. Is everything updated? Yes, everything is updated. This is 935, correct? Yes. Yes, right? Yes? Yeah, okay. The Nitz's expression froze as he forced a smile. If it were simple, as he spoke, he brushed his shoulder. 3 men came in before walking him. Anderson habitually sized up the passerby to confirm his surroundings. Oh, I just read this part. The 2 servants were standard locals that seemed to come from the plantations. They were helping their master hold his cane and leather suitcase. One of them was a mixed blood with fleshly face and baggy clothes. On his waist was a rapier, and as though he was also playing the role of a bodyguard. Unconcerned, Anderson retracted his gaze, following the Nitz onto the street. He pointed at the different styled coffins that were horse-drawn or manually lifted with piqued interest. Want to try one of these? It's very interesting. Once you get used to it, you will realize that death isn't something you can be afraid of. Perhaps you might be able to open the lid at some point in time and stand up again. The Nitz looked at the strange transportation tool through the corner of his eyes, and he didn't hesitate to shake his head. As a pirate, I more or less believe in the Lord of Storms. Certain things are taboo, and one of them is to stay away from coffins. I'm different. I don't have any taboos. Anderson casually took out a few delexi and bought a few sheets of new papers from the paper boy on the street. It had been said that when it came to paper boys, the various cities on the southern continent weren't inferior to the northern continent. After all, manual labor was cheaper, and there were many children who needed to supplement their family's income. As the Nitz walks to the end of the street in searching of a carriage, meaning for foreigners, he took a copy of the newspapers from Anderson and quickly browsed through it. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper. Infamous pirates who calls himself Admiral Hell, Ludwell had been killed by that crazy adventurer Germansborough. His black tulips and entire crew had been taken over by Mirella, who claims to be the Death's envoy. This Death's mouth turned slightly agape, and he was hardly able to close it. He finally understood why Germansborough wanted him to be careful of the numinous episcopate. This lunatic had actually killed the strongest of the 7 pirate admirals, Ludwell. About 10 seconds later, the Nits handed the newspaper to Anderson with a dazed expression. Take a look at this. Anderson received the newspaper with a smile and quickly scanned through it. After a brief silence, he whistled and chuckled. That fellow likely has a new nickname, Pirate Admiral Nemesis. The Nits didn't dare to nod as he... Pirate Admiral Nemesis. The Nits didn't dare to nod as he ponderously said, back when I first met him, although I already found him terrifying, I never expected him to be this terrifying. At this moment, he recalled his early attempts at recruiting Germansborough as a sailor at the Golden Dream. And while they left the hotel... Pirate Admiral Nemesis. That is so badass, dude. And while they left the hotel, Klein had already taken up residence in the lecturer's room. He was standing by the window watching the 2 hunters who were being flippant while walking, rubbing the cufflinks on his sleeves but unfolding the letter and wrote, I suspect that the evil spirits that possess instant gold is from the hunter pathway. You can carry out more investigations in that regard. Along with the letter and soul observes beyond her characteristics, it comes with a pitiful person who was grazed. I liberate him and promise to return his characteristics to the church every night. And East Balam, oh look, he followed through on his promise. In East Balam, having just prepared to join the morning meeting, Leonard suddenly saw the angel messenger who wielded the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads appear before him. Already using this, he received the letter and opened it to give it to Giants. He was surprised to see it an item as resplendent as the night sky. Did you catch the 3 people entering when Clang was his marionettes? Even his reactions are lagging? Wait, no, who were the 3? The stream is lagging and my reaction is lagging. I'm waiting for that second wind. Once I get the second wind, we're back and we're locked in. And East Balam having just prepared to... We just got to get over this hurdle, you know? It's like we're at the tip of the mountain. We just got to get over it and then it's downhill, you know? As in easy. It was Klein? I'm confused. What do you mean it was Klein? Did you catch the 3 people entering was Klein and his marionettes? Bro is starting to tie out. No. It was Klein, the 3 that the Nits saw. That was them? What? Really? I didn't catch that. I thought they were just random pirates. Really? Okay. What the fuck? The one with a rapier? Oh, you're right. Admiral Hell, that's his weapon. Oh, Klein came to check on them because Medici can come to them with... Oh, you're right. The weapon. That's the same weapon. I should have picked that up right away. I'm so sorry. You see, look. I'm waiting for my second win, man. Once shit hits the fan, I'm locked in again. I'm so sorry. I'm like slightly zoned out. But it's okay. Okay, thank you. Wow, I am sweaty. I feel like I need to take a shower, like in between stream. I feel like we need one more break so I can just take a shower. Whew. And East Balam, having just prepared to join the morning meeting, Leonard suddenly saw the angel messenger who wielded 4 blonde, red-eyed heaps appear before him. Already used to this, he received the letter and opened it and gave it a glance. He was surprised to see an item resplendent as the night sky. This Liz, Leonard had an inkling as to what the item was. He hurriedly unfolded the letter and read it. 20 seconds later, he slowly signed as he silently said, as expected, it's a beyond characteristic. Klein is still very friendly to the church and the Nighthawks. He was rather delighted and he took out 2 transparent deed ring worms and placed it in the envelope. He then summoned Germansborough's messenger, handed it in to her, and paid the 1 gold coin. After doing this, Leonard loosened up the pop buttons of his shirt, walked out of the room, and headed underground. On the way, he encountered Dally Simmons, still dressed in the spirit medium. Dally looked forward and asked very normally, any new clues? It's supposed to be an evil spirit of the hunter pathway. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before he decided against concealing the matter. Dally, oh, he doesn't tell her. It is a workout. It's literally like a mental workout. Woo! Woo! I'm telling you, it's a mental workout. Oh, man. Dally nodded indiscriminately and said after some thoughts, then... It might have the instinct of being proactive. It will proactively leave clues for us. Of course, this might be also contain some level of misdirection to it. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the captain's cabin in the Blue Avengers. Come on in. Olger put down the brass sextant in his hand and said in a deep voice. A sailor opened the door and looked back. With the urging of his companions, he hesitantly entered the room and struck the left breast with his right fist and bowed, Holy Lord of Storms. After Alger did the same response, he forced a smile and said, Captain, many pirates and sailors from the merchant ships have been recently saying that they found valuable items in the ruins of the Bansi Harbor. There was even gold. We don't have any particularly important missions recently, so everyone is wondering if we should make another trip to Bansi. Such a bustling harbor, even if it has been searching for numerous times, it should still have plenty of things left. Alger listened with a deadpan expression. After a few seconds of thought, he said, I can understand your feelings. Let's do this. Let's head in the direction of Bansi Harbor, but do not set a destination. If nothing happens midway, we will still stay there for a day. Aye, aye, Captain. The sailor excitedly clenched his right fist and struck to his left breast again. May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you. Alger watched as his subordinate left and closed the door. Then, as though nothing had happened, he poured himself a cup of Lanty Prue without any joy or anger as he sipped slowly. Whatever that has just happened with us was within his expectations. This is because the news of finding items of value in Bansi Harbor's ruins was something he had spread while disguised. As the captain of the Church of the Storms, he was constantly monitored by the sailors, having been to Bansi Harbor, meeting it again, and made it suspicious. Therefore, Alger decided on getting the crew to make the request themselves. That way, even if they discovered anything they encountered something at Bansi Harbor, no one would suspect the captain. The sailors, especially sailors who was just to spend all their money in Bam and their news of the rumors, will be sufficient. Allure would still stir in their hearts and most. Alger knew this very well. In addition, the Blue Avenger had stayed in Bam for too long. If he hadn't set sail, it would also be suspicious. As for the monitoring artisan chief, it was naturally left to the Hermit Kalia. Due to the investigations of the Aurora Order, this pirate admiral of the Featured had recently been hanging around the Roasted Archipelago. Fuck, man, It was said to be an important base of the most ascetic order. After drinking the liquor, Alger put down his cup and looked out at the undulating waves and silently said a word, Bansi. Considering how it was late June and Will Ossiton's birthday was still unclear, Klein did some recognition before heading above the gray fog to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world. He also warned himself that he could only ask a maximum of 2 questions. In order to suddenly turn gloomy and cold, the unnamed transceiver began producing clicking voices. 936. Don't want to miss out. And I don't want to miss out, so that's why we're going to keep going. All right, second wind is inbound. Gabriel, Munch, KX, thank you guys. Now, get G Fuel now? Oh, we'll see. Let's keep rating. 200. Holy shit, we regressed a lot. Plus 100 talents, minus 7 mental strength, plus 200 confusion. Chapter 936 is called Don't Want to Miss Out. Woo! I don't want to miss out. That's why we're not going to end stream. We're going to keep going. 2 chapter things start. Look at that. That got me excited. Like, just wait 2 more chapters. All right, I'm getting excited. I'm waking up. All right, energy's coming back. Second wind. My battery's charging. Chapter 936. Don't want to miss out. I'm gonna lock in. I'm not gonna read chat for like a chapter or 2. All right, here we go. Amidst the clacking sounds, a white piece of illusory paper spewed out from the radar transceiver. On it were words. I'm taking off my headphones. Don't forget the sanity meter. I'm gonna lower the volume. All right. Amidst the clacking sounds, a white piece of illusion paper spewed out from the radar transceiver. On it were words composed of a low and S. Exalted Great Master, you puny, loyal, and humble servant Rhodes is here to enter your summoning. Did you know that Dr. Aaron Sirius's child was born the... Will is born? Will is born? So I'm about to say Will gave birth. He's been born? Oh, shit. Okay, I'm getting excited already. Okay. All right. Exalted Great Master, you puny little humble servants of Rhodes is here to answer your summoning. Did you know Dr. Aaron Series' child was born the night before the last? He was born 2 nights ago. Thankfully, I contacted the magic mirror in time. Klein nodded slightly and said, now I know. Amidst clacking sounds, more of the illusory white paper spewed out. What? Will is born? Oh, God, dude. Okay. Based on the principle of the Stricter period, it's your turn to ask a question. Klein had originally wanted to ask about the matters regarding Instant Will. Look, I have to cover my ears because my ears are starting to ring because I feel like I am too loud for myself, so I'm covering my ears just so I'm not too loud. Klein had originally wanted to ask about the matters regarding Instant Will 008 and the Red Angel Evil Spirit, but considering how he had failed divining it above the gray fog, it was almost certain that Rhodes was unable to see it. At best, it could provide him more detailed information regarding 008. But this way, without the gray fog screening, it would be equivalent to him knowing 008, and it would result in it knowing him, so you can't ask that. It didn't benefit him when it came to hiding behind the scenes to directly play. After thinking about it for 2 seconds, he asked, what means are there to speed up the digestion potions? Do a great job acting on the illusionary white paper black words were produced. Upon seeing the magic mirror reply, Klein first fell silent before he slowly exhaled. For the best present, Insigual appearance was too early. He still needed about 2 months to complete his digestion of the Marionette's potion. When that happened, I wonder if he's going to drink it before he digests. I wonder if he's going to be like a conundrum, like, holy shit, I have to take it now even though I'm not ready. When that happens, and with him already gathering the ingredients, he could orchestrate an assassination of the demigod Insigual, placing the sequences. Oh, shit. Advancement with his wish together, then there was no need for him to consider any room for retirement. However, Insigual would appear until he was done preparing everything. He wouldn't follow the steps that Klein had in mind. Based on Klein's earliest ideas, it was first gathered information, find out where Insigual was, and wait until it was late August or early September before confirming the plan based on the situation. If not for the possession of the evil spirit, Insigual wouldn't have exposed himself. If he didn't use Insigual's current condition, it's very possible that they couldn't find the ladder again once he exhorted the evil spirit. Coincidences wouldn't stand in his way when it came to meeting him. Furthermore, if that were really the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein was also worried that Insigual might have already died by the time he and Leonard started exacting revenge. The reason behind his death could be due to certain machinations from some ridiculously comedic situation and not because of his sins. Due to these considerations, Klein attempted to digest his potion faster, hoping that he could complete it within a week or two. However, Rhodes' answer left him depressed. He also knew that this wasn't something he could force. In 2 weeks or even the next few days, how was he to create a better opportunity to act? In the silence, Klein had already made up his mind. He didn't plan on tying the two matters together, and for the beginning, he wanted revenge against Insigual, and his primary goal, provided there was a chance of success. He didn't wish to miss this opportunity, although it had only been about 10 months, less than a year since the incident at... It's only been less than a year since the incident at Blackthorn Security Company. It felt like a very, very long... It felt like a very, very long... You know what's crazy? I started reading this less than a year ago. It's been about 10 months since I started reading this, if you think about it. It's close to 10 months. Damn, that's crazy. Less than a year since the incident at Blackthorn Security Company. It feels like it does feel like a very, very long time ago. So that he didn't wish to wait any longer. Catching a glance at the gloomy radio transceiver, Klein thought before wearing a stern look. He asked with a deep voice, "Back when I used the winter marionette to look at myself, I learned why Beyonders of the Fate Pathway will have such a reaction when facing me. Now I would like to know what you see when you look at me." The question was a bolt out of the blue that seemed to echo in the room. The radio transceiver suddenly fell silent, and the clacking sounds sounded after quite a while. He's like, "I see the fool." A black illusionary piece of paper spewed out, and on it were ghastly white words. I see a pillar and support from you. Are you satisfied with such a question? I see a pillar and support from you. Pillar support. What does that mean? Klein had planned on pressing, but he believed that Rhodes was unlikely to explain it too clearly because it lacked the required knowledge. Realizing that the Mother True Desire was about to find him if he kept this up, he nodded and said, "Acceptable. That should be offered today. You may return." The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly briskly as the paper that appeared was white again. "All right, great master, goodbye. Your loyal and helpful servant Rhodes is constantly at your service." This time, a pillar. He's a pillar? This time, the magic mirror seemed to forget to add a hand-waving drawing. This was quite a quick... Oh, he knows something. This was quite a quick escape. He doesn't want to tell him. Oh, there's probably something bad that he doesn't want him to know. Shit. Maybe he really isn't best girl. Maybe he's trying to hide something from Klein. He's hiding something from us, no? Klein mumbled and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He conjured the world Gurmit Sparrow and informed the hermit Kalia that the mythical creature blood she needed was ready. She was to provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during 1 week stages as quickly as possible. Before long, Kalia set up a ritual and sacrificed an item to the fool and requested this mighty existence to hand it to the world and tell him that the principle of the item's effects was to temporarily borrow a portion of one's strength from the former self. This sounds familiar. Sounds like the powers of the sheer pathway sequence for the scholar of yore. The fool. Oh my god, here we go. Maybe he really isn't best girl. I'm confused. Because maybe he's trying to hide something. The fool Klein was surprised as he picked up the item from the man Hermit had sacrificed. It was like the end of a cane with a long, transparent gem embedded on it. It was carved with complicated, mysterious, indescribable three-dimensional symbol and magic labels. Klein recognized two of them. One was the incomplete pupilless eyes, and the other was the incomplete contorted lines. Could this be an item that really points towards Sequence 0, the Fool? Let me reread this again. Klein recognized two of them. One was the incomplete pupilless eye, and the other was the incomplete contorted lines. Could this be an item that really points towards a Sequence 0, the Fool? But isn't it a little too complicated? This can feel really familiar. It's like the crystal ball that Little Son had used when he prayed to me. Could it also correspond to another crimson star? Klein looked out of the ancient palace with the odd expression, but all he saw were illusionary stars suspending in the infinite gray fog without any signs of abnormality. With the fact that such an item were one-use items like charms, he abandoned the idea of experimenting with it. All he did was summon some paper figurines and junk palm seriously recorded down the complicated and abnormal symbols and magic labels on the cane. Like Alger's sting that brought him to the gray fog. And also Audrey's magic mirror. He had the magic glass bottle. Audrey had the magic mirror. And then Derek had the crystal ball. Okay. How are all these things connected, man? Knowing Kingdom Backland, Dr. Aaron's residence. Is like the Fool or the uniqueness of the Fool using mystical items as like a bridge. Lowen Kingdom. I'm sorry. Hold up. I feel like I'm very lucid right now because we've been live for a while. But we keep going until we get that second one. Lowen Kingdom, Backland, Dr. Aaron's residence. A maid was inside the master bedroom taking care of a soundly sleeping infant. Holy shit, it's Will. Downstairs, the banquet, which had many guests attended, had reached a midway mark. Suddenly, in a corner of the three figures quickly materialized. Leading them was a man in silk top hat, black former suit. Oh, it's Klein. It was none other than Klein Moretti, who hadn't disguised himself. He tossed out a charm and muttered an ancient Hermes term, crimson. The dark red flames flashed amidst the light of explosion sounds, soothing powers emitted outside. The maid fell asleep, instantly collapsing onto the bedside into the deep sleep. This is crazy. Out of context, like, what the f- is this guy sneaking into the baby's room to take, like, a drop of his blood? That's fucked up. Like, out of context, but within the context of Lord of Mysteries, this makes perfect sense. Like, we need a drop of the placenta bud. Klein made his two marionettes stand in their spots as he walked to the infant's cot and cast his gaze inside. It was a child wrapped in silver silk. His skin was very fair, and he was fleshly with layers after layers. This infant showed no fear towards the stranger as he looked straight at Klein with his eyes wide open while sucking his fingers. He's sucking his fingers like, I've been waiting for you. Ahem. Klein couldn't help but smile as he took out his hat and bowed. Congratulations on being born. You just say that to my parents? He can speak? I thought he can only speak in dream divinations or like when he's committed through the freaking crane. The paper crane. He can speak in the real world? You should say that to my parents. The infant pulled out his fingers and spoke with a bright voice that didn't match his age. What the fuck? Oh shit. Klein chuckled and didn't harp on the meaningless topic with a snake of fate. Bro, as a prodigy. Dude, this guy learned to speak before me. My man was learning how to speak. Oh, after like the second he left his womb, he became perfectly adept at speaking Lowanese. Klein chuckled and didn't harp on the meaningless topic with a snake of fate. He went straight to the point. I brought the method that allows you to regain a certain amount of strength during your weak stages. Oh. You can now give me the drop of placenta blood. Will Ossiton opened his fleshy palms and said, let me take a look first. How do you know that this method is an item? Klein couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Will Ossiton scoffed. An intuition of fate. It's like your diary. It's like you didn't say a thing. Klein moved the cane from behind from his forehead and had it over. The infant held it tightly and glanced at it twice before raising its voice. This can only be used once. That's right, only once. Is that a problem? Klein deliberately and said, with your level of abilities, you can completely replicate the symbols and magic labels engraved on it, then prepare the corresponding ingredients to hold a correct ritual. Wouldn't that allow you to use it multiple times? Will Ospin suddenly cut him off. All right, I accept it. Remember, you were the one who suggested it. Klein was momentarily a little dumbfounded, but he also seemed to realize something. He had a vague feeling that despite him being here to take advantage of a baby, it ended up as a baby taking advantage of him. Like the tables were flipped. Yes, I was the one who suggested it. He finally drew a breath and nodded, and earnestly the baby plump face revealed a smile as he spread open the other hand. I've already prepared it for you. A total of 2 drops. 1 drop is from the transaction, and the other drop is your commission for facilitating this transaction. Oh, so he gets one. There's a commission. Clang was delighted as he hurriedly looked at Will Ossipton's palm. There were 2 drops of silver blood there. Each drop appeared to have countless minute illusionary wheels spinning. They form a belt that had its head connected to a tail. Ouroboros? Like a snake? Like the snake eating its own tail? Just one look at it made Klein seem to lose his ability to think. He felt all his thoughts repeatedly appearing in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head and took out the iron cigar case, which contained a Zix copper whistle. Then he placed in the drops of snake of fate blood, which was clearly been sealed inside. Thank you for your generosity, Klein said sincerely before asking, can this be used to make a charm? The baby sucked his finger and said, of course. As for the exact symbols needed to be carved, you have already seen those. You are free to choose a combination. Whatever you get will all depend on your luck. Klein nodded and asked again, who should I pray to? You're probably unable to respond to the relatively high-level rituals for the time being, and praying to Ouroboros is borderline of being a provocation. Do I pray to a sequence to Angel of Fate pathway, but I don't know their honorific names. Will also tend to milligrammed. There are more convenient methods. Who? Klein pressed in delight. The baby replied with a giggle. Empress of Misfortune and Horror? Evernight? Pray to the Evernight? Give me ice cream. All right. Several days later. Chapter 937. Wow, this reminds me of 7 Days Later. That movie fucked me up as a kid, by the way. Chapter 397. It's called Several Days Later. All right, almost there. Almost there. All right. You guys are hyping me up. Chill. Stay strong. I'm coming back. I'm waking up again. Empress of Misfortune or Horror. Isn't that... It's just my feet are aching up, man. Gosh. I need to read a chapter laying down. Let's do this while we're recording the video. Stay strong. You're at the end of the tunnel. I know, man. I'm at the end of... I know. I need to lean back. It's going to be a little scuffed. All right. Oh, that feels so good. All right. I feel a little bit better. I can stretch because my legs are aching up. I think that's what hurts the most. You're so close. I'm fucking super close. I feel it, man. I feel something in me right now. All right. Chapter 937 is called Several. I don't even know if you guys can hear the music. So I apologize if it's too low, too loud. I don't know. I have my headphones off and it's kind of, I don't want to time management this just yet. So I'm just going to read without them. Chapter, no like here? Okay. Chapter 937 is called Several Days Later. Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Isn't that the goddess? That's right. Misfortune includes bad luck, a part of fate. The goddess has a corresponding authority and can naturally give a response. By giving this suggestion, doesn't it mean that in Will Ossiton's eyes, he has always suspected that I'm Evernight's blessed? It's just that I didn't notice it myself. It's the same as the answer I received about how I should get the high sequence beyond a potion formula of the seer pathway. He is even more certain than after what happened at St. Summer Cathedral. Klein was first taken aback before he became enlightened. As though he was muttering to himself, he said, if I were to pray to the goddess, no matter what symbols I choose, the final product effect will likely be inclined towards the domain of bad luck. That's common sense. The baby wrapped its silver silk shouted. After taming confirmation, Klein felt more certain as he said with a smile, are you still named Will Ossiton? Oh, yeah, he'd have a different name. Unless he goes into their dreams and be like, you will name your child Will. Yeah. He was very curious if he changed his name after being born. If you like it, you can continue thinking so. However, my full name has already been changed to Will Ceres. Ah. The baby replied indifferently. Klein thought before asking, if I wanted to deal with the wielder 008, what suggestions do you have? I don't want to know about 008. I just wish to know if you have any suggestions. Okay, so you learn about it, but it's like you indirectly know about it and the quill doesn't know about you. The plump baby looked at him as he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a loud cry. Wah! He's like, shut the fuck up. Don't ask me. It's dangerous. I don't want to know, dude. The corners forever will. The corner of Klein's lips quivered upon seeing the maid about to wake up. He took a few steps back and vanished from the room with 2 of his marionettes. Oh, wait. He actually didn't want to tell him anything. Roasted Sea. On the feature which was docked in Bayham residence private harbor, Cat Leah, who was holding a ritual, saw a drop of silver blood fly out of the illusion door that manifested itself from the candlelight. With just one glance at it, she hurriedly closed her eyes despite wearing her heavy glasses. At that instant, it felt like an aloof of the mysterious wheel was spinning in circles, forming a silver snake that had its head connected to its tail. This made her repeat her previous thoughts as she thanked Mr. Fool 12 consecutive times before returning to normal. It has made her repeat her previous thoughts as she thanked Mr. Oh, I just read that. Ooh, time loop. It really is the blood of a mythical creature from the Fate domain, and its level is higher than that of an ordinary angel. Katlia ended the ritual in delight, and she took out a container she had just prepared ahead of time, placing the drop of silver blood inside. After obtaining some information of the monster pathway from Queen Mystic and learning the existence of the angel Fate Ouroboros from Mr. Fool, she quickly came up with a guess as to who the blood belonged to. Perhaps it's the one from the life school of thought, or there might be another sequence 1 angel. Regardless, Mr. Fool is also able to use the least 2 angels in the real world, along with the ancient bane that I can be certain of. Aside from the lack of sealed artifacts, the faction that believes in Mr. Fool is enough to match that of an Orthodox church. Even the element Dawn and Moses' ascetic order can't compare. As expected of an awakening ancient god, increasingly filled with awe, Katlia drew a gasp and began considering her matters. Would pull the sissy. Her other preparations was rather smooth sailing. Without any accidents, all she needed to do was wait for a month or so to attempt advancing from sequence 4 to obtain godhood. Overcast with heavy black clouds. Okay, this is a very scary mood. Wow, man. Whew, I smell. Oh my goodness. Man, we've been sitting here for a while. Overcast with heavy black clouds, silver lightning would occasionally streak across the sky, illuminating the desolate plains and the winding rivers that ran dry. At the middle of the plains, where the river made a half-circled, black, stacked, shadowy outline loomed, it was a lifeless city. After several days traveling, the team that led by the chief of the city's Silver 6-member council, Demon Hunter Colin Iliad, finally arrived at the destination, Noise City. The team was a small one, excluding Colin. There were only 4 other members. Wow, I'm losing my voice, dude. This is scary. Okay, I think I need to take a 10 after this. I'm losing my voice. I can hear it. There were I can feel it. I hear it and I feel it. There were the 6-member council elders, Shepherd Levia, and 2 Sequence 5 guardians, Legir and Gundlan, as well as Sequence 6 honorary Derek Berg. Damn, he came up. He's rising through these ranks. Sequence 6 notary Derek Berg. The overall strength of the team wasn't weaker than a complete expedition team. It was perhaps even stronger, okay, than a typical expedition team. According to Colin Iliad, this is because Noise City was filled with monsters, making it very dangerous. Shapeshifters were adept at disguises, and they enjoyed making use of the trust between teammates. Therefore, the smaller the expedition team, the better, and since there were fewer people, this was undoubtedly a need to prepare it with a strong team. As they watched the city in front of them, which was covered in mist, one that couldn't be lit up despite the lightning, Demon Hunter Colin drew 2 swords on his back. Unhurriedly, he slathered a silver-gray ointment on one and a golden liquid on the other. He then stabbed the 2 swords in front of him. He then removed 3 small metal bottles from a hidden compartment. On it, his belt put out the stopper and engulfed the contents of the potion. Meanwhile, Legir and Gundlan had made preparations for combat. Derek Berg held his hammer with one hand and he opened up the other palm. With a solemn tone, he said in Jotunum, "God says it's effective." Silently, Colin Iliad and company felt that the consumed potion that conjured dawn and the slathered ointment had been significantly augmented. Right on the heels of that, concentrated rings of the Worm of Light entered out, enduing the expedition team with courage and strength. After Derek used Holy Oath to boost his agility, Colin shot a glance at Luvia, who was holding an animal hide lantern and standing silently observing. He then turned his head to the point of the perimeter of Noise City, which was more than 10 meters away. He then said to the teenager, who was once again a little taller, "Use your ability to light up the streets ahead." After saying that, he surveyed his surroundings and added, "Once we enter Noise City, make sure we do not separate. A few days ago, I had already introduced more active monsters that hide in the darkness in this region. All of you should be aware of how separating will be utilized by the shapeshifter." Goblin was a beautiful female. Oh, Goblin is a woman. I thought it was a male. Gondolin was a beautiful female warrior who was 2.4 to 2.5 meters tall. Upon hearing that, she thought and asked, "Then should we make use of the hunt? Should we make use of this to hunt a shapeshifter? It is best that we do not do so. It's just too dangerous. Also, it's very easy to end up killing our own teammates or end up becoming lost in the Noise City forever." The grizzled Colin Inland seriously warned. Derek looked at the silent city, that the cloak in the thin mist, and subconsciously asked, "Your Excellency, this was the city, also the Undying King's court?" "Yes, but it's very close to a kingdom ruled by another ancient god," Colin answered patiently. Holding 2 iron black poles, 2.4 meter tall, Legirier pressed with intrigue, "Which ancient god? King of demonic wolves, the annihilation Flagera." "Is that so?" "Okay." Derek remembered the chief's introduction, took a step forward, and extended his arms. Pure, radiant sunlight emitted from his body, illuminating the either collapsed or rotting building, the grayish-white stone-paved streets, and the extremely silent city perimeter. Derek and company saw the figures appear in the streets. They were either wearing lined robes or animal hides, as though they were busily going on about their day. Upon sensing the sunlight illumination, they silently turned their heads in unison and looked at the City of Servers expedition team. Banshee Harbor at night would occasionally have ravens and other birds calling out, accentuated the gloom and deathly silence of the ruins. Even the sounds of crashing waves were unable to wash away the feelings. Speaking of waves, you guys heard about the potential tsunami that was going to hit Hawaii? Or like a lot of parts on the west coast of the United States? Because of that one, like 8-point-something earthquake. As believers of the Lords of Storms and the crew members of the Blue Avenger, the sailors were bold, especially when they believed that there might be gold valuables hidden within the collapsed buildings. It spurred them on, sapping away the fear that might exist. The moment they arrived, they rushed down the ship, began searching the area in groups of 2 or 3. Alger didn't follow them as he scrolled through the ruins alone, in search of any marks that appeared of the Banshee Harbor's destruction. As he walked with him wearing the whip of mind rings and having the blade of poison slung by his waist, he came to a collapsed building with crumbling walls and a door that was only a few pieces of charred wood. If I remember correctly, this was the telegram office of Banshee Harbor. Alger nodded slightly as he approached and did a slight inspection. He then saw a relatively empty area amidst the rubble. The ground was parched black with 2 blood-red silhouettes. It was as though 2 people had been lying there only to be squashed flat. And this had been months ago, yet the 2 streaks of blood remained fresh as though they had contained some degree of vitality to it. Alger's forehead throbbed as he felt as though he could imagine the vileness before Banshee Harbor was destroyed. He swept his gaze and suddenly saw a picture engraved on the crumbling walls besides the 2 blood-colored figures. It was the spot the moonlight could hardly shine onto. The picture, okay, hold up. The picture was very simple, and it wasn't even colored. It was of an armored monster with a squid's head that wielded a trident. The mythical creature form of... Lightning swirled around it as the waves around for behind... Yeah, okay. Behind it was a cape formed by bird feathers. Alger's eyes widened suddenly as he felt a tumultuous storm rage within. He recognized what the monster represented because the sun had once depicted it before. It was the warped version of Lord of Storms, according to the Rose Redemption. Okay, that's what it is. And could this picture's appearance imply that the Rose Redemption members had previously come to Banshee Harbor? Oh, Banshee Harbor. And had drawn the picture after the building collapsed. Otherwise, it was impossible for the mirror to not be damaged. It happened to fill an abnormal crumbling wall. This should be what the world wanted me to find in Banshee Harbor. He's pursuing the Rose Redemption. Alger muttered slightly as he made himself raise his right hand. He had planned on destroying the picture, but after some thought, he retracted his arm, circling around Banshee Harbor's former telegram office as though he hadn't discovered anything. He then walked in another direction. I remember we were trying to go inside the post office, but they wouldn't open the door. He's like, no. He's like, can we just leave a message? All right, next chapter. 938 is called writing. I'm already thinking of the quote. If we're talking about writing, I feel like we're going to do something with the quote here. All right, let me pause, update this while leaning back. Are you guys ready? Are we recording? 938 is called writing. Oh, shit. I got to chill. Oh, dude, the lightning strike. Oh, I almost fell out of a seat. All right, here we go. Let's just play regular music for now. We'll get hyped up later. Big music. Well, you know what? We're probably gonna have that music play in a little bit. Hype is real. Okay, look, I'm already fucking wide awake. We're gonna play the music in a bit. Look at that. I was so unfocused. I should pause the recording as I like drink this though. Give me a second. Oh man, chapter 938 is called Writing. Above the endless great fog in the midst of a magnificent and ancient palace, the warped picture of the Lord of Storms, one that's suspected to be left behind a Rose Redemption member. Red Angel Medici is one of the founders of the Rose Redemption. Klein sat in the high-back chair belonging to the fool as he silently looked at the crimson star representing the hanged man. Using his feedback, he basically confirmed that the one possessing instant will was the Red Angel. It was the Red Angel evil spirit. He did tell me that. He did say that. In the eternal silence, Klein silently sat at the seat of honor of the model table as though he had become a deity statue. After an unknown period of time, he nodded indiscriminately and slowly exhaled. His figure vanished as he returned to the real world. He continued his nap without thinking of any plans, considering anything related to Ince Zangwil. Okay. He slept till the next morning and got out of bed. He repeated his habits over the past few days, walking to the window barefoot and drawing in the window. On the streets outside of the hotel, the Nits, who had dressed up like a Western Ballum native with an extra hooded cloak, held the iron black box of gloves close to his chest before rushing to the square on his right. Based on his previous report, Klein knew that he was meeting one of the local ruling factions today under their stance of their arm deals. Anderson didn't follow. He had ruffled his Parks shorts blonde hair in a mess as he leisurely strolled around the perimeter of the square. He sat down and wore a funny-looking puppet over his left-hand black-gloved hand and began putting on a ventriloquist act for other people who walked by. The man and puppet each had different voices as they mocked each other out of witty remarks. It was quite good at attracting attention. Did I skip a line? No, we're good. Easy is now fated to perish while reading Volume 4. No, we're good. Our energy is back. The only problem was that it was done by the Intis language and not Dutanese. Few people understood it, so after standing around to watch for a moment, they walked off. Klein focused on the Foxy's strongest hunter with the same expression as before. His eyes betrayed how deep it thought he was. East Ballum in the temporary office for Soist Dread Gloves. Cindy, who had long wine red hair, walked in the... I'm reading wrong. I'm catching myself. I'm reading wrong. Cindy, who had long, wined red hair, walked in a few telegrams and said excitingly, "New clues. What clues?" Soyce put down the wine porcelain coffee mug in his hand, and Leonard Daly cast her gaze to the door. As Cindy handed the telegram to her captain, she said, "Emperor Rizzo's quote, wherever he steps, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves, even unconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him." Really makes sense. We found people witnessing Insingwil in several places, forming a complete trajectory. From this, we've realized that Insingwil's thoughts seem to be contradictory. He often approaches the colonies of Intisting for a short period of time before leaving it. Then he approaches once again, leaving it repeatedly as though. Isn't this what Klein mentioned? This has that his actions are inconsistent. Leonard was delighted as he offered a better description for Sydney. Whilst closing in, when you read the Red Gloves team led by Soyce. I got you. As he oscillating, Cindy heaved a sigh of relief and began describing finding items. In addition, Insingwil had killed a few Intis military spies and has purchased several beyond our ingredients. It's unknown when he's trying to do this, Leonard deliberately said, and with pathways beyond our ingredients are being bought by Insingwil. They are from the warrior, hunter, and bard pathways. Cindy pointed to a few telegrams that Captain Soyce was reading. Not more while closing in. Indeed, there's a hunter pathway. Having failed to find an excuse to get his teammates to take notice of the hunter-related clues, or if not, we'll play a song from Plague's Tale. That's battle-oriented. Leonard exults silently as no longer had any doubts regarding Klein's theory. He believed that it was the truth. Next, how should I make everyone realize that Inns had been possessed by an evil spirit of the hunter pathway? Leonard fell silent into thought. He waited until Soyce finished reading the telegram and handed it to the other teammates before he came up with something. He decided to take a risk. Before he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Dally Simon, dressed in a spirit medium attire. This lady lowered her hand slightly, indicating that she shouldn't be too anxious, and stopped to whatever he was about to attend. "Ma'am, Dally is telling me that this isn't a time that I should wait for a better opportunity." Okay. Amidst his hesitation, he saw Dally flick the telegram in her hand and looked around the room. "I have an idea. What is it, Dally? What is it?" Soyce asked. Dally simple. "I suspect that Insingwil is possessed by an evil spirit." She just said it like that. She will be suspected. Leonard jumped in fright. Without waiting for Soyce, Cindy and company to raise her doubts, Dally continued. "Insingwil was once a gatekeeper, and now he's a night watcher. His body can accommodate evil spirits and use their powers. Furthermore, he also has 008's help. If I were him, I'd definitely try to seek out stronger evil spirits and raise my strength as much as possible. This way, because he obtains complete control over the evil spirits, there will be backlashes. Insingwil would take actions that seem contradictory." So it's like, yes, one is him and then one is the quote-unquote spirit. What? No, what's closing in? Already? That seem contradictory. This can be explained what mentions this. It can explain what's mentioned on the telegram. In addition, haven't we been puzzled as to why Insingwil has been trying to contact important members of the Numinous Episcopate, and we had come up with various theories. Perhaps getting them to help him exercise, purify, or completely control the evil spirit is his goal. Soyce thought for a moment and deliberated over his words. "The possibility cannot be ruled out, but this is fundamentally a subject theory of yours. How did you come up with this? What details gave you inspiration?" Leonardo became nervous as Dally chuckled. "This is a woman's intuition, and it's just like how I know your thoughts as well as those of the rest of you at times." This is a woman's intuition. It's just like how I know your thoughts as well as those of the rest of you at times. What is she implying? Besides, since this is the discussion analysis, we should list down all possibilities. We should then eliminate the possibilities based on the actual investigations. This will aid us in finding the correct answers. Therefore, we need to let out thoughts wander. No matter how ridiculous the idea must be, we must dare to propose it. From the various details we obtained from our feedback, I believe my theory is most likely one. Soy sauce? I'm saying it wrong. No? Madame Dally sure is good with words. At least she has convinced me. She raised the theory of an evil spirit possession to protect me and direct the risk towards herself. On this... Oh, now she's in danger? On this matter, regardless instant, she seems willing to take on everything. Leonardo became enlightened as she felt poignant. After hearing Dally reply, Soyce nodded slightly. Indeed, since this is a discussion, we shouldn't limit our thoughts. The possibility of an evil spirit possession scenario is quite high. I'll report this to her excellently goddess's eyes. I'll leave it to Archbishop and the high-ranking decons to decide the subsequent investigations. After all, we know too little about 008. The Red Gloves team led by Soist. Okay. This is it. This is it, right? Let's play this for a little bit. Ooh, it's a little loud. It's a little loud. It's way too loud. The Red Glove team, led by Soyce, discovered insegual abnormalities from the feedback from the various telegrams. Stanley Simmons used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit possession, and he had received a unanimous agreement. No, not yet. Oh my God, not yet, not yet, not yet. I lied. Whilst closing in, not this. I know. I was just trying to get a little hyped up. I was trying to get a little hyped up. Don't worry, I got the song right here. I got it ready. She claimed to be reasonable theory. I fucking lost my place. The Red Gloves team, led by Soyce, discovered insegual abnormalities. Am I even recording? What's going on with OBS? Don't do this to me right now. OBS, what are you doing? Okay, we're recording. Dally Simmons used the opportunity to mention the assumption of evil spirits possession, and they had received a unanimous agreement. Not streaming thing? We're live? Yes, we're live. She claimed to be a reasonable theory, but she has already ended the note. She had learned it from Leonardo Mitchell, who has a person. Leonardo Mitchell's information sources came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker, who could be the one who mailed it. Meanwhile, Leonard, Mitchell, and Dally Simmons had already suspected the evil spirit possessing Instant Will belongs to the Hunter Pathway. A classic quill... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Writing the quill. Okay. Meanwhile, Leonardo Mitchell and Dally Simmons had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Instant Will belongs to the Hunter Pathway. A classic quill... Oh, okay. Fuck, man. Once this shit starts writing, shit goes down. Read slowly? I know, I know. A classic quill dabbed in black ink was writing rapidly on an ordinary notebook as though it was held by an invisible hand. Suddenly, a silent, pale hand reached out and grabbed the quill. The owner of the hand had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, instant glow, and the other was filled with a small but obvious blood vessels. He lowered his wrist and continued writing. But is this the truth to the matter? Will everything develop according to what Dally Simmons, Leonardo Mitchell, and Soyce Red Gloves team have in mind? That's crazy, man. The second you know, it knows. In the forsaken lands of gods, in Noise City, which couldn't be illuminated by everything, the figures looked over without making any sound, giving Derek a fright. He nearly stopped the illumination effect as he dodged to avoid facing them directly. However, having training from a young age as with experience of the past few years, he didn't end up flustered. He didn't rush to the end as it forcefully held back his horror and waited for the chief to give the next order. Two dark green complicated symbols appeared in Colin Iliad's eyes. He took the streets that were blanketed with faint mist, the seemingly normal figure which didn't take any action. Suddenly he grunted and genuflected, his hands grabbed by the two swords that were stabbed in the ground. At the back of his neck, his bluish-black skin swelled a little, and indescribable, complicated, mysterious symbols appeared. They were half illusionary and half real, as they crept to either higher or lower levels. At the same time, Shepherd Leva let out a painful grunt as she raised her hands and held her head, vomiting some blobs of the squirming flesh. What the fuck is happening to them? Squirming flesh and blood. Her palms and her body seemed to have silver armor strangely appear, overlapping on top of her. Stop. Demon Hunter colored her softly 1 second later. Derek hurriedly entered the illumination and allowed the thin mist to cloak the figures, allowing the dead silence to once again blanket the ancient Noise City. Everything quickly returned to its former form as Colin Iliad slowly got up. He cast his gaze at the tower, cathedral, and other buildings, and they could barely be made out through the thin mist. It's a bit different before from my expedition. I'm not sure why there are no such changes either. Demon Hunter Colin retracted his gaze as he severed the team members. Do you still have any ideas or thoughts? Shepherd Lovia had already crouched down and picked up the blobs of flesh and blood that had fallen to the ground. However, she wasn't in a rush to stuff them into her mouth. Too much of them from before being swallowing. She offered we can change the directions and explore Noah City or other entrances. Perhaps we might discover something. She had been maintaining her silence and keeping her attitude of a spectator the entire journey. This was the first time she was voicing her thoughts and giving her point of view. 939 is called Bait. I'm ready, man. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me with your best shot, bro. Chapter 939 is called Bait Peak. Come on, man. My heart is sealed off. If anything happens, it's chill. Everybody's going to live happily ever after. Grab the popcorn. Did you understand what Inns had written? Yeah, but it's like he's making them doubt. Like, is this like really what they... Like, is this really what's going on? Like, he's trying to make them doubt each other. He's basically trying to throw them off the scent. That's basically what's happening. Chapter 939 is called Bait. Colin, Iliad. Now, what I don't get is I don't get the whole armor part with Shepherd Lovia when she was on the ground. That part I didn't get. I don't know if it's because we've been live for so long. I didn't get that part. But let's keep reading. We can talk about that after, though. That was the only part that kind of confused me in that chapter. But chapter 939 is called Bait. Colin Alien glanced at Olivia without giving a direct response. After he pulled out the two swords in the ground, he nodded and said, okay. The group of 5 circled around Noise City perimeter, making a few attempts to enter, but they were frightened away as the seemingly normal but silent city carrying out of its daily routine. They didn't dare to venture in. With the frequency of the lightning reducing and how darkness was slowly beginning to rule the world, Colin took a deep look at Noise City from a few seconds and said, we will first set up a small camp. We will continue when it's daytime. The so-called daytime meant when the frequency of lightning was relatively higher, keeping the moments of darkness to a minimum. The Expedition 33 understood that reference. The Expedition team members didn't object to it. Soon they set up a simple camp by the riverside amidst a series of rocks. At the extreme end of the campfire, there was a huge boulder providing them with shelter so that there weren't any worries about the rain. At the extreme end of the camp, there was a huge boulder providing them with shelter so there weren't any worries about rain. A bonfire was burning with all kinds of strange creatures, carcasses piled to the side. From time to time, they would be thrown in as timber. Colin, Lovia, and company sat around the fire, eating the rations they... I lost my place. Eating the rations they had brought about the monster's corpse and that had been proving to not cause any serious harm. Yeah, Lamp Master. Yeah. As the fat sizzled from the roasting, Chief Colin Iliad from the 6-member council looked at Derek Burke and said, we shall inspect the camp first. We shall switch when they're done with their meals. If this were any other time, Derek wouldn't have thought otherwise. But now that the first thought came to his mind, this was Chief's wishes to speak to me in private. Speak in private. All right, Derek stuffed the remaining pieces of meat into his mouth and lifted up the Thunderguard's roar at his side. The piece of meat was clearly already real, but it was still presented a ghastly green color. I got a burp. I've been drinking too much today. Too many liquids. Oh my, this desk is just filled with drinks. After coming to the dark edge of the camp, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, his tongue unchanging, Noise City is more sinister and dangerous than I expected. I'm wondering if you have any views on what we should do next. And he's asking him for help. I know nothing about this place. I'm also lacking in experience. Why is Chief asking me for my views? Derek was instantly taken aback, wishing to raise his left hand and scratch the back of his head. He's like, yeah, what are you asking me? He then recalled a few times he had spoken with Chief while they were in the City of Silver. He recalled Mr. Hangman's analysis of the hidden context in their conversation and suddenly realized something. Chief is giving me a hint. He's trying to tell me that Noise City is more sinister and dangerous than he expected. The difficulty of hunting shapeshifters far exceeds his expectations. He's wondering if there's a possibility of changing the target. Damn, he's good now. He's picking up on these subtle clues. He wishes for me to pray to Mr. Fool and receive a revelation so that we could get his views. Oh, okay. Mr. World really is a wise person. Along the way, he had already told me of a method to hunt a bizarre bane in a relatively easy manner. It's by getting its blood, With the present situation, and he has Grizzle's travel. With the present situation, it seems like his plan is feasible. As his thoughts raced, Derek replied earnestly, yes, Your Excellency, I have some suggestions. Colin suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, holding back the more direct speech he had prepared as he nodded gently. Go ahead. Since Noise City has changed, it will be very risky for us to enter. Perhaps we can consider lurking the shapeshifter out. Derek didn't directly regulate the world German Sparrow method, but he did make some modifications based on the present situation. Colin didn't directly reject it and said rather seriously, then how should we lure the shapeshifter? Yo, Wind Valley, you joined at the best time. Apparently he joined at the best time. Let's find out. Derek didn't hesitate to say, I have an item that is extremely enticing to shapeshifters. As long as it's placed at the boundary of the Noise City or even further, it will lure out a shapeshifter out. The grizzled Colin wasn't surprised by their words. He immediately nodded and said, what's the item? He long knew that Derek Berg had secretly held a bestowment ritual at night during the guard duty shift. Furthermore, if he hadn't had kept the truth undercover, it was impossible for Derek to keep it from Livia, Legaris, and Gundlin. Derek didn't know what its name or description was. He immediately took out an iron black box, which was completely different from the City of Silver style, before removing the wall of spirituality. Following that, he didn't lower his head. Instead, he turned his head to the open box slowly and used the sense of a touch. Inside the box was a palm-sized human-shaped object. A cursory glance allowed one to see the transparent liquids filling with inside. From time to time, it bubbled and emanating a black glow. Upon scrutinizing it, there appeared to be maggots circling around the object. This was the true soul body of the spirit world plunder which Klein had previously obtained. He believed that for the bizarre bane, this boundary ingredient had an unparalleled allure. This wasn't simply as a result of the law beyond a characteristic convergence, but also because of the once bizarre bane obtained. It could turn into a complete bizarre sorcerer. It would break through all kinds of limitations and receive a fundamental improvement in its life natural order, truly becoming a demigod. Therefore, to make the hunting of the bizarre bane simpler and clearer without wasting any time, Klein took the risk of losing the true soul body of the spirit world plunders by lending it into the little sun. Colin and I looked at it carefully for a few seconds before retracting his gaze. It's likely to be effective. Close the box and stop adding a wall of spirituality to it. Just bring it up with you. Just bring it around with you. Let's see if they will be attracted to our camp. Derek subconsciously asked. Colin, with a few old scars on his face, revealed a smile. Do you think there's only one shapeshifter? Oh, shit, there's more than one. I thought there was only one shapeshifter. Do you think there's only one shapeshifter in Noise City? If this item's level wasn't lacking, I would have even been worried that it might attract more terrifying monsters. Derek wore a look of shame as he scratched the back of its head. Following Chief's instructions, he closed the iron black square box lid, stuffed it into the concealed pocket in his clothes, oh, he did go here first. Geralt of Rivia out on hunt. You know, he's asking for help. If this item level wasn't lacking, I wouldn't even be surprised if it might attract even more terrifying monsters. Derek wore a look of shame as he scratched the back of his head. Following the chief's instructions, he closed the iron black square box lid, stuffing it into a concealed pocket in his clothes. In the patrol that followed, he kept a high level of vigilance, but no shapeshifter attack. After a while, Livia, Leggers, and Golan took over the mission as Derek sat back beside the warm fire. At that moment, he heard calling as 7 to 8 red light ravens flew over the spiraled in midair. This brought about an indescribable sense of horror. It's like they're waiting, man. It's like the ravens are waiting. Colin Iliad drew his sword and looked up. Suddenly, his heart stirred as he quickly cast his gaze to Derek Berg. On the both sides of the bonfire, two brownish yellow-haired youths. Okay, last time we saw a fucking childlike figure, we got stuck in a time loop. On both sides of the bonfire, I'm starting to burn up. On both sides of the bonfire, two brownish yellow-haired youths who had childlike looks and were nearly 1.9 meters tall were staring at each other blankly. Colin's eyes narrowed as he immediately shouted, "Illuminate." One of the youths was taken aback. After a moment of enlightenment, pure warm sunlight was emitted from his body. With a whoosh, an incomplete shadow swept past Colin's sword, sliced through the fake Derek. It was a shadow, a blurry, transparent shadow. At the same time, a red-eyed raven fell from the sky. Its body was swelled up, turning into a pitch-black shadow. Above the shadow shivered a transparent, ghostly blue single eye. Around the eyes were similar eyes, but smaller. Shapeshifter, a shapeshifter that could disguise itself as ravens. Just as the pitch-black shadow landed, Derek's mind turned numb as he could hardly... I'm going to take off my headphones. As he could hardly move, as though he was being petrified. All he could do was watch the enemy pounce at him. Pop! The shapeshifter slammed into an invisible wall and failed to take a further step. Besides the bonfire, Colin Iliad stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and drew the other swords on his back. The surrounding area lit up, and like the legendary dawn, it descended upon this abandoned land. Infinite beams of light reminiscent of the dawn erupted, turning into an illusionary ocean and devoured the pitch-black shapes along with all the ravens from the bottom up. At the entrance of the camp, an illusionary knight in silver armor standing more than 5 meters tall appeared behind Shepherd Livia. The knight's eyes burned with dark red flames as they instantly locked onto the spot. He suddenly opened up his stride and appeared hundreds of meters away in a flash. Beams of sharp silver light shot out, dicing all the objects around into tiny, neat pieces, including all the different monsters hiding there. It included the shapeshifter that has used some abilities to escape the demon hunter's lethal attack. The monster hadn't died as it switched its true body once again, but the pure brown light of the dawn descended once again, completely downing a huge area. After the light of dawn turned faint, Colin Iliad in his brown coat appeared with 2 swords in hand. He calmly watched as the points of light gathered above the ground, which was covered in whiff cracks. Black red blood, which was mostly evaporating, was slowly dissipating. Success. As Derek revealed in the light, he hurriedly sealed the black square box of wall of spirituality. Colin immediately stabbed the 2 other swords into the ground and took out 3 metal bottles that had been emptied on the potions and filled them with the blood on the ground. Okay, so they're getting the shapeshifters of blood. While waiting for the ingredients to take form, he said to Livia and company with the unusual expression, I have to use the ingredients left by the shapeshifter. I wish to directly make an exchange for them. In the city of Silver, there was typically 2 ways to handle the spoils for such expeditions. First, it was to bring it back and give it to the city and exchange it for the corresponding contribution points. The distribution depended on the amount of effort put in during the expedition. Second, if it wasn't something especially important, if it was caught by the fancy of the member of the expedition, they could directly make an exchange for it with equivalent items and contribution points. I have no objections, Legolas and Golem answered in unison. Livia didn't say the word as a form of tacit consent. After the illusionary silver-armored knight returned, she turned her head and looked towards the bonfire where Derek Berg was sitting in a deadpan expression. The difference between Clyde and Colin decimated that thing. He fucking one-shot of that bitch. Colin, I really like Colin. Like, he just gives me Geralt of Rivia vibes. Like, he is just a straight-up witcher out on the hunts. And it's like Colin is just the embodiment of badass, dude. New music, new chapter in Discord. Oh, okay. And East Balm, the temporary office for the Red Gloves. So I surveyed the area and said to all the team members, Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes has ordered us to investigate the sale of the Hunter Pathway ingredients and the local and surrounding cities, as well as any disappearances or death beyonders for the same pathway. She agrees with Dally guesses, and she suspects from the death that the Inta spies that it's an evil spirit of the Hunter Pathway. Of course, we mustn't ignore the abnormality since it's only one possibility. There's also another thing. We only need to do the gathering of information, ignore everything else. We will delve deeper into the investigations. It's in order by Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes. Goddess's Eyes? Got that? Yes, Cindy and company replied. Soist looked at Leonard and Dally before retracting his gaze and said heavenly, Move out. Okay, so they're making me move. They're making their move. Oh, shit. Oh, this chapter is called A Story. Okay. Chapter 940. It's called... Wait, what the... I did that wrong. Chapter 914. 940 is called A Story. This is definitely with a quill. After leaving the local Nighthawk's base, which was disguised as a private detective office, Leonard glanced at Dally Simon, who had suggested to team up with him. Where do we begin? Any suggestions? Dressed in a spirit maiden black robe with her hooded robe over her head, Dally Simon, with uncanny beauty and mature air, shot Leonard Mitchell a glance. This is where the gentleman's decisiveness and style should be showcased. Leonard looked at his left hand, which was wearing a red glove. He deliberately said, if we begin by following Captain Soy's arrangement, they might allow us to find some clues, but it's not necessarily useful. I suspect that Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes know that she only gives us something to do in order to confuse Ince Zingwil. Why do you say that? Dally wasn't joking, as her expression wore a rare, solemn look. Leonardo glanced to his sides and said as he heaved a heave of voice without realizing it, based on what I know, 008 has the characteristics of once you know, it will also know you. We shouldn't be influenced while staying on the periphery of its perception, since we aren't sure of its real name or powers, and only will using the code name we give it based on the red gloves in pursuing numerous episcopate matters. And having discussed Insingwil many times, I believe our situation has already been grasped by 008. This is why Insingwil should know his abnormal state has been exposed. From that, he will avoid us by creating coincidences. Dally recalled the information regarding Insingwil and nodded. Soyce had already mentioned... This is a long chapter, by the way. What the... I'm just realizing it's very rare when there's like an 8-page chapter or when it's this long. Soyce has also mentioned this problem in the beginning. However, he didn't verbally it as he said. It's still in the stage of backward inference as a result of failures. Therefore, Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes is guiding us to investigate the situation of the nearby district's Hunter Pathway, beyonders and ingredients, and pretending as though nothing is confirmed. In the meantime, Her Excellency is preparing the usage of some corresponding items to lay a trap for the moment where the evil spirit gains control over Insingwil and thus appear. Leonard turned his body and spoke as he walked. That's probably the case, but I suspect that it's unlikely for 008 to not know of it. Dally followed diagonally behind as she said and thought, I believe that there will be a chance for success. Don't forget that one of the honorific names of the goddess is Mother of Concealment. I have my own music playing over easy. That can counter 008. The church has a high-ranking member or a sealed artifact that can counter 008. It's no wonder 008 was once obtained by the church and sealed under the Holy Cathedral. I guess that makes sense, yeah? There was something that was able to seal it. Lenard's eyes, or there's something that was able to capture it. Lenard's eyes lit up as he came to realization. Dally nodded very slightly as her expression turned soft. A few seconds later, her pupils contracted as she blurted out, "Do you think our discussion has caught the attention of 008? Of course." Lenard's expression fell, but he didn't dare confirm anything nor shake his head. He and Dally looked at each other, looking back and forth as they fell silent for a moment. In a particular room, a slightly pale hand... here we go. In a particular room, a slightly pale hand flipped a notebook to its very first page. Page 1? All right, in a particular room, a slightly pale hand flipped a notebook to its very first page. Then it flipped one page after another. After leaving Banshee Harbor, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who had obtained a certain object, was no longer only stubborn or only capable of instinctively conspiring. After repeating struggling and resisting Insengwyl, who had obtained a truce and had even decided on having a limited cooperative effort so as to achieve each other's goal. To an evil spirit of the Red Priest Shadow, such a promise cannot be guaranteed to be effective. But once Insengwyl no longer had any other choice. From his point of view, the series of matters had only coincidences, but ultimately this was inevitable. At the very least, Sauron Einhorn Medici was many times better at creating stories than him. After confirming the destination to the southern continent's east ball of Insengwyl boarded the ship to the Berserk Sea. Every time he would enter the Intis colonial islands and irrationally provoking the official Beyonders and hunting Beyonders from the Hunter pathway. Then, before danger arrived, he would quickly regain lucidity, cover his tracks, and flee far away. This might seem like coincidence, but the problem is when it's the same coincidences every time. It's too much of a coincidence. From the perspective of logic and reason, too many coincidences imply that certain elements or rules were secretly in existence. The reason why Insengwyl was able to do that was because he hid between the words above. Using the quill of Al-Zuhud... Of what? Using the quill of Al-Zuhud, he naturally allowed himself to switch between the two states of being possessed by an evil spirit and self-autonomy. What a scheming fellow. This wasn't only directed by Insengwyl, but also by the Sauron Einhorn Medici. They were very clearly already coexisting in peace. Wait. The quill is called Al-Zuhud, and they're technically already working and coexisting? The name of the quill? Yeah, it's... What a scheming fellow. But this is the first time it was only directed at Insengwyl, but also the Sauron Einhorn Medici. They were clearly already coexisting in peace, but they acted out in conflict as though they were relying on external force to achieve some semblance of balance. Insengwyl's purchase of additional Bard of the Ward pathway Beyond ingredients was very reasonable. This is because he was hiding the clues that the evil spirit was using him to seek out various items on the Hunter pathway and to prevent others from realizing that all this was under his tacit agreement, disguising it as attempts to resist. In addition, the Bard of the Warrior pathway had the ability to resist the dead and exorcise evil spirits. As long as a clever person were to think it over carefully, they would undoubtedly notice this and verify that Insengwyl was being possessed. After numerous provocations, the Iron and Blood Cross orders the Iron and Blood Cross orders Tony down finally locked onto Insengwyl and began pursuing him. During this process, the war bishop who had... Oh my god, this is getting hard. You don't remember the name of Al-Zuhud? It was mentioned earlier. I don't remember the name of the quill. Al-Zuhud is the son of... Oh, I remember now. Yes, the son of Enkwalt. Yes, we talked about that. Thank you. I forgot about that. It's I was thinking of the other evil dragon. My bad. The one of nightmares. My bad. Okay. It's the name of the son of the dragon imagination, Enkwalt. The evil one. Thank you. Okay, I remember that. I remember the dragon of nightmare. I just didn't remember his name was Al-Zuhud. Thank you. I remember the dragon of night. If it said dragon of nightmare, I'll be like, oh, perfect. I remember. Sorry, I forgot Al-Zuhud. He naturally allowed himself to switch between the two states of being possessed by the evil spirit and self-autonomy. What is scheming? I just read this. As long as a clever person were to think it over carefully, they would undoubtedly notice this and verify that Insengwyl was being possessed. So this was to throw him off. After numerous provocations of the Iron Blood Cross order, Tony finally locked onto Insengwyl and began pursuing him. During this process, this war bishop who had made his goal to become a conqueror showed off his powers without any restraint. When a storm happened to stop his pursuit, he had appeared on a ship filled with ordinary people in an eye-catching manner before pulling out the fellow disguise of Insengwyl. This was a little coincidental, but it was nothing to surprise. This was because the Iron and Blood Cross Order's beliefs is for the supernatural to be known to all, and to be placed above all ordinary people, and Tony's down unbridled arrogance often used his own strength to shatter the doubts of other people and had extremely great confidence. Therefore, the way he acted without a problem. Likewise, he was overly confident, causing him to neglect the possibility that Instant Will was also on the ship. This didn't match his intuition as a hunter, but in this world, anyone could make mistakes. When Instant Will how are we supposed to fight this guy, dude? I don't get it. The second you think of it, he knows you. Like, it's like, I'm sorry to talk about the warp. So I know that's a new sequence reveal, but it's like, I'm so like flabbergasted. How are we supposed to fight someone that knows everything and anything about itself when it's being mentioned? Like, it's like, whatever you do and scheme, there's no way to fight him. I don't get it. I don't know how we're supposed to beat this guy. It's like the desire of, like, it's like the desire, trust inclined, he will cook. It's like the desire apostle, bro. It's like, you can't even plan it. You just have to coincidentally run into them to fight. Ref, do something. It's a ref, do something else. I'm so flabbergasted in a good way, not in a bad way. It was neither too early nor too late before Soy's Red Glove took action, and I'm getting lightheaded. I'm like, how do we do this? Inzagwil met with Hand of Paleness, Pelnink Tasibilis of the numinous Episcopal Artificial Death faction, hoping to obtain their help in exercising the evil spirit. The evil spirit was such a conclusion. I lost my place. Captured Pelson, Telibra, and other key personnel in the numerous Episcopate. No one could come up with such a conclusion so quickly. This made his preparations a little hastily, but thankfully he was an outcome he wanted. The Red Glove team, led by Soyce, discovered Insingwill's abnormalities from the feedback from various telegrams. Dally Simon used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and had received a unanimous agreement. She claimed it to be a reasonable story, but she was already in the know. She had learned it from Leonard Mitchell, who had a parasite. Leonardo Mitchell information source came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker, who could be the one mailing it. Meanwhile, Leonardo Mitchell and Dally Simon had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Insegwo belongs to the Hunter Pathway. But is this the truth of the matter? Will everything develop according to what Dally Simon, Leonardo Mitchell, and Soyce Red Gloves team have in mind? After the discussion with that person, the Cathedral Serenity high-ranking Decon, Elia believed the Dally theories and decided to use a grade 100 pathway sealed artifact as bait, so all to allow Insingwo to fall into a trap while the evil spirit was possessing him. To conceal this attested goat. Read above. Give us the good read. Wait, I skipped a paragraph? Exercising the evil spirit. What? Let's reread from here. It was neither too early or too late. Before Soyce Red Gloves took action, Insingwo met with a Hand of Paleness. Planik, I just read this. Tanik Tasibilis of the numinous Episcopate Artificial Death faction, hoping to obtain their hope in exercising the evil spirit. Traces of words scribbled away. The development of one thing became a little odd. Before having a sufficient amount of clues, Leonard Mitchell and Dally Simon of the Soyce Red Glove team seemed to come to a conclusion, and apparently came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker. Where did the problem lie? Insingwo was rather puzzled by this. From his point of view, unless one could directly capture Pelink Tasibilis or other key personnel of the numinous Episcopate, no one can come up with such a conclusion so quickly. This made his preparations a little hastily, but thankfully this was an outcome he wanted. The Red Glove team, led by Soyce, discovered Insingwo abnormalities. From the feedback from various telegrams, Dally Simon used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and had received a unanimous agreement. She claimed it to be a reasonable story, but she was already in the know. She had learned of it from Leonardo Mitchell, who had a parasite, and Leonardo Mitchell's information source came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker, who could be the one mailing it. Meanwhile, Leonardo Mitchell and Dally Simon had already suspected the evil spirit possessing Insingwo belongs to the Hunter Pathway. But is this the truth of the matter? Well, will everything develop according to what Dally Simon, Leonardo Mitchell, and Soyce Red Gloves team have in mind? After the discussion with the person in the Cathedral Serenity high-ranking Decon, Ilya believed that Dally's theories and decided to use the Grade 1 Hunter Pathway Seal artificial as bait, so as to allow Insingwo to fall into a trap while the evil spirit was possessing him. So it's like a honeypot. To conceal this goal, she got Soyce Red Glove team to continue investigating the reveling clues. Unfortunately, their premise was wrong. Although Insingwo was possessed by an evil spirit, his actions had never been affected. all he had done before was an act, if it was done in accordance with Sauron Einhorn and Medici suggestions, with the aim to confuse the Church of the Evernight and to make Ilya blindly attack, and a red glove evil spirit that was willing to help and cooperate was enough to change the battlefield situation. Inzingwil's true motives for coming to the southern continent is what? Inzingwil's true motives for coming to the southern continent. Hunt the high-ranking Decon Ilya of the Church of the Evernight. It was for his advancement preparations by obtaining her beyond her characteristics. Oh. He's staring at you? He wanted to prove to everyone that the Church of the Evernight had made a foolish mistake to abandon him back then. Of course, before beginning this operation, Inzingwil had to first satisfy the Sauron Einhorn Medici thirst, a thirst for the mid and high sequence beyond her characteristics of the hunter pathway. To keep it a secret, he didn't plan on hunting locally, and he had prepared it to do it further away. When the evil spirit, undying nature, red angel level, and the uniqueness of a gatekeeper combined with Inzingwil possessed the relatively high sequence abilities of the spirit world traversal of the death pathway, he was able to head to the remote areas and return in a short period of time. He had deliberately kept this under wraps. After satisfying the Sauron Einhorn and Medici, Inzingwil decided to first kill... The fuck? After... Oh shit, dude. We're not going to kill him, are we? After satisfying Sauron Einhorn Medici, Inzingwil decided to first kill Dali, Simon, and Lord Mitchell and pretended to vaguely sense the Church of the Evernight trap. He would forcefully counterattack only to lose his rationality and head for the trap. He didn't plan on leaving any unstable elements. All Avengers that survived Tingen had died. No, fuck you, dude. He didn't plan on leaving in any stable elements. All the Avengers that survived Tingen had to die. No, man. The notebook flipped to an empty spot as a pale white hand grabbed a quill and added the words, "Today, everything will go smoothly." Shut the fuck up, dude. West Balam, Northern State, Kokawa City. You aren't done with your investigations? Anderson asked in boredom as he walked beside the Nits. Soon the Nits replied as he found it a little difficult to focus. Do you have something to do? At this moment, Anderson took out a map and stack of information. He said with a chuckle, I've already figured out the rough location of the ancient mausoleum. Based on the traditions of the East-West Balam, there's definitely plenty of treasures in here. Here, death doesn't mean to end, but a new beginning. No, man. A new beginning. That's why they have tons of burials items. The Nits was taken aback as he asked in surprise, I thought you aren't proficient in Deutonies. How did he gather the information? Anderson chuckled and raised his black gloved left palm. He spread his fingers and said, I don't, but I can't temporarily steal their language until I finish finding the information. I knew a fellow like you will have some tricks up his sleeves. Then I have to take out my headphones. The music's starting to bother me. Oh, man, my ears are starting to hurt. It's been so long. The Nit said with a gritted teeth as he pointed to the main street beside the square. Goodbye. Anderson didn't stop, and as he smiling watched him walk away with large... Oh, we changed music now? Figure walking. Wait, hold up. Oh, man. I don't want to read this anymore. If they fucking die, dude, I'm so over it. If they die, stream ends, dude. They better not end, dude. Change the music. They fucking better not die. I'll be so mad if I've been live for this long just for them to die, bro. Alright, don't worry. The momentum keeps going. Anderson chuckled and raised his black left palm. Let me read this part. Oh, man. I don't, but I can temporarily steal their language until I find this information. I knew a fellow like you will use some tricks up his sleeves. The Nit said with a gritted teeth as he pointed to the main street beside the square. Goodbye. Anderson didn't stop him as he smiling watched him walk away with large strides. At this moment, the two simultaneously noticed a figure walking over. The figure held a classic quill and wore a black clergyman's robe. He had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, and the other filled with small but obvious blood vessels. He was approaching Anderson and the Nits. No. Anderson didn't know the middle-aged man, but his body couldn't help but tremble as though he was facing his nemesis. Warning signs of danger flashed in his mind as his pupils rapidly dilated. Suddenly, he heard a warm voice by his ears. Don't be nervous. Ooh, Anderson blankly turned his head and saw a figure strangely appear beside him despite there not being anyone there in the first place. This figure had apparently been there all this time, but he always been ignored. He wore a strangely simple white robe. He had a pale golden beard that covered his half. I'm sorry, is this the bishop we spoke to in the church? His light-colored eyes were clear like a child's. He had a genuine and reserved look. Looking at the quill in Insengul's hand. Oh, no, okay. Looking at the quill in Insengul's hands, the middle-aged man, who was dressed like an ordinary priest, half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and gestured for 4 points before him. What the fuck? Hanging up there was a silver cross? I'm sorry. It's Insengul and the freak emoji chat only. It's okay. I won't read chat. Well, we're just gonna do this raw. Hold up. I'm not even thinking. I'm just reading right now. Let's keep reading. I won't stop thinking, but we're gonna like mostly read and think simultaneously. Let's see if we can do this. Chapter 931 is called Development That Adheres to Logic. The moment he saw the middle-aged man dressed in a priest's getup, Anderson zoned out for a second. I'm zoning out right now. Following that, some shackles in the middle suddenly collapsed into countless memories fragments surged through an invisible barrier. It felt like long suppressed feelings suddenly erupted. He remembered the things that had happened over the past 2 months. He remembered the mission the demigod had given him. Back in Bam, he followed the thoughts in his... Oh, when he lost his memories. Right? He lost like 2 months. He remembered the things that had happened over the past 2 months. He remembered the mission that the demigod had given him. So this is the guy we saw when Klein left him. Back in Bam, he followed the thoughts in his mind to meet up with the demigod. He followed him and left the Roshid Archipelago for a secret location. There, he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to not enter the ancient coffin. Easy will stall anyways. No, never. Oh, while you're doing your important call, maybe. After, I just skipped the line. There he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to enter the ancient coffin. I need to take these off. I'm so sorry. I need to lower the music. At least on my end. I'm so sorry. After a moment of this, then he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to enter the ancient coffin, to lay there among the beyond ingredients and a liquid filled with strange mixed blood, allowing them to seep into him. After a month of the corrosive treatment, a dark red chrysalis formed inside his body. Anderson's body? He then had his memories from his period of time sealed before being sent to Westballum. He was then psychologically cued to not leave until he recovered his memories. This meant that he hadn't finished the demigod mission and that it was still underway. Everything that had happened before were just preparations. Scenes flashed through his mind as Anderson discovered this while he was playing harmonica on the streets, checking into the hotel with the nits, obtaining a lounge of comprehension charms from the Church of Knowledge preachers, as well as his arrival in the Northern Continent. All of these incidents had this genuine, seemingly innocent priest present beside him the entire time. When having meals, he was sitting at the neighboring table. When he checked in, the neighboring room was his. When he was walking on the street, he was walking to the right beside him. When playing the harmonica and putting on the ventriloquist's act, this man was looking at him in a genuine manner. Anderson hadn't noticed any of this back then. The nits who was beside him, the people around him, none of them had noticed him. It was as though they had never seen the priest before. A chill that arose from deep in his heart ran from his tailbone up to his spine to his brain. He felt the experience he had been through were enough to drive him insane to the point of losing control. The nits, who was already opening up a distance from Anderson, looked at the black-robed clergy man Insengul, and then he looked at the simple priest who was praying with his eyes closed. Oh, he's closing so he doesn't look at him, right? He hurriedly bowed his head and used ancient Hermes to softly chant. The fuck? Who's chanting? Wait, is the nits praying? Wait, the nits who had already opened up a distance from Anderson looked at the back-robed clergyman Insengul, and then he looked at the simple priest who was praying. Wait, the priest is praying this. The priest is praying the honorific. Is it the nits or is it the priest? Okay, it's the nits. I thought the priest was doing this. Okay. He hurriedly bowed his head and used ancient Hermes to softly chant. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the great fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. A few days earlier, he had received Mr. Fool's revelation to handle some matters as a guise to stay around Anderson. It was said that he could immediately pray if any abnormalities were to happen. Okay, so it is the nits. Although he didn't know what would happen or if he had encountered the nits, who always cherished his life, didn't hold back as he did, as he was told. Even if the abnormalities happened, it might very well be him being overly imaginative. For this, he had specifically worn the boxing glove made from the Grozel's Beyonder characteristics to ensure that he would act first without thinking. So he just think later. First without thinking so as to not waste any time. Good. At this point, Inzagul has stopped walking. His dark blue, nearly black eye filled with blood vessels reflected the priest in the simple white robes who had a cross hanging by his chest. In his middle, in his mouth, a furious voice sounded, "The fuck, Adam? 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 Adam?" And in his mind and his mouth, a fierce voice sounded, "Adam, the creator's son, kings of angel Adam." Before Inzanguel could finish the sentence, the priest opposite of him opened his eyes. His light-colored eyes were already pure golden color. Holy fucking shit, it's Adam. Suddenly, pitch black stone columns. It's Adam. Suddenly, pitch, because remember he had golden eyes, and Amon had black eyes. Suddenly, pitch black stone columns were erected around him. Pitch black stone columns were erected around him, setting up a majestic cathedral. Inside this cathedral, are we lagging? I think it's on your end. Hold up. Let me leave this open just so I can see my end. I'm getting so lightheaded. Inside, a blurry figure stood as though he was watching everything with comparison. This was a cathedral of corpses, but instead of appearing eerie, it was filled with holiness. The walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral had transparent warped faces protruding out. It was as though countless souls were sealed inside, preventing beyonders from sensing and existing of the spirit world or astral world. The square and pedestrians from before had vanished. They were kept outside of the corpse of the cathedral and had suddenly appeared. Inzanguel's classic quill had already flown up as it rode rapidly on the black clergyman's robe. Anderson Hood is German Sparrow's friend. Ouroboros has taken notice of him. Oh, fuck it. You guys got to give me the Spark Note versions of it. We've been going on for so long, I'm starting to mix things up. Ouroboros had taken notice of him, and due to various unknown reasons, Ouroboros appeared here was a development that adhered to... Ouroboros or Adam? Ouroboros also appeared? Development that adhered to logic? Just as the quill wrote the exclamation mark, light beam shone from this colored window as the corpse cathedral formed a stack of illusionary pure feathers. Beneath the enveloping feather, a figure with long silver hair materialized in it. Oh, it is Ouroboros. Silver long hair. Had materialized in a unificating praying stance. Following that, the figure stood up straight. Okay, Ouroboros. He wore a simple linen robe, and his handsome look and soft facial features. He was none other than King of Angels, Tollivar Ouroboros. Okay, man, we're getting Adam and Ouroboros. Why? Why is the quill doing this, dude? Why is... So... Angel Medici. Okay, so Inzanguel is currently with Adam, a king of angels. Inzanguel is possessed by Kings of Angel Medici, the Red Angel. And both Adam and Medici are working together to summon Ouroboros into the real world. Oh my god, dude. This is so... I'm sorry. I don't know if this is a skill issue. This is getting really hard to follow. No, am I wrong? To protect itself, it's scared. It's going up against Adam. I'm sorry. So they're not working together. Oh my god. I've been reading for so long. It's getting so hard to follow. What? No. Remember the secondary... I don't remember the secondary effect. It's always trying to kill the... Oh, wait. The secondary effect, it's always trying to kill the user. Oh. The secondary effect, it's always trying to kill the user. So the quill... Oh, Medici is purposely summoning Ouroboros to kill Inzanguel? It's Ouroboros to go... Yes, it's summoning him to go against them. Yeah, because he's all... The quill is always trying to go up against him. Got it. Fuck, dude, I'm so lightheaded. Dude, I'm so confused right now. No? Wait, you guys got to explain this right now. I'll read it again right now. Hold up. No? Oh, shit. Hold up. I need to catch my breath. I'm getting lightheaded. Oh. The quill saw Adam, then summoned Ouroboros. Okay. I thought Adam was with Zil. I thought they were, like, coexisting. I thought, like, they were, like, here together. Okay. They ran into Adam, so the quill is like, holy shit, it's Adam. Let's summon Ouroboros. The Quill did not summon Adam. He's just been following Anderson. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, that makes more sense. I thought they were teamed up for a second. Okay, no, that's what it meant by Adam was following them the whole time. They just didn't know it. Okay. I thought that was part of, like, the scheme. Okay, I thought the two of them were scheming something together, and then the Quill summoned Ouroboros. No. They ran... Okay, I got it now. They ran into Adam because Adam has been following the Nits the entire time, and Anderson, right? And because that's been happening, they're like, we gotta summon Ouroboros. What Jen said is literally spoilery, but read it anyway to understand. Okay. Quill is sequence 1, spectator beyond it. Check. Characteristic. Of course, Adam wants it. So, oh! Wait. Adam is part of the spectator pathway beyond our convergence. Law beyond our convergence. Right? They're drawn to each other. Adam used Anderson to attract ints. Okay, we're good. Oh, man, we've been live for so long. I think I did this to myself. I should have taken a day. You guys were right. I should have taken a day off. Yes. Okay. Just like my brain is shutting down right now. I haven't been live for this long in a really long time. And we've definitely we never read this. This is our first time reading this much. So it's like I'm noticing. I got it. Thank you guys. Thank you for helping me. I am noticing my limitations in reading. When I read this long, I start going lucid, bro. I start going lucid when I've been live for this long reading. People told you? I know people told me, but once I've been reading for this long, I started getting a little lucid. I'm starting to notice my limit. I think my limit is like 5 hours reading out loud. 5 to 6 hours. I think 5 hours is my limit reading out loud. And then I start going a little lucid. It's Joe. Should be easy to understand from here. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, we're lucid dreaming. And okay, Anderson is attracted by... so he's attached by the convergence. Medici is in ints. Ints has 008. Adam wants 008. So Adam is following Anderson to find ints and will. I feel bad, but you gotta lock in. It's too big. I know. It's okay. All right. Locking in. Suddenly, pitch black stone columns were erected around him, setting up a majestic cathedral. Inside this cathedral, each column, each arc, and each dome surface was embedded with the bones of different races. They were densely packed, and they used different eye sockets to stare at Int's Zungwil. They surrounded a cross that was more than 100 meters tall. In front of the cross, a blurry figure stood there as though he was watching everything with comparison. This was a cathedral of corpses, but instead of appearing eerie, it was filled with holiness. The walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral had transparent, warped figures protruding out. It was as though countless souls were sealed inside, preventing beyonders from sensing the existence of the spirit world or astral world. The square pedestrians before had vanished. They were kept outside, but the corporeal cathedral had suddenly appeared. Inzingul's classic quill had already flown up as it rode rapidly on the black clergyman's robe. Anderson Hood is German's Sparrow's friend. Ouroboros had taken notice of him, and due to the various unknown reasons, Ouroboros' appearance here was a development that adhered to logic. Because of the Beyond Convergence, got it. Just as the quill wrote, that's the part where he means adhere to logic. It adheres to that logic. Just as the quill wrote the exclamation mark, light beams shone in from the colored windows in the corpse cathedral, forming stacked illusory pure feathers. Beneath the enveloping skills, a figure with long hair materialized in a genuflecting praying stance. Following that, the figure stood up straight. He wore a simple linen robe and had handsome looks and soft facial features. He was none other than the King of Angels, Terrell Devourer Ouroboros. Ouroboros' eyes were momentarily unfocused, but it soon reflected the genuine priest's image. In his eyes and his feet and on his stacked feathers of light behind him, a supernatural mysterious circle was accentuated, forming an illusory river like a snake that had its head connected to its tail. The corpse cathedral once again reverted to the point where the pitch-black stone columns erected with the surrounding square were still on the border of existence. Taking this opportunity, Ouroboros flew out. Insingul didn't hesitate as he made the surrounding colors saturate and overlap against each other. Just as the Night Watcher was about to step into the spirit world, he suddenly saw a cross spanning more than 100 meters away and plummet down from high above. This cross impaled the middle of the unformed corpse cathedral. As the blurry figure that carried the cross raised its head, infinite light spewed out, drying Ouroboros and the quill holding Insingul within. The corpse cathedral filled with bones of the different races and the countless warped souls took form once again. Upon hearing the stacked illusory pleas, Klein was inside of the hotel and thinking about his daily miscellaneous matters and lampooning and boredom. He suddenly stood up, went straight to the window, and looked towards the nearby square. On the square, coffins were coming and going. The fountains was still spewing, and there was reverberating music. Everything seemed normal and even felt idyllic. Here, what seemed to be most unnervous was Anderson genuflecting with a stiff expression, with With a trembling Danitz was closing in his eyes, praying. With a second thought, Klein followed the plan he had formulated above the great fog. He controlled Winter Enzo, who was 100 meters away, to enter the telegraph office. He had instructed Danitz to live beside a telegraph office. At the same time, he took out his adventurous harmonica and blew into it. Renette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 blonde red eyes in her hands. All 8 eyes turned to the square. For Leonard, Miss Messenger, he likely hasn't left your detection range. Klein took out a letter he had already prepared and a gold coin before handing it to Miss Messenger. What he said and did was akin to the marionette. He only followed the instructions he had prepared in advancement. If he couldn't help think of something else, he would immediately use cognition to divert his attention. This was the method he's figured out from Wu Ossiton and how to deal with 008. By doing the thinking above the great fog, all he did was act according to the plan of the real world. In a particular prayer from Danitz, Klein had used the scene that appeared from the observed Anderson, who was nearly in the end. He discovered the unfamiliar priest, who was also feeling unfamiliar by his side. Thinking back to the psychology alchemist and Twilight Hermit Order's hidden connection, and making the connection to the contact of the Emperor Rizzo's diary, Klein immediately realized something. He was certain about what would happen. The master of the Twilight Hermit Order, the son of the creator angel Imagination Adam, was considering to obtain 008. The son of the creator angel of Imagination Adam was conspiring to obtain 008. This also means that there was a high chance for Insugun to appear with Anderson as a target. Then Klein readied his plan above the great fog, pretending as though he had never noticed anything. He continued his state as a marionette in reality. One of Renette Tinker's heads bit onto the letter as the 8 eyes looked deeply at Klein for 2 seconds. Oh, let's go. Oh my God. Klein nodded indiscriminately without a word, watching this messenger return to the spirit world. I just woke up. Good morning. And Kukawa Telegraph Office, Winter Enzo handed over the telegram addresses and viral gold he had already prepared of the staff, urging them to send it immediately. West Balam, Northern State, Kokawa, and Sengul had appeared. The radio waves quickly spread, sending the message to the major bases of the Church of Evernight in West Balam and East Balam. East Balam, why are you always active around the cathedral? Why don't you go further to carry on the investigations? Dallin asked Leonard. Dally asked Leonard. Leonard thought and said, frankly and seriously awaiting news. Dally nodded and thought without praying further. She turned silent, no longer playing jokes on Leonard. It was as though she was waiting for something as well. Suddenly, Leonard's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look left. As a gatekeeper, Dally, who had already cast her gaze and eyes in that direction, a letter had appeared at some point in time, landing underneath a gas street lamp. Leonard didn't avoid Dally as he hurriedly picked up the envelope and opened it. The content of the letter was very simple. There's only one line: West Balam, Northern State, Kokawa, Revival Square, coordinates. Oh, and then that way the Quill can detect her. Because she doesn't know. She's just like, she has a hunch, but she wasn't verbally told. Leonard's expression turned heavy as he turned to Dally and said, ma'am, please help me to cover my tracks. As he spoke, his left glove had turned transparent. He stuffed his right hand into his pocket and grasped the Fate Siphon Charm. Dally fell silent for a second and said extremely seriously, bring me along. Back then, you managed to at least fight, but I don't have the time to do anything. Leonard's expression changed as his mouth gaped silently. Finally, without saying a word, he grabbed Dally's shoulder. The two of them vanished from rather empty streets. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, and once he confirmed the telegraph office, he had at least sent one telegram. Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He directly set up the high chair rank of the beckoned chair from the Tyrant card and the Sea God Scepter as a silver gray charm. Immediately, he was wearing a papal tiara with a papal robe. Draped over him was a bone specter in his hand. Amidst silver bolts of lightning, Klein's spirit, his spirituality towards the point of light where the Nitz was. Oh shit, we finished the chapter. You baboon read my message. I know, I'm gonna read it right now, but I don't understand how he's able to work around the quote. I don't get this part. It's like he's acting as a marionette, so he's not directly knowing. It's like he doesn't directly reference the quill, so the quill isn't detecting him because he's still playing the part as a marionette. The gray fog is pretty powerful. You tried? I know I'm a little tired. He doesn't think about the quill in reality. Yeah, because it's like above the gray fog, the quill cannot know. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, you're right. There's always interference above. Yes. He goes above the gray fog to think and takes action as a robot. He already planned everything above the gray. This part is I'm gonna have to go back and listen to myself. It's like I understand the fact that Klein is He's already planning all this. It's really hard to follow right now, but it's like, it's still badass. I'm still getting the raw emotions. I'm like, yo, this is badass. But next chapter. So I apologize if I'm not like top notch right now, but I get it, but I don't get it. You get me? Chapter 942. I am good to go. Chapter 942 is called Deity's Curse. So there's a curse and a deity. Okay, let's read. With Klein's spirituality making contact, the points of light suddenly expanded into a scene before his eyes. With his shadow cloaked up, the Nitz was praying with his head bowed in the corner of the square, chanting the fool's honorific name with ancient Hermes. So he told him ahead of time, if anything crazy happens, you pray to me. Thanks to this, Klein could see an expanded area around him, and he began searching for Ince Zingwil. Through the gray fog, everything he saw was clearly different from what he had previously seen. In the middle of the square, pitch black corpses embedded in the cathedral had appeared at some point in time. It was dark inside, but there wasn't any signs of activity inside. Using this opportunity, Klein replied to the Nitz, leave the area, find a hidden spot to hide in. As he spoke slowly, dressed in the papal tiara and dark robes, Klein raised his left hand and made the blue gems at the tip of the bone scepter light up. Sharp, jarring sounds immediately resounded in the revival square and the real world as a sudden gale swept the area. It made the Pole, who were seeping their leisurely time there, or the pedestrians, to leave quickly and head for the shelter for the wind. Even Anderson, who had a frozen expression, recovered his usual insouciant attitude. Holding his abdomen, he quickly rushed out of the dangerous area. It's not your fault. Blame the sleep deprivation. I know. I should be more wide awake right now, but thank you guys. I'm sorry. In a few seconds, Revival Square became extremely silent. Okay? It became extremely silent. Even the pedestrians who walked slowly without running had experienced the feelings of flying with the nudging of the wind. The empty area entered a brief silence, then a flame appeared from the Corpse Cathedral window. It grew in size, became increasingly blinding. Suddenly, the color of the glass window shattered as blinding white light that bordered on blue shot out like a meteor. The flaming light instantly crumbled, materializing into Ince Zingwil, who wore a black clergyman robe and had one dark blue eye and one eye covered with blood vessels. The moment the Night Watcher appeared, he couldn't help but open his mouth and scoff at the classical quill in his hand. If a fool like you didn't listen to my suggestion, how could something like this happen? I'm not even sure what you're afraid of. If you had allowed me to pray to the Lord, allowing me to secretly return to the Rose Redemption and join forces with the Serpent, our preparations would allow us to set up a trap. Today, we will be the one hunting Adam and not the other way around. The seemingly dark and damaged quill immediately flew up and wrote on an empty spot of Ince Zingwil's clothes. Due to the rain stemmed from the embarrassment, Sauron Einhorn Medici pushed the blame of this development to the quill of Al-Zu Hood. But in fact, it was he who was stopping himself from praying to the true creator. Be it the Sauron Einhorn, neither of them trusted their evil god. Today's development made the evil spirit's psychological disassociation worsen. This is extremely reasonable. This is the I can't read. This is the diagnosis by the best, most professional psychiatrist. Ince Zingwil immediately frowned as he raised his left hand and pressed it to his head. His dark blue eyes rapidly covered its lustrous and classically sculptured face, turning extremely stern. At this point, having escaped the Corpse Cathedral, he was no longer facing the square. Instead, it was flights of ancient stone stairs. They were leading to the peak of a towering mountain? The cool is mad. Erected there was a huge cross with countless angels spiraling around it. This reminds me of the mural. The huge cross on top of the mountain with countless angels spiraling around it. At this moment, an exaggerated bolt of silver lightning tore through the overcast sky, smiting right down on Ince Zingwil. The sealed and struggling space produced cracks. The fountain and its splashes appeared in his dark blue eyes. Ince Zingwil's figure immediately vanished, leaving behind a blurry, transparent spirit. The latter was struck by lightning and was instantly obliterated. The Night Watcher didn't have the luxury of time to consider what other lurking dangers there were. He took his opportunity to transform into a flame as he pretended to crack and rushed out. To him, no matter what lay ahead of him, nothing was more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the son of the Creator, King of Angels, Adam. Upon seeing the flame rise up from the square, allowing Ince Zingwil to escape the restraints of the illusionary world and return to his appearance with dark blonde hair and pale hands, Klein raised his hand slightly, subconsciously saturate. Have a new ship for you? Cool. Cool in the roads. Definitely not. Countless scenes flashed across his mind, him having his heart penetrated in the pair of bright leather boots just before his previous death, The fuck am I reading? Wait, I skipped the line. Upon seeing the flame rise up from the square, allowing In's Zengwil to escape the restraints of the illusioning world and returning to his appearance with dark blonde hair and pale hands, Klein raised his head slightly and subconsciously sat straight. Countless scenes flashed across his mind. Him having his heart penetrated, the pair of bright leather boots just before his previous death, Dunsmith smiling at him with a wink on his left eye, and the Blackthorn Security Company which had been reduced to ruins. The corners of Klein's mouth quickly curled upwards as he revealed a comical smile. He then deeply muttered using ancient Hermes' misfortune. The silver-gray charm on his right palm suddenly burst into gloomy black light. This was a charm of misfortune domain Klein made using Snake of Mercury, Will Ossipton's blood, and precious metals by praying to the Evernight goddess. This was a present he had prepared by Insengwil. This was an arrow of vengeance. This was a deity's curse. Klein immediately stood up, stretched his shoulders, and threw out his right palm, fusing the gloomy black light with the little powers he could stir up from above the gray fog as he threw them at Insengwil. Just as Insengwil returned to the revival square, he saw a dark black beam appear out of nowhere. It blanketed the entire sky, making him find himself in an extremely dark environment. Such a change happened in the flash before everything was restored to a normal in an instant. Nothing seemed to amiss, but as a night watcher who could only give others a certain level of bad luck, Insengwil actually smelled the aura of danger. Without any hesitation, he reached out of his left palm in a bid to use his evil spirit within him and his powers as a gatekeeper to enter the spirit world and flee. So he's trying to escape. However, none of the surrounding bright flowers, pure white fountain, and dark black tiles had the colors to saturate, much less become stacked. In Zengwil's spirit world traversal had become ineffective. The glint in his eyes froze as he seemed to understand the reason. It was because the evil spirit in him was having an internal struggle, thus they wouldn't lend him their powers. Okay, so because they're at odds, he's not lending him his powers. See, everything would be fine if you had listened to me. Bullshit, I rather died than believe it. He's fighting with each other. Bullshit, I rather died than believe in a true creator. What's the point in saying all this? Didn't you still end up the same as us, being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? Wait, what? I don't get this part. What's the point in saying all this? Didn't you still end up being the same as us, being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? None of you are nervous at all. Didn't you notice that the curse clearly came from a deity's aura? The power was fundamentally very powerful. Our present condition doesn't allow us to avoid it at all. Continue arguing. Go on. I'll wait till you die with all of you. They really beefing in a situation like... Yeah, it's funny. It's like... They're in like such a predicament and then they're at odds with each other. Should we explain or should it be spoilers? I don't think it's spoilers. I don't get this part. Being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici are all... I get the part that they're all fighting each other right now. They're like, fuck you, bullshit. But I don't get this line of dialogue. What's the point in saying all this? Didn't you still end up the same as us, being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? So none of you are nervous at all. Didn't you notice that the curse clearly came from a deity's aura? The power was fundamentally very powerful. Our present condition doesn't allow us to avoid it all. Continue arguing. Go on. I'll wait to die with all of you. Damn, that's fucked up. Oh, shit. All the three angels in the event spirit were killed, so Elisa Tudor became blood. So it's like, that's how Elisa became the Blood Emperor. Yes, this is no sequence 1 allowed when sequence 0. It's... Oh, you're right. The 3 of them. 3 sequence 1s. So the 3 were killed so that Elisa Tudor could advance to Red Priest. Got it. Nobody knows what you mean? Because they got captured when Elisa tried to change pathways. When they were killed, Tudor used her bionic characteristics for a potion. 23 out of 539 is crazy work. 39. Fucking red. Okay, the veins on Insengwil's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He was furious that Sauron, Einhorn, Medici would suddenly engage in an internal strife at such a critical moment. They didn't seem to notice the danger. They were all at all. As a former archbishop and a beyonder who had watched over the Church of the Evernight Holy Artifact, Insengwil didn't let the judgment become clouded because of his rage. He instinctively believed that the gloomy black beam had something to do with the Evernight goddess' authority over misfortune. He believed that the Sauron, Einhorn, Medici suddenly fallout was clearly a result of this influence. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Red Angel evil spirit to break into the quarrel without concerning themselves with the situation they were in simply because of the quill Aldazud had writing. He immediately turned around, quickly running towards another exit of the revival square in an attempt to communicate with the other spirits. He wished to borrow their powers to escape, however, there wasn't a single spirit around. At this moment, a figure stood... There wasn't a single spirit around? At this moment, a figure stood in a hidden corner of the open square. He was a mixed blood with parents coming from the low and embalmed. He had a fleshly face and baggy clothes. On his waist hung a rapier. It was Admiral Hel Ludwell. This was a marionette who usually didn't have any thoughts. After throwing out the deity's cursed charm, Klein folded his palm, returned to the real world, and made use of the two marionettes. As he made Enzo find a corner, he took out the idols he preached, set up a bestowment ritual, and controlled Admiral Hell to walk to a secluded spot to face Instinguil. 1v1. This Admiral Hell, who looked like nothing like his original self, raised his right hand, allowing his arm to find the fingers of the rapier, rapidly turn incorporeal as they extended towards the target. This was a power he used by barring the underworld creature within him to extract... Oh, the underworld creature that currently within Admiral Hell. Creature within him to extract the spirit bodies of others remotely. Lidwell's palm quickly turned pale white, and above Instinguil, a figure floated up uncontrollably. However, Instinguil was once a gatekeeper, an illusionary bronze door filled... Okay, hold up. An illusionary... So this is in summoning an illusionary bronze door filled with mysteries immediately took form in his eyes as it quickly pulled back his escaping spirit body. I dropped my mic. Tasting bad. However, Instinguil, once as a gatekeeper, as an illusory bronze door filled with mysteries, immediately took form in his eyes as it quickly pulled back his escaping spirit body. With his level and strength, this was unlikely to succeed so successfully, but for some reason, he repeatedly made mistakes that nearly allowed Admiral Hell to succeed. For a brief moment, all he could do was manage to see a seesaw-like struggle. So they're struggling. It's like a tug-of-war. Seesaw-like struggle. At this moment, two figures rapidly appeared beside Lidwell. One of them was a black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with a transparent glove in hand, and the other was Davy Simon? I'm sorry, that's a typo. Dally Simon, who had blue eyeshadows and blush. They had arrived at the perfect moment because the bad luck of an enemy often implied that one was lucky enough. Yeah, a lucky person is when you make somebody else unlucky. The first thing Dally saw was a figure she could never forget. Pangs of fury burned in her eyes instantly. Oh, shit, dude. The real MC is here, dude. And Madame Dally. Oh, shit. Pangs of fury burning her eyes instantly. She didn't rashly attack as she made some observations. She came oh my... if we don't fucking kill In, someone would be so mad, dude. She came behind Lidwell and speared her arms and spread her arms. A bronze door filled with countless strange patterns immediately descended and the cracks opened a gap. This was a door that led to the underworld. It was a door filled with allure to all undead creatures. An indescribable and terrifying suction force came out of it as a figure above Insiguil's body completely separated from him. It was a translucent man wearing bloodstained black armor. He was a young and handsome red-haired man. His face had terrifying signs of decay, and all the glabello was a flag-like mark. This young man wasn't too surprised after being separated from Instinguil. Instead, he sneered, We sure are unlucky today. We have already died together once. So is there a need to do so another time, especially when we're being controlled by such a weakling? A bloody gap appeared on his upper left cheek as it opened up and closed. All right, let's continue on the surrounding trash. Damn. Before the sentence finished, the man in bloodstained black armor reached out of his palm and drew out an illusionary sword with dark red rust stains from his body. A terrifying suppressive voice easily allowed the evil spirit to free itself from Lidwell and Dally Simmons' extraction. It spewed down in an attempt to return to Instinguil's body. At that moment, a hoarse voice sounded as though it held a sand cloth. Admiral Ludwell had chanted an ancient Hermes fate. So the black armor is Medici. Medici was stracked from Inns. Medici. So yeah, so he pulled him. And he's the one in the black armor. Bro, this is so... It's like... This volume is such... This fight is such... Yes, okay. This volume is such a step up from all the volumes. Like, okay, now I'm noticing why you need to be fully focused. Holy shit. So, like... This is the fight, like, I'm noticing this is the fight where you need to be fully concentrated, like, because once you get lost in the whole thing. I know, it's like, there's so many beings involved in this fight it's kind of hard to follow because like I don't read web novels. You should have made this. Yeah, this definitely should have been a 2-part ending. Yeah, now I know. We are cooked in the last volumes. No, we're not gonna be cooked because I know not to go this long. Like this was like now we know. Prepare for your high sequence is just the beginning. By the way, you see, fuck, man. I know my limits. I can't do this again. We cannot do a 9, 10 hour, 12-hour stream and read this far. We gotta split it up because once we pass the 6-hour mark, it's like it doesn't go downhill. It just gets really hard to follow. And now I'm noticing these fights need a lot more concentration. Like these fights need so much more focus. And like, because once you get lost, it gets hard to follow. Like once you miss one thing, you start missing other things. It's like a domino effect. If you miss one thing, you're not gonna understand the next thing. High sequence beyond is equal high IQ fight. Dude, you guys were fucking right, man. When you guys told me this was only the beginning, I thought you guys were just trolling me. Trust us next time when we say split things up. I know. Now I know. I'm not gonna. After this stream, I'm gonna go back and listen to myself. That fight only. Dude, they only get more complicated from here. Oh my god, bro. Oh shit. Okay, dude, I gotta know. Is there like a volume 4 summary on this? I need a volume 4 summary after this stream. Holy shit, dude. I need to sit down, eat popcorn, and just watch summaries on this video, on this volume finale, because this is hard. 89, dude, thank you guys for 90 people. You guys are watching a true baboom lost in the sauce. Yeah, I need to reread this part like 4 times. You see, thank you for defending me, because this is, oh my god. Woo! All right, chapter 943 is called the third act. We're in the third act. From volume 5, fights are getting harder to understand. Wiz did a good job. Short summary to page. I'm gonna listen to Wiz right now. After this stream, I'm gonna pull up Wiz. Voice chat me. We will spray anything you. You got yourself a deal, Romero. Those were volume 5, 6, 7, 8 summaries by IDK. If there are 4, dude, if there's a 4 one, we definitely need one. If not, I'm gonna listen to Wiz and then I'm gonna listen to Romero. Woo! Okay, woo! Chapter 943 is called the third act. So now we've split Medici. Chapter 943 is called the third act. Fate. In the awkward sounding voice. Fate? The third act? This is the third act? The key to reading Elohim is digestion. Definitely, dude. I get it now. Fate. In the awkward sound voice, the spot where Admiral Ludwell and Night Watcher Insingul stood turned dark as if they were covered by 2 black clouds. Fate's Siphon Charm. This was one of the Fate Siphon Charms that Klein had made using the Worms of Time from Palazzarost. To make plans without 008's knowledge, he had kept himself hidden behind the scenes the entire time. Not only had he let creeping hunger to Leonardo Mitchell, he had also given the Fate Siphon Charm to his marionette. Hence, the one who was possessed by the evil spirit had gone from Insingul to Ludwell. So now Ludwell has him. Admiral Hale instantly had Sauron Einhorn Medici's blood-stained, black-armored body plunge into him, and his eyes became filled with minute blood vessels. Inside the hotel, Klein calmly controlled his marionette, and he's just doing this from there. That's fucking wild. He's just doing this from his hotel. Inside the hotel, Klein calmly controlled his marionette without showing any wavering or hesitation due to the impact of the evil spirit had. Ludwig reached out to tear his clothes and raise his soul-soothing mask to cover his face. At the same time, having heard the Red Angel's words and witnessing his actual condition, Dally Simon, who had suffered immense pressure, seemed to realize something. Not only did she not close the door to the underworld, she left it open. She even gritted her teeth and used all her might to widen the gap. Bloody, skinless arms, slimy tentacles with teeth, and blushy black vines with baby faces began emerging from the door to the underworld as they grabbed at Ludwell. Oh shit, dude. Oh man, dude. This freed up Admiral Hell, who had planned on completing this step alone, taking the advantage of the opportunity that the underworld within his body hadn't yet been destroyed by Sauron Einhorn Medici. With only negative effects on the body being decaying, he hurriedly turned around and dashed towards the mysterious illusory bronze door. He was then grabbed on his body and legs by the arms, tentacles, vines, and spears behind the door. With the running working hand in hand and the scalp's tingling tugs, he instantly leaped through the widened door gap and entered the underworld. Upon seeing this, Dally merely pulled back her palm and they stopped maintaining the mysterious patterned bronze door. Thud. The indescribable illusory door closed heavily. Admiral Hell, Ludwell, along with Sauron Einhorn Medici, were kept out of the real world with the underworld creatures. So now they're in the underworld. This was a key to This was a key step in Klein's plan. It was to forcibly separate Red Angel Evil Spirit from Instant Glow. So once they're separated, that's like half of the problem has been solved. Okay, I get that part. Although he believed that the Red Angel Evil Spirit was the reason for Instant Glow's instability, he wasn't willing to face any additional evil spirit formed after the deaths of one of the Kings of Angels and two Sequence 1 angels. Two fucking Sequence 1 angels when taking revenge on the demigod. No one could predict what, and he's only Sequence 5 in this whole thing. There wasn't any room to being interrupted as they successfully pulled Red Angel into the spiral. Oh, fuck, I lost my place. Therefore, Klein had used the basis of magical powers of the Fate Siphon, Charm, and Lidwell's Pathway characteristics to formulate a plan. The addition of Dally had allowed the entire process to happen more smoothly. There wasn't any room for being interrupted as they successfully pulled the Red Angel Evil Spirit into the underworld. She's been pulled. Check. This way, even if the evil spirit was able to possess Admiral Hill's body and travel back to the real world via a secret spiral traversal, it would be far into the future. It wouldn't happen right away. So now they have the advantage. After all, to leave the underworld requires them to find an exit, and they're not going to find it right away. And with the Evernight Goddess wielding the control over the artificial death, she's not going to give them. She had a certain level of the authority in the underworld. She was definitely not letting the Red Angel Evil Spirit leave so easily. Sacrificing a marionette, it's crazy. He just gave him up like that. Sacrificing a marionette, a high-level charm, and 2 mystical items in exchange for removing the Red Angel. All that just to separate them. Oh my goodness. Sacrificing. Are we recording? Yes. Okay. Thank God. Sacrificing a marionette, a high-level charm, and 2 mystical items in exchange for removing the Red Angel Evil Spirit from the battlefield was heart-wrenching for Klein, but it was definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it for revenge. As for the misfortune of Instant Glow, no one, on the one hand, it was a continuous state and not a short-term affliction, and on the other hand, he had suffered from Deity's curse. The Fate Siphon Charm could only replace a tiny portion and it not empty it out. He could soon recover. As for Ludwig, he had the Winter Endo imbuing him with good luck. Nothing would stop his series of actions for a short period of time. Such a change was completely unexpected for Leonard. However, he had to become a Red Glove for almost a year. He had plenty of experiences dealing with supernatural cases, so he didn't show any hesitation or confusion. He merely cast his gaze at the still dazed Instant Glow. He's like, holy shit. Okay? When the figure in the black clergyman's robe with one dim eye was reflected in his eye, his expression immediately warped as though he was facing a trauma of his. It was a trauma where he did his best, but he failed to put it to use. It was a trauma of seeing the captain and Klein already dead after regaining consciousness. It was a trauma where he did his best, but had failed to put it to use. It was the trauma of seeing Captain and Klein already dead after regaining consciousness. As Leonard back in Volume 1. Wait, how did he technically beat 3? Well, he technically did outsmart all 3 of them. The ancient supernatural language echoed. It's literally, man, the Great Fog is just way too fucking strong. It is such a crazy anti-divination technique. Like, literally, you just can't perceive any, besides Amon. You just can't perceive anything. The ancient supernatural language echoed as a transparent book condensed in front of his left glove. Following that, there's the eternal chant, I came, I saw, I record. Bolts of bright, blinding silver lightning blasted down one after another as they instantly devoured Leonard. Lightning storm. This was akin to Leonard holding a revolver to his temple before pulling the trigger. What the fuck is happening? He was committing unaliving, but the same... the Fate Siphon Charm. It gets redirected. By the same time he was using the Fate Siphon Charm, this would transfer such a fate to Instant Glow. We skipped the line. Okay, I get this part though. After the trauma line, it was a trauma where he did his best, but he failed to put it to use. It was a trauma of seeking Captain and Klein already dead after regaining consciousness. As Leonard raised his left palm, he pressed the human skin glove to his temple and grasped the Fate Siphon. I missed that part. And he grabbed the Fate Siphon in his right hand tightly. With a deep voice, he said fate. So now he's transferring his fate. The ancient supernatural language echoed as transparent but condensed in front of the left glove. Following that, there was the ethereal chant, I came, I saw, I record. Bolts of lightning. I was like, why is he killing himself? Bolts of lightning, blinding light, blasted down one after another, and they instantly devoured Leonard. Lightning stormed. This is akin to Leonard holding a revolver to his temple before pulling the trigger. He was committing unaliving, but at the same time, he was using the Fate Siphon Charm. This would transfer such a fate to Instant Glow. So he's perfectly lucky, and now he gets all that damage. This was the best solution he can think of when using Fate, Siphon, Charm, and Creeping Hunger. It required immense courage. Definitely requires immense fucking courage. Countless... Dude, If we don't kill him after this, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. There's no shot we go through all of this and we don't avenge done. Big brain time, bro. My brain is I'm trying to keep up. This was the best solution he could think of when using Fate's Siphon, Charm, and Creeping Hunger. It requires immense courage. Countless silver lightning swept over him, shattering the surrounding darkness. I need to take off my headphones. Leonardo Mitchell immediately snapped awake and found himself still standing at his spot. He's completely okay. His left hand had yet to rise, and his right hand had just grabbed the Fate Siphon Charm. Whatever he did was just a dream. At this moment, in Instant Goal's dark blue eyes, he's dead. Dark, please. Darkness was slowly swirling. It was as though it was saying, when did you get the misconception that you aren't dreaming? In fact, long before Sauron Anghor Medici had been extracted from his body, he had already created large-scale dream in an attempt to pull all his enemies in. The fuck? Unfortunately, the man with a rapier, Admiral Hill, Ludwell with a rapier was in no way affected, so he wasn't affected by that. He easily escaped and ended up destroying... Oh, he destroyed the dream, so it didn't work. Reducing of its effects enough, so it didn't work because he was able to stop it. Okay, I got it. I'm following. As the ability to detect the danger, which I am so sweaty. I smell like... Oh my god, I smell so bad. As the ability to detect danger, which was gained from one spiritual perception, feedback was that obvious, and with the possibility of the conflict between the two kings of the angels behind him spilling over at any moment, Instant Goal didn't hesitate to create a large-scale slumber effect while pulling Dali, Simon, and Leonardo Mitchell into a dream. Right on the heels of that, he picked up the Quill of All Zud and rapidly wrote on the sleeve. What the fuck is he gonna write now, dude? Oh, he's writing on his sleeve because he doesn't have the book. You have to get used to this since fight will only escalate. Oh my god, really? Oh man, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh shit, really? It gets harder from here. This is so hard to follow. Holy shit, dude. I'm fighting for my fucking life over here right now, dude. I'm literally fighting for my life. I have nothing but huge respect for everybody that can follow this shit easily first try. This is nothing, bro. I'm dropping my mic. You have to be shitting me. Yeah, I am tired, but still. There's people that read this shit apparently in a month. Like the Power of 10. Oh my god. Like, oh my. This isn't even a 10. I'm lightheaded. Where was it? He wrote on his sleeve. I lost my place. He wrote on his sleeve. Okay, he wrote on his sleeve, Instant Goal was in the optimal condition today. He could effectively control his mythical... The fuck? Oh, it makes sense. Okay, he's a demigod. Yes, mythical creature form. Instant Goal was in optimal condition today because he was separated from Medici. He could effectively control his mythical creature form. Therefore, he didn't hold back and use all his strength to escape. No way he escapes. To escape the area, as he finished writing the sentence, with the Goal, Instant Goal's body began transforming... Fuck, dude, what's he gonna look like? His eyes instantly turned black as though it was tainted with ink. That's scary. The fine patterns around him began to extend, forming strange and distorted mysterious symbols. At his waist and ribs, his clothes swelled up as four skinless arms grew out from the squirming flesh that were covered with blood vessels. The arm was rapidly covered with white feathers. There's been a lot of white feathers in this volume. I've noticed that. Covered with white feathers as a cadaveric aura rippled out. At the same time, Instant Goal's teeth grew long, turning sharp. His body seemed to embed with numerous blurry, tiny faces. So gross, man. In a blink of an eye, this Night Watcher was already slumped to the ground, turning into a strange... monster with 8 legs and white feathers. The fuck? How are we supposed to fight him now, dude? What? Like, come on. Night suddenly fell upon the square as the worms in the soil and the bacteria on the floor tiles died one after another, entering an eternal slumber. This was a combination of powers of the Evernight and Death. Okay. It's a tag team attack. There's fan art imagined about this part. Just as Natalie Simmons and Leonardo Mitchell were about to lose their lives amidst their slumber, a thunderclap boomed. Bolts of silver lightning struck down, turning it into a force of lightning and blanketed Insigwell's incomplete mythical creature form. After sending away the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein didn't stay any longer. Like a marionette with a present order, he methodically took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the Great Fog. Wearing the papal tiara and papal robe again, he picked up the Sea God Scepter. This was the... My arm snapped. Klein knew that he didn't have the strength to directly fight a demigod. Wait, this was the third act of this is the third act? The final act of the play. With 008 exhausted by Adam and with the Red Angel evil spirit separated from Inzingwell, thanks to the Fate Siphon charm, he had to face the Sea God's wrath as a sequence 4. Oh, so now he's vulnerable. Mythical creature forms of both deaf and sleepless combined. So wait, they fused. I need to digest this, man. Klein knew that he didn't have the strength to directly fight a demigod, therefore his plan had been to wear off In's Zangwill's helpers while smiting him from above the Great Fog. So he's just gonna be attacking him because now he has to face him in sequence 4. Now he's like at sequence 4 strength. It was akin to the sea battle with the demigod Kunes Kilgore, who was from the Black Emperor pathway back then. Even if he couldn't complete the kill due to the demigod's potency, he could stall for time until the Church of the Evernights Archbishop high-ranking decans with sealed artifacts arrived. Yeah, because Ince was someone... Oh, because he switched pathways. Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, how? Okay, because he switched pathways, now he has both. From deaf to sleep. Got it. Because because of the switch of deaf and sleepless, vice versa. Okay, that's why it's been fused together. The reader who stalls for eternity, the tamer of beasts and dogs, the one who farms Lord to Misa, easy geeky, is here to keep reading. Is your name Amon? Amon is in the chat. The Church of the Evernights Archbishop of high-ranking decans with sealed artifacts arrived. Ugh. Oh, man. In this plan, there were two it's getting hard to breathe in here, man. In this plan, there were 2 uncontrollable parameters. First, it was unpredictable. I'm trying to take my heart monitor right now. It's really high. First, it was unpredictable how much influence 008 had towards the end. A card up his sleeves was to let Enzo set up a bestowment ritual and be prepared to send Grizel's travels to the real world at any time. By sending it to the edge of the battle, outside of their... If it goes to the end of the battle, they can't really detect it. Klein wanted to know if it would lure the Quill away from Insingwell. After all, he guessed that the Quill was a grade 0 sealed artifact of the Spectator pathway. It was likely that it was interested in the special book left behind by the Dragon Imagination. That makes sense, okay? It'd be attracted to her, like it'd be interested in it. Second, he wasn't sure how strong the son of the creator Adam was. Klein had no reference point, and he believed that it wasn't impossible for the King of Angels like him to subdue 008, imprison the Red Angel evil spirit, and kill Inzingwell alone. This feels like a series finale. How is there 4 more volumes after this? I don't get it. Like, how is there more? How is there more? I don't get it. This feels like the series finale, dude. Oh wait, Amon. What does he have to... What does Amon have to do in this whole grand scheme? Oh. I'm so lightheaded. There is a lot. How the fuck is there more? I literally thought this would be the finale, like going up against Ince. Towards such a development... Oh my god, I'm so lightheaded, bro. This is so good. For such a development, Klein had no means to fold it. All he could do was pray for the goddess's blessings and fate, tenderness as he waited for the outcome. Rumble. Now the rumbling is here. It's the halfway. Oh my goodness, man. The lights force and smot down, bringing it with intense destruction's auras. At this moment, pure darkness surged out of the gaps in the lighthouse, devouring all the silver white swath. Right on the heels of that, Inzingwell's 8 legs moved rapidly as he ran out of the area. He couldn't find a target of attack, nor could he lock onto the enemy that has cast lightning storm. Holding back his fierce emotions, he ran towards the buildings along the perimeter of the square, leaving shadowy after images behind. However, amidst the booming thunder, terrifying lightning bolts smote down one after another, trapping Inzingwell inside the square. Dahlia and Leonard had already woken up from their dreams, but the light from the lightning affected their vision, so it's blurry, allowing them to discover that Instigal had apparently turned into a monster, but their details were unclear. Mythical creature form. As the two had a solidified foundation in mysticism, they immediately realized what was happening and quickly closed their eyes. So yeah, you can't directly look at it. They then retreated to a spot that provided them shelter. Realizing that he was unable to dodge the lightning strikes given to the amount of time he had, Inzigo retraced one of his legs, retracted one. He's riding on his leg. Inzigo retracted one of his legs, picked up 008, and as he ran, he wrote. Oh, because he has more than 2 legs. As he's running, he picks up one. He wrote on his body. And what the fuck is gonna come now? An unknown. And what is this? This is so good. This is some good shit. It's really just pulling random shit. He's like, random shit, go. This is really good, dude. An unknown existence is attracted by the combat and feels great pity for Inzinguo. Experiences before deciding, helping him by taking away via a spiritual world. I swear, if he's pulling in a note, if the unknown existence is on, I'm gonna flip out. He's desperate, random, reasonable shit, go. He's like, fucking whatever can come out, come right now and help me. And none and Zix is attracted by combat and feel great pity for instant gold experience before deciding him, help him by taking him away via the spirit world. Fucking pussy. You stand and fight, you little shit. There's a 4th act. 944, the 4th act. I'm sorry, it's so late for you guys. I apologize for everybody that's been with us this entire time. Chapter 944, the 4th act. On the heavily scuffed and damaged Revival Square, the environment turned dark as a gloominess and airiness filled in. What is happening? Seemingly corporeal manner, even the blinding silver lightning wasn't able to dispel this feeling. Dally Simon actually sensed what? Sensed that an unknown creature was crossing the spirit world. So something from the spirit world and approaching. An ominous feeling. What can be from the spirit world, bro? An ominous feeling rose up in her as though she could already see Inzigo using such an accident to easily escape, never to be found. She felt ice cold in a manner that couldn't be resisted, just like when she first became a Beyonder. Back then, due to a particular accident, as a 19-year-old, she had lost her family and ended up drinking a potion by mistake. So she became a Beyonder by mistake. She ended up becoming a corpse collector and was placed in the Nighthawk's team. The influence of the potion... It's getting hard to breathe, man. My heart is racing. The influence of the potion and the wound from losing her family had made her enjoy gloominess and coldness. She couldn't help but approach corpses, often loitering in cemeteries and sleeping here. This is sad. What the fuck? Such a sad past. This made her appear odd, with people instinctively avoiding her. This not only dropped her body temperature, but it also slowly froze her heart and soul as he turned ice cold. She was afraid of this feeling. She still hoped to live as a person, hence she instinctively used her man coveted her for her looks and she instinctively used how man coveted her for her looks and body to gain a boyfriend. She wanted to use the warmth of a body to stop her soul from turning cold. What? Is it done? No. In this decadent and surreal life, she met the man, a man who always warmly listened to her. She was a man who always stayed by her side and provided her help. He was a man who became embarrassed when faced with jokes involving the two sexes. He was a man who accepted all the flaws and weaknesses of his teammates with a sincere attitude. He was a man who fumbled in helplessness, who was jested at him again and again. He was a man who hid the pain and sorrows in his heart to the point of suffering an early receding hairline. He was a man who was just he was a man who was the first step forward when encountering danger, putting himself in between the danger of his teammates. She changed. She began putting on makeup. She did this for him. She began putting makeup on because of Dunn. She began putting on makeup that made her appear older. She stopped mixing with old men but kept jokes and deliberately expressed that she hadn't changed in an obvious manner. However, she still didn't make it in time. She didn't manage to witness the man master an acting method, digesting potions and advancing to sequence wigs. She didn't manage to see him reach out of his hand to invite her to an opening dance. Is it the dance in the artwork? Clearly this is shit. This is the dance. Wait, this is from the artwork. Wait. We've seen this artwork before. Oh. I lost my fucking place. Wait, I lost my fucking place. Wait. I lost my place. This is too good. She didn't manage to see him reach out of his hand. Wait, she didn't manage to see him reach out his hand to invite her to an opening dance or be able to participate in the final battle. She didn't manage to tell him her feelings in time. I was wrong. I failed to do anything in time today. I'm not having it repeat again. Dali's expression turned sorrowful as the corners of her lips curled bit by bit with tenderness and sweetness. With her eyes closed, she suddenly pulled out a small metal bottle with a hidden compartment. She threw the stopper and gulped the liquid inside. Her blue eyeshadows and blush instantly brightened, and even her skin turned slightly translucent. Her coiled up hair was instantly released, pushing her hood back as she fluctuated. Spirit wandering the void, higher orders creature that level 1 with awe, the unforeseeable creature, Dali chanted with simple and forceful ancient Hermes. I shall sign a contract with you in my name. Pray that you leave this place. Behind the 8-legged, the white-feathered Int Zengwil, a figure appeared. It was a blood-colored piece of flesh with countless eyes on it and arms of different races. This is, Just as it was about to grab Inzigul and drag him into the spirit world, it suddenly paused. It then turned its gaze towards Dali Simon. Pitch-black snake-like scales instantly appeared on Dali's skin. No, is she looking? And appeared on Dali's skin, and within the gaps of the scales, white feathers grew. Her knees buckled and she knelt down in pain, but she ultimately maintained her spirit channeling posture. The quill began riding autonomously on Inzingwill's body. Fuck, man, get out of here, dude. The unknown existence descended upon Revival Square and was just about to take Inzingwill away, but no, it was attracted by Dali Simon. No. Its senses of aesthetics was inclined towards humans. Oh no, it abandoned Inzingwill. Oh no, you piece of shit. It decided to listen to Dali Simon's suggestions and ended up leaving. How surprising that when it came to spirit channeling, Inzingwill, a demigod, would actually lose to his secret. Okay, wait. This is working in her favor. Inzingwill, thank you, Quill. Thank you. Inzingwill, a demigod, would actually lose to 6.5 Dali Simon. Although this lady had consumed the flowers of spirit and paid an immense price, she had little chance to defeat Inzingwill, who was barely using the quill of Ulzuhud. Did you skip nah, definitely not. That shit is gross. I can't believe my first ship was Clinex Dali. Who the fuck? What? Who the fuck was Easy? Who the fuck is that dude? Easy Geeky? Why the fuck would he say that? No wonder you guys were so against that. You guys were like, ew. I get it. This is beautiful, man. Inzingwill was just too unlucky. He actually encountered a matter with nearly zero probability. Amidst the lightning strikes, blood-red beams lit up in Inzingwill's pitch-black eyes that were covered with mysterious symbols before calming down. His hand, which held the quill, wrote on his body once again. Another unknown existence was lurked. This bitch is just pulling shit out of his ass. Another unknown existence was lured into the vicinity and attempted to enter the real world. Just as he wrote that, the quill suddenly paused as it continued writing. Incoming, it's not she. Was Renette Tankard. No, Renette Tankard chased away all the surrounding creatures in the spirit world. She gave Inzingwill a glance looking away and left, continuing her patrol of the surroundings. Inzingwill is too unlucky, just too unlucky. Fucking quill. The one time the quill is coming in clutch, it's like, Inz is fucking too unlucky. Inzingwill rapidly moved, body suddenly paused as though he had suffered a terrible blow. Boom. A thick bolt of silver-white lightning smote the 8-legged monster. It sent Inzingwill flying up as he let out an inhuman cry. Little bitch is crying. Ref, do something. Do something. Do anything. Yellow card. Anything, dude. In his pitch-black eyes, the blood-red beam spread out like an explosion, turning into two bloodthirsty, cruel, and maniacal blobs of light. How do we still have 2 chapters after this? Inzingwill could no longer control his emotions and maintain a good state of mind. He lost most of his reason. The more the slightly damaged quill wrote, the darker it became until it slowly stopped. With a scream that left one with goosebumps and endless darkness blackened the area, pulling Dali, Simon, Leonard, and Mitchell into a dream. However, the thunderous booms and lightning snapped the dreamers awake. Inzingwill took a step back with his 8 legs, leaving behind an afterimage in his spot. He rapidly ran towards Dali Simon, who was on the brink of losing control. No, man, we gotta save her. Hoping to rip apart the Nighthawk who had foiled his plans for escaping. Boom, boom. What are those booms? Ridiculous bolts of lightning blasted down, stopping his attempts to escape. Okay. Boom, boom. The 8 legs that were covered with white feathers, which now had signs of... I feel like we're going to spend an hour looking at artwork, bro. By the way, man, for any of the artwork, please just write what this is referencing, okay? If you posted artwork, be like, it's okay. Treat me like I'm 5. Be like, this is from this. Like, this is during this part, or this is when this happens. The 8 legs that were covered with the white feathers, which now had signs of being charred, moved one after another as his body kept low. There's no way he escapes, right? While he circled the square, dodging the lightning in search for an opportunity to kill Leonard and Dali. With time, he realized there was a problem with the remaining reason that he had. The frequency of lightning was dropping. The person that kept casting lightning strikes had apparently reached his limit, and his spirituality was almost drained. Insingul's heart stirred as a cruel smile was pleased across his face. He ran at a high speed as he muttered in ancient heresy, "All of you will die." He had apparently forgotten of his need to escape. All of you will die. Leonard Mitchell could do nothing but, despite hearing that sentence, because he couldn't even open his eyes. He couldn't oh yeah, he has his eyes closed the entire time. He couldn't determine where Insingul was, nor use his spirituality to lock onto him. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company, back to the day where he had engaged with Magoose in intense battle. He had returned to a time where he was weak and helpless, unable to stop anything himself. Spoilers in it. If there's spoilers, don't reach out. I won't read. Back then, he clearly wanted to help Captain Klein. Despite overcoming his horror, despite having Old Man to provide him with help, he quickly fainted due to his low sequence and lacking strength, thus failing to participate in the subsequent battle. All he could do was wake up and see the 2 corpses and... I'm crying, man. That was such a sad moment. All he could do was wake up to see the 2 corpses and use the pain of meeting family members to resolve the blame he had placed on himself. He always cherished his leisurely life, Tingen City, the feeling of not needing to take any responsibility. It was as he was the protagonist. However, the more he cherished those memories, the more he hated his former self. Oh, he hates his former self. Wondering why he hadn't worked harder. With his eyes tightly closed, I love Leonard, man. Such a good character. With his eyes tightly closed, the figures of light were darting around, and all he could do was ball his hands into a fist as he hurriedly shouted, "Old man, old man." This time there wasn't any response in his mind. No one provided him any help, as Palazzo Ross was still in deep sleep. Oh yeah, he needed like 2 weeks to recover, right? Leonard's breath turned heavy as he couldn't help but move his head from side to side with the darting of the light. Then, with a slightly hoarse voice, he shouted in clear anxiety, "Old man, old man, old man." His voice gradually softened, drowned by the thunder. Leonard hung his head bit by bit, his face filled with shame and pain. He's like, "Let's do something! Do something! Get the fuck up!" His lips quivered. Did I skip it? No, I thought I skipped the page. His lips quivered as he relaxed his hands and gripped his tight again. His entire body froze for several seconds. Suddenly, he wore a firm expression. With grimace, he opened his mouth and chanted softly in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Just as he said those prayers, he majestically saw a scene in his mind. Insingul, who gradually similarly turned into a spider or some deformed feathered wolf, was running frantically and dodging the lightning strikes. From time to time, he attempted to attack him and Dali Simon. And unlike normal Insingul's further appeared rather blurred in the scene, it was almost completely represented by the red light, and it would only be used to determine his location. Leonard was first taken aback as he immediately left. 10 teardrops flowed down as he laughed. Without any hesitation, he raised his left palm, pressed the glove to his temple, and then tightly gripped the fate-siphon charm with his right hand. Oh, right hand. Fate, the incomprehensible, mysterious world in ancient Hermes, resounded as a transparent book appeared in front of Leonard. It flipped to a page amidst the ethereal chanting. "I came, I saw," recording, and he locked onto the 8-legged monster with white feathers growing all over him. Silver bolts of lightning blasted Leonardo Mitchell through the charm with a hideous expression, shouting, "Die, Insingul." Yeah, dude. Please tell me we killed him. He had waited to say this for a very, very long time. He played the scene in his head so many, many times. Oh, shit. Who came? I don't know, man. You tell me. Oh, shit. The story's ending. Oh, my God. Next chapter, kill it, Leonard. Oh, my God. 4 hours, 43 minutes, and 10 seconds. Oh, man. 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 10 seconds. I got a tear in my eye. Die, Ints. 4:45, man. This is so... Let me turn up my light. It's so dark now. Just 2 more chapters. Easy, got this. You see, I can follow this now. This is more reasonable. This is easier to follow. Everything else before, that shit was hard, man. There were so many fucking Kings of Angels involved. If Ins fucking survives, I'm gonna be so mad. This whole time, I'm like, bro, watch as, like... I don't know, man. I thought like maybe we need a spectator to fucking kill ints, because like since they're a spectator, he wouldn't be able to detect them. But no, man, Klein got this shit figured out, bro. Chapter 945 is called "The Stories Ending." Dude, it's my hands are so shaky. I can't even take my timestamps right now. Chapter when In's plans was shown is called Story. This chapter is called Story End. Oh shit, you're right. His story is over. Yeah, I'm telling you, I thought we were gonna fucking hire like fucking Audrey or Susie to take him out or some shit, because if they're spectators, he wouldn't be able to detect them. But Klein got this shit figured out. Chapter 945 is called "The Story's Ending." The moment the Fate Siphon Charm left Leonardo Mitchell's hand, it vanished in midair, its whereabouts unknown. It cloaked the spots where In's... Did I update this part? Yes. Damn, man, my timestamps are getting really big. 100 people, man. Thank you guys, man. This shit is getting really hard to follow, but it is still fun nonetheless. Let's fucking go, man. If you guys haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Turn on bell icons. Ain't no way Audrey not getting noticed. I'm like, you know what? Maybe Susie be like, fucking, she just comes out with a knife. Shit. You see, maybe that's why you guys were calling her a fucking demon dog. Shit. The moment the Fate Siphon Charm left Leonardo Mitchell's hand, it vanished in midair. I'm so sweaty right now. Its whereabouts unknown. It's cloaked the spots where he and Instinguo stood in darkness. Even the burgeoning, the silver storm was unable to illuminate it. At this instant, Leonardo felt the surface of his body turn numb, as though lightning was leaping over it, creating a slight stabbing pain. On that would completely pulverize his body at any moment. But following that, he didn't get bombarded with the irresistible pain, as though nothing had happened. No, something did happen. A bolt of lightning smote down at him, as if he had bared his fangs, shattering the ground and tearing the soil. He had personally redirected his casting of Lightning Storm from Ints Zingwil when Leonardo Mitchell used the Fate Siphon Charm. A shrill scream sounded as rich darkness around Zingwil failed to dissipate the storm that was formed from a mesh of silver lightning bolts. Dude, thank you for subscribing, man. Oh, shit. His body was swept into his heart of the storm. He had suffered the fate Leonardo Mitchell being devoid by the Lightning Storm ability. Boom. The thunder boomed deeply as the lightning forest... Oh, man. I'm tweaking out, bro. I'm so jittery right now. The thunder boomed deeply as the lightning forest quickly dissipated, but before the lightning storm came to a complete end, more bolts of silver lightning smote down from the sky, causing a new wave of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Fuck, man, this Fate Siphon Charm is GOAT, bro. This shit is so OP. The wrath of a thunder god smote down again and again as the lightnings frequently returned to normal. There weren't any gaps in between, even though there were waves of darkness surging out from Instinguo's position. They were unable to obliterate the silver swaths. After a few lightning storms, the blinding light finally dimmed. The minute bolts of snaked around weakly. Instinguo remained standing there without collapsing. He fucking died standing up. I'm just a dog. That'd be so wild. I'm just a dog. This is why you never saw me. No, but this is a lot better. Oh, shit. Standing there without collapsing. However, his head was pitch black eyes, bolded red halos. He has bold red halos. And mysterious symbols had cracked. The flesh inside cracks was charred black as a grayish-white liquid seeped out. It's brain matter. The four legs by his torso had already been burnt black and curled up together. Holy shit, this is so satisfying. All it took was a bunch for them to fall off. On them, not only were the white feathers gone, even the overlapping blood vessels were pulverized and had scattered to the ground, leaving them at the head height with them. But even so, Instingo... How the fuck is he not dead, bro? How the fuck is he not dead after this? Like, this bitch doesn't die. Instinguo still wasn't dead. Creatures that had obtained a godhood and unimaginable vitality compared to ordinary people. The blood red halo in his eyes. Oh, the blood red halo in his eyes, not on his forehead. Grew richer as the violent. I'm burning up, bro. As no longer had any room for the decreasing feeling of hatred. I'm gonna take such a long nap today. Feeling of hatreds and red goats. I'm not gonna be able to sleep, man. I'm too excited. Regret surged in him, giving him the urge to vent them out. He hated himself for only thinking of escaping in the beginning and not killing all the enemies present. Back then, if he hadn't held back and had used his powers by releasing the terror of a demigod without any reservations, he will definitely be able to kill Dally Simon and Leonardo Mitchell amidst the lightning strikes. If he had done so, he wouldn't have been left in such a sorry state by two mid-sequence, to be honest. Shut the fuck up. Damn it, Instigua roared and threw away the Darkenen 008 quill. Using his remaining 4 legs, he pounced at Leonardo Mitchell. Oh shit, dude, be careful. Leonardo was just about to take action when he felt a coldness in him. It was as though a thin, long hair was reaching out and binding him from the darkness. Doing so from a dream, he was unable to move again. Oh, boom. A bolt of lightning struck Instigua, but he only severed his stagger him from a moment and dropped a few pieces of charred flesh. He continued his attack, even revealing a cruel smile. From that time, he was already certain the person hiding in the background casting the lightning strike was at their limit. The person was unable to use any more demigod level powers. As for Leonard, who was being bound by countless strands of invisible hair, his thoughts quickly became serene. It was as though he no longer put out. It's getting hard to read, man. This is such a long chapter. Holy shit. Who was bound by the countless strands of invisible hair, his thoughts quickly became serene. It was as though he had no longer put any resistance and had wished to sleep in the darkness. Unable to move, he bit the tongue lightly and temporarily, recovering some of the lucidity. He made the transparent book in front of him emit the ethereal chanting, "I came, I saw, I record." With resonating whoosh, a terrifying hurricane swept at Instigua, who had arrived at the pounce. It snapped the illusory black-haired object, giving Leonard's freedom again. Whoosh! Instigua was thrown up as he slammed heavily to the ground. His body was covered with deep gashes. The pale white blood gushed out of him. Despite having lost another front leg, he still wasn't dead. He stood up again and locked onto the Evernight poet, who still had his eyes closed. Without any warning, Leonard suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, he seemed unable to maintain his balance. Even the gale he created had failed to sweep up his body. Damn it, I should have killed you when you were unconscious back in Tinkin City. You fucked up, huh? Instigua cursed through clenched teeth. That woman is about to die. The same goes for you. Dude, I can't even read. My eyes are getting a little watery. They are built different. As he cursed, he hopped over to Leonard's location as though he had lost his ability to move at rapid speeds. With a ferocious expression, he said, "Your captain was irritating like..." Fuck you, man. "Your captain was irritating. Likewise for the teammate of yours. All of you are the same. After I kill you..." Not the same, bro. Klein is also built different. Bro. All of you are the same, not Klein. "After I kill you, I'll leave this place and return to Dingan to dig up their graves." He's gone. As he cursed, the darkness filled with cadaveric aura surged out of Instigua, sweeping towards the nearby Leonard Mitchell. Leonard could sense that he was ridden with bad luck, but he could do nothing. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Bang! Amidst the gunshot, a pale golden bullet pierced through the thick, deathly darkness, bringing out blinding sunlight, terminating the abnormality within. Tarot cards flew over, stabbing into the ground at different spots. One of the cards landed in front of Leonard as it burst into scarlet flames. Holy shit. Oh my god! Klein is going to kill him. He's going to kill Ints in front of... He's going to kill Ints in front of them because it's part of the ritual. And then he's going to drink it, right? He's going to drink the potion and he's going to become Bizarre Sorcerer. No lag. Oh, this is so bad. Okay, we're back. OMG, I thought it was my connection. No, it would be so bad if stream ended there. That would be such a bitch. Literally the fate. It was preordained. Okay, this is what's going to happen. I got it. Ints is going to kill him in front of them. And because he killed such a high... because he killed him... He's gonna drink his Bizarre Sorcerer potion in front of them because it's an act. That's why he appeared in front of him with Flame Jump. Oh shit. Oh, Leonardicus. Oh man. Oh shit. Bang. I just read this. One of the tarot cards landed in front of Leonard as it burst. This is I'm about to bust, bro. Amidst the flames, a figure wearing a half-top hat and black suit walked over with a revolver in his hand. It's like, holy shit, it's Clyde. Oh, but great. With a bookish demeanor, he had black hair and brown eyes with a face with a deep outline. He was none other than Klein Moretti. Holy shit, it's Klein Moretti. He's just, oh, dude, I'm crying. He's using his Klein face. He's Klein Moretti again. Lag was a reasonable development. 2 music changes very quick. Oh, man. Unable to see the Sea God's scepter anymore, he had decisively returned to the real world. Oh, I'm crying. He had rushed here with death now. It's really you. You are still alive. Died together with them. Instinct was moved. Dude, I can't read. This is so good, dude. You really are still alive. Died together with them. Instinct was moving. Sped instant. Recovered as he... No, this is so much better than volume. This is the best volume. This is the best volume, dude. I'm crying. I'm crying. These are tears of joy. I fucking told you it was gonna be tears of joy, not tears of sadness. I fucking told you it was gonna be tears of joy. I was like, if I cry, it's gonna be tears of joy, dude. It's really you. You really are still together. Die together. Shut the fuck up, Ince. You little bitch. Ince and Will's movements but instant recovered as he circled around, Klein trying to forcibly pull him into Dream. You see, I can follow this. He had been acting. However, Klein... Oh, he fully digested his potion because he's been acting. However, Klein was completely unaffected. He didn't show signs of falling asleep as he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger as though he had foreseen it. Bang! Instigo was thrown to the ground by a powerful impact. The cracks of his head widened. Oh my god. I'm gasping for air. The shot was from Mam Dally. Klein said in a deep voice as he snapped his fingers using flames that burst up. He flashed to the side of Inzigo. Inzigo's eyes protruded out as he moved at high speeds. He released bad luck and a bit to influence Klein, but it was completely useless. This shot is from Leonard. They both shot. All the tarot cards were ignited at the same time like bursting fireworks. Klein, oh, definitely he's spreading a performance. Klein flashed behind Insingwil, cocked the gun, and relying on his intuition, he pulled the trigger. Bang. Felt what blood spurted out from Insingwil's left leg as it broke. His running came to an abrupt stop, and he even felt he maintained his balance. Using the burning tarot cards, man, we are witnessing greatness. This shot was Mamdali. Using the burning tarot cards, he repeatedly cast Flaming Jump, preventing himself from entering the influence of the black hair. This shot is for Magoose. This shot is... This shot is for the Keepers. This shot is for the destroyed Backland Security Company. This shot is for all the Nighthawks. This shot is for me. Holy shit, that is the hardest line I've ever read. I got tears of joy in my eye. Oh, man. I'm trying so hard to stay cool, dude. I can't be composed. Cinema, dude, I'm trying to be composed. I think this is the best thing I've ever read. You guys were giving me so much shit that I couldn't follow, but at the end of the day, we can still follow it when we put our head into it. This is the greatest series I've ever read in my entire fucking life. I can't believe I just said that. Very few series get this emotion out of me. It's not over, son of a bitch, dude. Admit, this is only volume 4. I'm fucking shaking, dude. Amidst the gunshot, look at me. It is so late, bro. It's so late. It is 8 o'clock, bro. Oh my god, it is so late at night. Amidst the gunshot, Klein kept pulling the trigger, and they did the corresponding reloading as he shot the demon-hunting bullets. He blew through another Instingwill's legs, blasting open his forehead, causing his roar... I just spat on my mic. I'm sorry. Causing his roar to turn into a whimper until he fell to the ground. Finally, Klein flashed in front of Instingwill's. He then had Death Note to his fucking face. At this moment, we're so demonetized, but it's okay. At this moment, mysterious patterns accentuated Instingwill's almost... I'm so shaky right now. My hands feel numb. At this moment, mysterious patterns accentuated Instingwill's almost cracked head, creating an immense impact. He still had the ability to resist. He was waiting for him to approach, and then he ended up using his mythical creature to form to turn the tables. However, Klein's brown eyes continued looking at him with reflecting anything. He thrust Death Note forward and pulled the trigger. Bang! Instingwill's head completely exploded. Shit. And like a smashed watermelon, the fragments and the juices splattered everywhere. Death Note had summoned to kneel for him. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed away his 2 eyes. The real eyes they hid behind were moved back to their original spots. His brown eyes had blurred up. He curled the corners of his mouth bit by bit and said to the already dead Insingwil softly, oh man, this shot is for the captain. He didn't give Insingwil a chance to leave any last words. Like, you're not getting the last word, bro. Man, he had no wish to know what bitter past the latter had experienced. He then took out one of the remaining tarot cards from his pocket and threw it on Insingwil's corpse. Oh man. Oh shit. I'm crying, dude. It was inverted. It was an inverted star card. Tears of sad. These are tears of sadness now. Oh shit. This shot is for the captain. Music change back to the previous one. And another change when we get to Delhi. Man, Cammy, hold up, man. I'm fucking emotional, dude. I can't even concentrate right now on changing the music. I'm so sorry, dude. I hope you can forgive me right now. Shit, dude. I lost my place. Oh, it was an inverted star card. At this moment, a figure appeared not far from him. He bent down and picked up the darkened cloak. The figure wore a simple white robe, and he had a pale golden beard. Is it Adam? On his chest hung a silver cross as though he was the most ordinary priest. But he was the king of angels. Okay, it is Adam. You see, I didn't forget. Adam looked at Klein and said with a genuine smile, unfortunately, I failed to retain the snake. The fuck? He looked at the quill in his hand and then at the tarot card. He smiled and added, a price is always exacted for why the fate bestows. Isn't that so? This bitch is speaking in riddles. Is he the Riddler from Batman? A price is always exacted for what fate bestows. Isn't that so? With that said, he turned around and slowly disappeared from the ruining squares with each step back. He left the following words as though he sang it. Under the witness of a spectator, Klein already completed a grand performance directed... Oh, he digested the potion. Directing a magical murder. With that, the managed to digest his potion with enough energy left to attempt an advancement before the curtains fell. Klein didn't take it to the feeling of his marionette's potion digestion and corresponding feedback. With flaming jump, he arrived in front of Dally Simon. The lady was already in the... Oh my god, no! The lady was already on the brink of losing control. She said in the days, I don't want to become a monster. Alright, Klein looked at her with a sorrowful gaze and he quickly thought of the means to rescue a rampager. No. Who I considered getting to chat the... I don't even know what to play, dude. Music? What do I play? Oh, go fuck yourself, Cammy. You do not... I'm sorry, wait a minute like that. You know, am I really playing All Was Well? No, you gotta go. You have to be fucking shitting me. You... Is she dead? All was... What? Dude, we haven't played this shit since Volume 1? Oh, no. Where is it? Oh god, please send it to me. Why are you making me play this? I'm already crying. I'm thinking of old Neil. The last time we played this was when old Neil and Dunn died. Oh shit, look at this. I'm a grown-ass man crying again. Okay guys, please remind me to put this in the YouTube description. I don't want to become a monster. Alright, Klein looked at her with a sorrowful gaze as he quickly thought of a means to rescue a rampager. Oh no, you can't. You can't rescue them. He had considered getting her to chant the fool's honorific name before pulling her spirit body above the grey fog. But with her body already mutating, it was apparently useless. The only way was for Dally to choose to remain there forever. As a flower of blood, it was unable to resolve such problems. Dally Simon smiled with great difficulty as she resisted the white feather and pitch black scales that kept growing out of her. So it's you? Son of a bitch, tears of sadness. Dude, I thought it was gonna be tears of joy the whole time. Didn't you ask me why? Didn't you invite you to confess to Dunn to throw him in bed? Didn't you ask me why I didn't take the initiative to confess to Dunn to throw him in bed? She gasped for air. She said with a bitter smile, I had indulged myself too much in the past. He was a conservative man. I felt inferior. She couldn't hold out much longer, with the outcome of her becoming a monster happening at any moment. At this moment, she heard Klein Moret reply, Captain, actually liked you too very much because you were too outstanding and young. He felt inferior as well. Dally smiled. Oh, man. Shit, I can't read this. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Ah. Oh, fuck. They hit. This is the best volume ever. This is the best volume book I've ever read in my life, man. It's very rare to get these emotions out of me, man. You don't see me like this all the time. Dally smiled as her blurry gaze... Oh, my eyes are blurry too. Dally smiled as her blurry gaze saw a man in a black trench go, fuck you, is she seeing Dunn? Dally smiled as her blurry gaze saw a man in a black trench coat with receding hairline. He had dark gray eyes. She watched as she pressed his hand to his chest, bent down, and reached out his palm to invite her. Oh, don't look at me right now, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. It's the dance they never had, right? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, dude. Fuck. I lost my place. He invited her to a dance. She reached out her hand as her thoughts turned sluggish. The gray-eyed man in the black trench coat pulled up Dally, whose imitation was slowly fading away. And oh man, fuck them for making that artwork of them dancing, man. Under Lenard's watch, they dance a brisk dance in the destroyed square with the fountain spewing water everywhere. I can't even read. One material after another flew out. There were golden grapevines and a rather ugly rubber mask. I feel like I'm ugly crying right now. Under the guidance of spirituality, they slowly mixed together and entered a small metal bottle. Oh shit. Amidst the beautiful dance, Stanley leaned forward gently, resting herself in Dunn's embrace. Klein held the potion bottle, brought it to his mouth, and downed it. He fucking drank it, dude. Shit, this is so bittersweet, dude. This is so bittersweet. This is the most beautiful dance I've ever read in my life. Oh man, I don't even think when I get married, it's gonna be this beautiful. When I marry my missus, it ain't even gonna be as beautiful as this. I'm sorry if you're watching, babe. I love you. We ain't even gonna top this moment. This is gonna be better than the day I get married. Oh shit, dude. I'm sorry if you're watching this, babe. I love you. Our marriage is gonna be better, I promise. Don't say that, I'm joking. Chapter 946 is called a bestowment or a curse. Oh, my nose is so stuffed. Oh man, where am I? It's 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds. 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds. Holy shit, guys. It took us 30 minutes to get to that chapter. It took us 30 minutes to finish that chapter. Music changed when you read Door of Light. Okay, just link the song already. If you guys have the song, just get one of the mods to link it right away. Oh man, bro is gonna be sleeping at the couch the whole marriage. I'm gonna hug my dog tonight, man. I'm gonna hug my girl. It's like, I love you guys. Chapter 946 is called a bestowment or a curse. The ice-cold potion slid down his throat, bringing Klein's numbness on one that reached the deep into his soul. He had already stopped dancing. His mind seemed to be lifted, as though he was high in the air, looking down at the ruined revival square and Kokaya City, which had been left in shambles by repeated lights. I can't even read anymore, man. By repeated light strikes. At this moment, he left his emotions roused up for some baffling reason, as all the pedestrians below seemed to be connected to him by some invisible thread. They could be happy, angry, or sad, making all kinds of actions based on his directions. Klein often had such feelings recently. He knew that this was the vision of a director. You should take a break to digest. No, it's okay. We're gonna finish, man. Making all kinds of actions based on his directions. He knew that this was the vision of a director. By viewing all participants as marionettists or actors, he attempted to control or guide them into putting on a grand performance. Just tell me when to play it. Oh man, grand performance. Using that hint of familiarity, Klein hurriedly adjusted his state of mind, completely separating his emotions from it, and viewing everything in a cold, aloof manner so as to prevent himself from being affected by the play. As a director, he followed the script, referred to reality and rationality, made an analysis to choose according to the circumstances. He allowed the emotions to build up, allowing himself to push matter forward and use the clues that had developed. Once his state of mind settled, he felt the potion's power spread across his body like a sharp thread's net. Suddenly, Klein felt that his soul body was connected to his physical body. They were split into countless parts, and without being able to hold it in any longer, he let out a cry from deep within his soul. No? His thoughts were diced apart, turning into fragments as they fused with different pieces of flesh as he gained his own sentience. Oh, man. I look like a little bitch right now, dude. It's okay. It's okay, man. If you cry reading something, it's okay. Adam talking is Adam talking is the same as the quill writing something. Oh, you're right. Okay. They're in and of themselves the same. So when Adam said what he said to Klein. Okay. We gotta talk about that after, man. I need to digest this. It was the King of Angels, Adam, praying with his eyes closed. It was a scene of his shocking appearance. It was him using Death Knell against Insingul as he pulled the trigger to blast open his head. It was when he revealed his clown smile, saying in a deep voice, "This shot is for the captain." It was the spectator when Adam used an extremely clear and innocent eyes to take in the ending of the performance. It was of him turning into Dunn Smith, inviting Dally 7 to dance at the closing dance. They were all so fresh on his mind, especially in the gaze of a spectator. Oh my god, I can't read. There was a scene. I'm so bummed. Ah, shit, this is too much, man. It was of him turning into Dunn. I'm sorry, who turned into Dunn? Klein or Adam? I'm too fucking emotional right now, dude. I can't concentrate anymore. Easy, Kiki. Go back to these included Klein with talent, Klein with arrogance, Klein with coldness. Klein, right? Klein turned into Dunn, but you skipped some lines. Holy shit, dude, I skipped that. Klein turned into Dunn. Okay, I got it now. Yeah, he did it for Dally. Okay. I at first I interpreted him as like spiritually appearing, and then like, you know, him pulling up her like spirit, you know. Damn, I skipped some lines, man. Dude, I'm sorry if I skipped a line, dude. It's so hard to read right now, dude. My eyesight is so blurry. I hope you guys can forgive me. But we got it. Okay. This is so sad, man. This is so... I don't even know how to feel, man. It was of him turning into Dunn, inviting Dally to the dance, the closing dance. They were all so fresh in his mind. I'm so lightheaded, man. Man, especially the gaze of a spectator. There was a seemingly corporeal feedback that felt like a magnetic force. It made Klein gradually discover his sense of self-awareness once again. Who am I? This was a question that Klein had answered to when he was still a faceless. He didn't need to think too much about it as he quickly understood his identity. A person from Earth, a person who has been reconstructed from Klein's memory fragments, a person whose experiences of Nighthawks deeply influenced him. This series is so fucking personal, man. Oh shit, this is such like a... I'm so lost for words, man, but this series makes you think about life, dude. Like, it makes you think, man. It makes you have existential crisis here and there. Like, who are you? What's the meaning of life and death? Or like, oh, there's fucking Zik reincarnating. You're like, what happens after death? This series, man, I've gone through so much reading this shit, especially when I've had like people I know almost die or go to the hospital, and then reading this shit, it gets to you, dude. Oh man, I'm getting emotional. They were also fresh in his mind, especially the gaze of a spectator. Or was it, who am I? A person who played safe, was arranged after danger, but was able to persist and give up everything. A guardian. A guardian and a miserable wrench. Strange scenery organs that didn't come from the body of the heart and mind or the soul body were extracted bit by bit from the fragments, condensing Klein's new thoughts. Coldness, calmness, spectating, and overlooking. There were thoughts that allowed him to view the world from even more angles and dimensions. I can't read, man. My eyes are so blurry right now. Bro said wrench. I said wrench again, right, Romero? I know. Miserable wrenches. Miserable wretches. I'm so sorry. I can't read, dude. Miserable wretches. I'm sorry. I said wrench again. He knew that this could possibly be godhood. Without putting up any resistance, he changed his original spirit body fragments with black threads, allowing him to slowly take form again. At this moment, he realized the purpose of the advancement ritual. It was a mark, and oh, this is his anchor. This is supposed to be his anchor. Compared to other pathways, the bizarre sorcerer who experienced the fragmentation of their soul bodies required an anchor much earlier. Okay. Yeah, you required an anchor much earlier. However, this didn't require the support of any faith. On the contrary, faith was a numerous and jumbled affair with too many personal feelings involved during the fragmentation. During this revival, it easily wiped away the humanity of advancement, who was only sequence 5, leaving behind godhood. A grand and profound performance under the watch of the countless spectators was enough to make up this anchor. Man, I can't read. We are the miserable wrenches. Shit, dude. Ah, man. This is such a good series. We're halfway through the chapter. These chapters are long now, dude. Although the spectators were few in number, and the principal existence of the spectator pathway, Adam could match thousands of ordinary spectators. He could even imagine a theater of spectators to create the effect. With his entire body taking form, all kinds of knowledge surged out from the depths of his demigod spirit body, embroiling Klein's mind and giving him an indescribable impact. It felt as though his brain was about to explode. However, some level of godhood and his rich experiences, he could view this in a detachable manner and rather easily pass through the stage. I can't read, man. Oh man, this is hard. The transparent maggots on his face, hands, necks, and beneath his clothes returned to his body. Damn, man, we became a demigod, but at what cost, bro? The transparent maggots on his face, hands, necks, and dude, at what cost, bro? And beneath his clothes returned to his body, turning back into the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti. Looking at Dali Simon, who was still in his embrace and slowly turning cold. He lifted her up and walked to Leonardo Mitchell. He bent down and placed her on the ground. Dali no longer had pitch black scales of the white feathers. She had been restored to normal and her eyes were closed. The corners of her mouth were curled up like she was having the deepest and sweetest dream. Oh, man. Klein stood up and looked at Leonard, who had opened his eyes again, and said in a heavy voice, "She has returned to the goddess's kingdom just like Captain." Oh, shit. This is so hard to read, man. We must make it. We made it after this long. We fucking made it, guys. Oh, man. At what cost? The perfect performance for the perfect spectator. Oh, shit, man. Oh, man. Klein looked up at Leonard, who had opened the kingdom. She had returned to the goddess's kingdom just like Captain. He turned her into... Oh, man. He had turned her into a marionette to reverse Dali's mutation, allowing her to die like a human before releasing his control over her. Leonard tried to force a smile as he whimpered a sound of acknowledgement. Tears were streaming down his face. Oh, man, this is so hard to read. Clyde gently nodded his head. To her, this might not be the worst outcome. She returned as a human to the embrace of a deity she believes in. And that's where Captain and the others are. Oh, man. Fuck, dude. This is only volume 4. How was there more? How was there more after this, dude? How is there more? How are there 4 more volumes after this, dude? I can't do this. This is so hard to read. I can't do this again, dude. To her, this might be not the worst outcome. She returned as a human to the embrace of a deity she believed in, and that's where Captain and the others are. As he spoke, he subconsciously and sincerely raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Leonard instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon. He was momentarily taken aback as his expression turned odd. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Take Ma'am Dally back with you to East Balham. Make it known that she died due to Instingul's attack and had made exceptional contributions in causing Instingul's death. Don't worry, no one will investigate you. Of course, you can take this opportunity to leave the red gloves." "I'm used to the church," Leonard said heavily. Klein took off his hat and bade farewell with a bow. Holding his hat, he turned to walk to Instingul's body and took a card that had a chariot and a red priest on it. The red piece wore the face of Rousseau Gustave. Leonard's lips quivered as he suddenly asked, "Aren't you returning to the church?" Klein didn't turn around as he wore his silk top hat and headed for another exit to the square. "Nah, bro." After a few steps, he paused and reflected on Leonard with his back facing him. "I can't return anymore?" "Oh, man. Can't return anymore." Leonard stared in daze as the familiar figure gradually distanced himself as he vanished. "Oh, man." After a while, a few Beyonders flew to the revival square. One of them was wearing the clergyman robes of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She had a head of a beautiful raven black hair. Wait. After a while, a few Beyonders flew to the revival square. One of them was wearing a clergyman robe of the Church of Evernight. She had a head of beautiful raven black hair and an exquisite face. I'm sorry, from volume 1? No. No one could tell her age. I pray to the Lord, give Dally Simon eternal peace. No one could tell her age because no one cared. They would only notice the eyes that seemed to contain countless stars within. This lady was floating in midair. As she looked at the square, all she saw was Inzigo's sorry corpse that could hardly be recognized. Covering his cracked heads was a calmly seen tarot card. It was the star. Above the grave. Oh wait, what? Who is this now, man? I can't even focus. Who the fuck is this? Evernight? Who the fuck is this, dude? I can't read, man. Oh shit. Oh man. Above the great fog, Klein placed a red priest card by his left hand and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He had a basic grasp of understanding of the powers of the bizarre sorcerer. On the other hand, he could transform into animals that weren't too what the fuck? He can polymorph. He can transform into animals that weren't too disapparent in size. In a spirit body state, he could completely ignore this point. He could transfer wounds from either himself or others onto a paper figurine. Also, damage transfer updated. Now it's even better. He had also gained the enhancement of the flaming jump ability and now spanned nearly 1,000 meters. Fucking 1,000 meters. Music changed at the door of light. Remember, door of light. Thank you. Oh my god, fuck you guys. Because he's demigod now, he has access to the door of light above the great fog that I've used in my thumbnail for so long. I'm like, what the fuck is this bright light? So we're gonna end the volume of crazy ass cliffhanger with the door of light. He had a basic grasp of the... I just read this. On one hand, he could transform... I can't read, man. Ah, man. He could turn a target into... I can't read anymore. Oh, fuck. I'm so lost, bro. Big reveal. Bro, okay, chill out, guys. I'm too emotional right now. I got too many emotions going on in me right now. I can't even focus. It's nighttime, man. It's bedtime in like an hour. On the other hand, he can now... I think I skipped a line, but it's okay. We'll go back. On the other hand, he can now obtain initial control of one spirit body threads in 3 fucking seconds. He can turn a target into his marionette within 5 seconds. His control range was 150 meters. At the same time, he could switch spirit body threads, allowing his marionette to obtain all the Beyonder powers within 1,000 meters. He could switch locations with a marionette. He is so broken now with his marionette as well as he is so broken. Klein is so fucking strong, dude. Due to this point and the maggots he separated as a Due to this point and the maggots he separated as a mythical creature form, as well as the disguise from his spirit body threads, Klein obtained a higher level of body doubles. He obtained a higher level body doubles. This also meant that as long as any one of his marionettes were alive, a bizarre sorcerer would never die. Wait, so even if he dies, if one of his marionettes is existing, so if he were to die, if a marionette is alive, he can still resurrect? Bro, what the fuck is bro, demigods, this shit's gonna be wild. I can see his like actual self dying, but because he has a marionette, the bizarre sorcerer still lives on, would never die. The enemy often found it difficult to know if the one killed was bizarre sorcerer of his marionette. What was a real and what wasn't difficult to determine. After confirming his state and resisting for a moment, Klein immediately walked to the deep mysterious space above the gray fog. He headed for the staircase of light that seemed to lead to the heaven. As he expected, there was another step, one formed of light. This time, Klein believed that he could use the 6 steps to resemble the giant step onto the condensed gray fogs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He came to the end with a leap, spread onto the clouds formed by the gray fog. Reflecting in his eyes was a door of light. Oh shit, door of light. Okay, reflecting in his eyes was a door of light tainted with a blush black luster. Are we recording? Do we have timestamps? It doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, okay, we're recording. It was formed from countless layers of spherical lights, and each spherical light enveloped the squirming maggots. Some of them were transparent and others translucent. This was the scene Klein saw through Enzo's eyes, but the objects were very blurry, as though something was obstructing his vision. But now that he's a demigod, he can see through the blurry vision, right? In addition, above the door of light, there's a thin black threads that hung down. They were hanging up what seemed like completely transparent cocoons. Okay, hold up. We haven't heard about cocoons in a while. It's been a cool minute. These cocoons were gently swaying, wrapping different souls. They looked to be of all descendants, African, Asian, Caucasians, etc. The fuck? They looked to be of all descents. I'm sorry, different past transmigrators. African, Asian, Caucasians, etc. Some were wearing jeans, other holding... Oh my god. Others holding cell phones. Some had beautiful clothes. Others having beautiful facial features. All of them had the aura as though they were living, but their eyes were tightly closed. Klein's gaze froze as though he had returned to Earth and had walked onto the streets where were filled with people. Then he noticed 3 cocoons had opened. What the fuck, 3 opened? They were empty and were swaying with the wind. Wait, shit, there's only 2 more lions? This is such a good series. Raising his head, Klein took in the sight as he observed in silence. What the fuck is this cliffhanger? End of the 4th volume, Undying? What the fuck? What am I reading, dude? Dude, it's been 5 hours and 24 minutes. Hold up, Matt. Give me a minute. 5 hours. 24 minutes. And like 30 seconds. Overall thoughts. Wow, man. 3 open cocoons. So peak. The plot thickens. Your brain is cooked, but what do you think of the cocoons? Bro, I don't even know what the fuck the cocoons mean, dude. What the fuck does that even mean? Life, this is, yeah. This is a life-changing series. I can see why people say this is the greatest shit ever. This shit is like crack. This shit is good. Your brain is cooked, but what do you think of the cocoons, man? Congratulations, poor Klein. The plot. Okay, wait. What were you saying right here? What were we saying, Martin? So remember your prediction about Sharon being turned into a marionette to avoid becoming a monster? Your prediction came true in a different way. Yeah, I was thinking about that, dude. So it's like, I was wrong on who. I thought it'd be Sharon. But it was actually freaking Madame Dally. Like at one point, he turned a friend into a marionette because, you know, if you're a marionette, something's going to be far worse than death. It is such a good fucking series. Mods, is this calm? I don't even know what's going on. What happened? I'm gonna lower the volume. Yep. Vol rating. Dude, this is the best fucking volume. I got to go to sleep. I'm sorry, yeah, for everybody that's been watching since the beginning, go to sleep, man. We've been here for a long day. Oh. This is the best volume. Okay, hold up. We'll look at some artwork. We're going to quickly look at artwork and just kind of take it in. This is the best volume. This is the best volume finale. These had the best moments, the best fights. Everything about it is the best. These had the best character moments. These had probably the most emotional moments. I think this was the best moment in all of Lord of the Mysteries so far. And this is only halfway. And I know you guys were fucking mad at me when I got really lost. I'm very tired right now, as you can tell. So I do apologize that I got lost when like fucking 3 Kings of Angels were fucking going in and they were like at us. I'm gonna go back and listen to it. Wes, where have you been, man? We finished it. Do artwork and author notes tomorrow. Yeah, let me just look at the artworks at least so we know what's gonna be the thumbnail. But I'm gonna close this right now. Wes, we just finished this, man. Oh shit, dude. I feel so lucid right now. Alright. Let me throw chat up here. Give me a sec. Do artwork. I'm just gonna look at artwork, at least so we know what's our thumbnail, man. But Discord. Now, I'm gonna be honest, man. So much happened that I currently don't understand what Adam's intentions are in all this. I'm so overwhelmed. I can't process what Adam's intentions were this entire time. It just, oh my god, man. I'm so overwhelmed. It's like I need to go back and like reread this off by myself. I think what I'm gonna do tomorrow, I'm gonna go touch grass and just read this by myself in silence, holding my dog. He took 009. Okay, he wanted the quill back. Adam took the quill and left. So his goal was to retrieve the quill. Okay, that's why whenever he was, that's why the creator was, that's why the quill was always trying to write about the user's death, so he can retrieve the quill. Okay, now I get it. Thank you. Oh man, it's just okay. You know what? Let me read. I can't even speak, man. I'm stuttering. Let me just type all this. Digesting. Volume 4. Let me pull up Discord. There's so much artwork to look at. We've read. Why am I opening up this? I'm opening up the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. Give me a minute. Let me close this. No, the quill didn't want to go with Adam. The quill's normal negative effects is that it wanted to kill the owner. Oh, okay. Sorry. It wanted to kill the owner, and Adam used that to his advantage to retrieve the quill. Oh my god, man. Oh, man. Don't go with hands. Waiting a year or more for season 5 after the end of season 4. It's gonna be a while. Yeah, congrats on reading so much and finishing volume 4. What a marathon of a stream. W chat. I can see the flashbang from your monitor. Yeah, this is a big flashbang. Give me a second. There's like a cami wallpaper right now. It's really bright. All right, let's look at the pictures. Let's look at artwork. Bro, I don't even know where to start. Romero, your wallpaper was Adam this entire time? Let me switch. Wait, wrong one. Fuck is this? Wait, I got 2 showing. Hold up. Adam was always watching. Check the clip, bro. There's a clip? Okay, we'll look at it right now. Wait, hold up. This was Adam the entire time. Romero, I thought... Oh, look at his hands. Dude, bro, I thought... I was under the impression this was just some random OC character. This was Adam the entire time. Oh, look at his eyes. What the fuck? So this was Adam. This is... Oh my god, I can finally see artwork on Ouroboros. He's popped up like 2 or 3 times, man. I thought it was just another random priest. Okay, so this is Ouroboros. Oh, look at the Ouroboros on top of his head. The little infinity sign. Tail Devourer Ouroboros. It's like the snake eating itself. Can I just... I can. I'm sorry. Is he wearing a bunny suit? I don't think it was. I don't think this part is canon. I don't think he was wearing a bunny suit. He won't see my clip. I'm gonna look at. Don't worry. I'm gonna look at the clip right now. I got you. I'm gonna look at the clip. Let me just look at the artwork and then I'll listen to the. I'll watch. We'll watch the clip. Let me just see the artwork first. So this is Adam. Oh shit! Look at the hands. Bunny suit Ouroboros got me acting unwise. Yo, chill. Don't lose control. Weird as shit. Mila, send this bunny girl Ouroboros. That is canon, by the way. So this is Adam. Adam wanted the quill, and he has retrieved the quill. Wow, look at the beard. More art of Medici. I love his design. Okay, he's pretty badass. Yeah, he's pretty badass. Look at DSV message on Discord and start from the top. Oh. Start from the beginning. Start here. Thank you. I don't think this is part of it. Okay, we saw this. This was on everything going down with a Zik. Okay. Oh my god, look at the serpent-like face, dude. What the... This was the portrait he saw? Oh, man. Oh, that's the bird. Okay. Those long red hairs is beautiful. You can hop in voice chat if you want. Romero, Miriam, explain what you could do and understand. Okay, man. I think we're gonna have to save that for tomorrow. I think we're gonna have to save that for tomorrow or like literally Friday. My brain is fried. I'm just gonna like take in the pictures and then I'm gonna watch the clip. And I think we're gonna call it there. Oh, is this Cauldron City? Oh shit! Look at the little. Oh man, this is wild. Look at the little portals. What the fuck? Look at the eyes. Sure, you can cosplay Adam. We can pull off Adam. when Azix when she spoke to Adam. I mean when she spoke to Azik. Okay. I've seen this picture before. I've seen this picture months ago. I just never knew who it was. I'm like, she looked pretty cool. Wow. Holy shit, dude. Who the fuck is this? Oh, this is Klein. Okay, and the Tyrant. Okay. When he takes the Tyrant card to bless me. Look at him wielding the Seek Out Scepter with his crown and his freaking robe. This is so sick. I think this is all the art I plan on sending. Okay, so we're saving artwork. Okay. Adam. Whoa. Ah, so cool. What is with that? Wow. Oh, shit. So this is official Adam. This one is badass. This one, I like the official one. This guy's clean shaved. Look at that. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna cry, dude. I can't look at this right now. Oh, man. Drama Def Love director. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is so bad. Inside the cathedral with the head cross. We'll look at it. We'll get to it. Oh, man. This is so hard to read. This is so hard to look at, dude. This is painful. Oh, man. Where my head's like 1 in the morning, so I'm going to sleep right now. I lost my voice, man. I'm drained. I'm tapped out. Oh, man. This is beautiful. I'm so sad, dude. Oh, I just looked at the same thing again. I'm so sad. Fuck is this? Oh, man. This is... Fuck, dude. The scales that were coming out, right? Look at the tears of joy, dude. Drink tea, man. We need the voice. Yeah, man. I'll be gone. You know what, man? I'm gonna be gone for like 2-3 days. I need to recover. Oh, man. So cute. I fucking love Lord of the Mysteries. The Last Dance? Is that what it is? Oh, Leonard is watching them dance. I think we found our thumbnail. Oh, man. Shadow, this was the best volume, dude. This was the best volume by a long shot. I can't look at these pictures, man. Oh, be careful, Shay. Wait, dude. Chill. Just if you're on the video, just talk in chat. Just talk in chat. Be careful. Get out of here, bro. I have only 2 more OSTs arts left. Oh, look at Klein's face. Oh, man. He's the director. Yeah, this is the one, please. It's The Last Dance. Is this Ince? Oh, what the... Man, this is so much more sinister than I thought. What the heck? Okay, I understand this part, all the freaking giant teeth. I didn't realize this part of how his whole face mutated. Okay. Fuck. This is the best series ever. This is for the captain. Oh, man. This is for the Nighthawks. This is for everybody, dude. Holy shit. Dude, in a way, I also feel bad for Leonard. Because once again, he's kind of just like there on the floor and he's like helpless, right? A part of me still feels bad for Leonard because he's probably gonna like blame himself for Dali's death. He's gonna be like, if I was stronger, I would have been able to save her. I feel so bad for Leonard in this whole volume. I think he's probably the one going through the most besides Klein. Like, oh, yes, Klein's going through the most, but now it's like, now Leonard helped. No, I know he helped, but like at the end, he was just like on the ground and all he could do was watch, man. He did help. No, I get the part that he helped, right? But like at the very end, like when it mattered. Well, I mean, yeah, no, never mind. Klein took over. So it was okay, but still, dude. Oh, look at all the face. All his personas. Dwayne, Gurman, Sherlock Moriarty, Klein Moretti. Wow. Leonard, Azik. Is this supposed to be Trissy? Oh, that's the. Oh my god, it's the new. So okay, Leonard helped, but Klein carried. Undying. What a good volume, man. Oh, look at cute baby Will. He wanted ice cream. Oh, he got the ice cream he wanted. Shit. That is so funny. Look at that. He got the ice cream he wanted, dude. Remember how the wife was like, I'm craving ice cream. Oh, now it's time for my goat Medici. Wow. So he's technically not dead. He's still in the spirit world. This is top. Number 1, bro. Volume 4 is the best. Everything about this volume just one-ups everything. Wow. Now, I'm not going to lie. I need to go back. I need to find like a summary, or I need to listen to myself. And I need to listen to Wistream. Because this is the part where I was getting confused with Medici. The chariot. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, now I get it. The black armor. Volume 4 was the best. Yeah, you're right. I should have never doubted you guys. I'm so numb right now. Ah. He's the chariot. Dude, this is so cool, dude. This is so sick. Whoa, Medici is such a badass, dude. What the fuck? This is probably like the best character design in Lord of the Mysteries. I mean, there's a lot of cool ones, especially Ouroboros. Ouroboros was looking crazy. But I think Medici just... I like his character design. I think this might be my favorite character design. Do you understand our hype for this now? I get it. Okay, Kings of Angels. Amon? I still don't know what his goal is in all this. I'm sorry, my voice is so low because I'm out of it. All right. So we got Amon, Ouroboros, Adam, Medici. He has black Air Force energy. He's gonna be wearing full armor, but he's wearing black Air Forces. Shit, dude. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's so funny. More Adam art. Damn. Wow. I'm so dumbstruck right now. Not that, like, I'm like in awe right now. Ah. Adam, Spectator, Dragon. I get it. Sequence 0, Dragon. I get it. Oh my goodness. Is this implying that he's gonna? Is this implying that he need? So is this implying that he needed to quill because it's the Spectator uniqueness to be Sequence 0 Dragon? No, I'm not. My brain is fried. There's nothing to interpret right now. I'm way too out of it. More art. Man. Oh. Adam Hate, true creator, and his organization is at odds with him. Thank you. LMAO. You know the Sequence 0 Spectator, but boom. Fuck, what did I say, bro? I'm so out of it. I'm so sorry. No, it's not the uniqueness. Okay, so the quill isn't the uniqueness. You see, I'm under your permission to send. My theory is that the quill has a sequence 1 specter to uniqueness. But I guess you're confirming it's not. More Adam? I think we looked at these earlier, right? Wow. This is the best character design. Oh, this is what I saw earlier. Ouroboros doll. This is crazy. I love this series, dude. This is so good. Adam was always watching you, Easy. Holy shit. Come to voice chat if you have questions. It's okay. I think we're gonna save questions tomorrow, man. I am so fried right now. I'm so out of it right now, man. I think I just need a rest. I need to go take medicine. I'm burning up. Let's open this. 1 sec. Listen to the vid I sent. Okay, that's pretty funny, dude. My heart is sealed off. If anything happens, it's chill. Everybody's gonna live happily ever after. Grab the popcorn. My heart is sealed off. If anything happens, it's chill. Everybody's gonna live happily ever after. Grab the popcorn. My heart is... I said that at the beginning of the stream. Do I watch this?
Adheres was a sequence to a...
Do I play the music? Famous last words. I'm gonna play this for myself, but the music is muted. If you guys want to watch it, make sure you join the Discord. Romero linked it in the artwork section. Music might be copyrighted, but you should listen to it. Hope you understand. It's like, okay, I'll listen to it on my end, but everything is muted. Or you can look up the TikTok by _Vero. Two halves. The one on his forehead. Over and over. 60 years. And he said no. That's the crazy part. He chose to live the life of reincarnation. Wow. All right, guys. And that is all she wrote. Rani, thank you for tuning in, man. I have some chores to do by everyone. Dude, thank you for tuning in, man. All right, man. That's all she wrote, folks. Flashbang. That is all she wrote. Any more questions you have? No, it's okay. We're gonna save questions for tomorrow. Thank you for sending me that TikTok on Azik. If there's a TikTok on the on that whole finale part with all the angels, Kings of Angels appearing, send that my way too. The best 11 hours. Remember your ship? Yeah, Dally X Klein was not a good ship. Goodbye. This was your best stream ever. Fuck yeah, man. Best 11-hour stream of my life. Yeah, man. Ah, shit. Ah, that was good. Sorry we took so many breaks in between. I've never read this much. As you can tell, we definitely got lost in the sauce at some points during the finale. But it's okay. We recovered at the end. All right, guys. You guys have a beautiful day or night. It's been half a day, by the way. I hope you guys have an amazing day. Peace. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. I think I'm going to take a day off. If it's okay, I'm going to take a day off. You know what? I fell asleep in the middle of a peak stream. You know what? I'm going to take the day off. And on Friday, I'm just going to watch the episode. You know, we'll chat on Discord. We'll see what we'll do. We'll probably do our video with Wiz on Friday. I probably won't stream it. We'll probably just do it on Discord. Just so I'm not streaming because I'm so tired right now. Even though I can't actually watch the ending because of my lag. I'm sorry, username. I'm sorry your PC is lagging right now. It happens to the best of us. All right, guys. This was the reader who stalls for eternity. The tamer of beasts and dogs. The one... God, I'm not reading my honorific. the one who reads LOTM, Easy Geeky, is signing out. Volume, or this is my rank, before I forget my rankings. In terms of hype, they just get better. 4, 3, 2, 1. In terms of hype, they just keep better. 4 is the best, 3 is the second best, 2 is the third best, 1 is the first best. In overall terms of volume, material, it's 4, 3, 2, 1. That is how I rank the volumes in terms of content. It's just the volumes just get better. So that's my ranking so far. 4, 3, 2, 1. In terms of volumes, that's how good they are. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now in terms of ending, I think it switches up a little bit. I feel like it's reversed, but 4 is still on top. The best volume ending is 4, followed by 1, followed by 2, followed by 3. I think 3 was the weakest volume 4 ending, but it had some of the best content. Second to best content in terms of ranking. But yeah, 4 is the best finale. Then it's 1. 4 is the best finale. Then 1 is the best finale. Then 2 is the best finale. And then 3 is the best finale. And I'm not saying 3 is the worst finale. I'm just saying it's my least favorite finale, but that's not me saying it's bad. They're just all so good. I'm going to leave it at that. Volume 6, this makes the volume ending in the whole volume. Ugh. All right. I'm drained. I love you guys. Have a beautiful day or night wherever you live. And I'll see you guys for the episode 7 react, or maybe a conversation with Wiz. And don't worry, I'll have it's gonna be a while for the video to upload because it's gonna take a while. My internet has been kind of slow. Peace. Have a beautiful day, and I hope you guys have an amazing day. This is a really bad outro. It's okay. Bye. Get some rest. You guys get some rest. You guys were with me for almost 12 hours. Later, guys. Sleep well. Yeah. I'm gonna have a good nap. I don't think I'm gonna be able to sleep, man. It's hard sleeping whenever I get this emotional. Oh man. All right. Later, guys. Peace.